Trent Valley Kart Club TV. Live here of the morning. 15 countries will be into the racing. Well, we will start with qualifying, so every driver will have a 6-minute qualifying session. And after that, every driver across the 9 classes of kart that we have here will compete in 2 10-minute plus 1 lap heat races. And yesterday, we had the exact same format, so the drivers are halfway through the process of deciding their grid positions for the pre-final tomorrow and then the Grand Prix itself on Sunday afternoon. We're looking at the fastest karts that we have here this week. It is the Senior OK class, the class that will compete right here at this venue between the 21st and the 24th of September for the CIK World Karting Championships. Yes, you heard us right. The World Karting Championships are coming to the UK next month for the first time in well over 40 years. And this circuit, this 1500-metre circuit, the only circuit in the UK with a bridge and a figure of 8, will play host to the biggest event that British karting has ever seen. This is the biggest event in British karting. The World Championships is the biggest event in world karting. And this parcel-shaped land in Lincolnshire, in the East Midlands area of England, the eyes of the motorsports world will be upon it. And we hope that many of you who are here at the circuit and watching back home in the UK will come and support some of the best racing and the best young talent that you will ever see behind the wheel of a modern day kart. As the checkered flag comes out, and as soon as the MSA British Kart Masters Grand Prix, it is the 22nd edition of this event. The winners of their class, and the list of winners reads like a who's who of the best kart races that Britain has produced in the last 22 years. Not only is the prestigious GP plate on offer, but also a prize fund this year exceeding £30,000. Not all most valuable in total have earned the right to call themselves the GP plate holders. The very first winner on the first Sunday in August 1996 was a young cadet driver called Lewis Hamilton. And that gives you an idea of just how much every single driver here wants to win. So 255 drivers, 9 classes, the youngest ages 8 and 9, the oldest aged in their mid-20s in the seniors classes, representing nations Dubai, France, Morocco, the United States, Oman, Italy, Finland, Mexico, Spain, Sweden, Senegal, Trinidad and Tobago, and Hong Kong. And for those of you that are watching on the Trent Valley Kart Club live stream, you can also tweet Trent Valley Kart Club at TVKC PFI. It's TVKC in capital letters, PFI lowercase, all one word, to let us know where you're watching, not from home, but what part of the world you're watching us from, and who you are supporting, if anybody, or if you're just interested in kart racing. And if you are interested in kart racing, then Trent Valley Kart Club can answer certain questions and tell you where to go and look for if you want to go and find some local karting action, because what you're about to see over the next 8 to 9 hours is more overtaking, more close racing, more action in a single kart race than you will see in an entire season of Formula One. And if you don't believe me, then scoff away and go make a cup of coffee or tea or get yourself a drink, depending on what time of day it is. Come back at 11:48 for the start of the heat races, and then you will see what I mean. But at the moment, there is the circuit. 1,500 meters nearly, built in 1994, extended in 2011. It is the finest kart racing venue in the United Kingdom. My commentary position is just to the right of the picture. You can see the start line gantry and the gentleman in the white shirt stand just to the right of that building, the 2 stars. You've got grandstands, restaurants, bars. In the paddock there is live music, there's activities for the drivers, because a lot of the drivers here are juniors, they are young kids, and their fans, friends and family are all here to watch and encourage. And over the course of the weekend, the spectator banking, which runs the entire perimeter of this venue, will be filled with interested supporters. I think it's £3 to get in. That gets you a programme, or maybe £5 and that gets you a programme. Not much for a day of racing. We have 21 races and 11 qualifying sessions, the first of which begins now. This is Senior X30. Drivers 16 and over, and there are a total of 64 entries in this class. It's the biggest class. Now, we don't all go out together. 64 drivers would be a recipe of disaster, so they've been split into 2 groups, and each driver will compete in their qualifying session. And at the end of today's 2 heat races, they will have competed in 4 heat races in total, 2 yesterday, 2 today. The best 30, the 30 with the best points, go straight through to the pre-final tomorrow and the Grand Prix itself. Don't finish in the top drivers is driver with the second most amount of cars. CRG in the world, Italian driver to win a kart mark, but he's struggling virtually anywhere in the world. There are some spectacular karting events. There's the Las Vegas Super Nationals. There is the Margotti Trophy in Italy. There's the Winter Cup. And then there is Kart Masters. That is how highly regarded this event that you're watching now is. So the qualifying is underway. At the moment, it is Morgan Porter in kart number 2 who is fastest of all. Number 31 going across your screen there, that is number check on that. Number 17, it's Jack Mabin who's now fastest of all, number 17, the Pierre Sexton Racing Team. Brett Ward is second in kart number 46. And Gus Lawrence and Owen Byatt. There is the number 31 kart, Dean Hale. Dean works for the Williams Formula 1 team, and he is not in the top 10 right now. The Fullerton chassis, going through the Fullerton S's just there, and he's being chased by number 78. And number 78 is Anna Morris, one of 3 siblings, 3 Morris siblings. Anna is 22nd in this group at the moment. Dean Hale is 18th. We've got still over 90 seconds to go. And the kart streaming through the Bruno Ferrari chicane, under the Litchfield Bridge, out onto the banking. Jack Mabin is in the best time of 58.22 seconds in the number 17 kart. Kart's going into turn number 3. That's turn 4 you're looking at on your screens now. Off the bridge, down the hill into the first of 2 hairpins. Spectacular overtaking opportunities. And the 33 karts, the front of that little trio, that is Kartik Sawhney for Ambition Motorsport. And Kartik is down 27th fastest in this group. At the moment there are 32 drivers. No, there are 34 drivers in this group. The fastest is now Danny Curl in kart number 67. So Danny Curl in the Fullerton chassis, last year's champion. And last year's GP plate winner, he is now fastest. There's Jack Mabin on your screen. He's just been pushed back to 4th overall for the Pierre Sexton Racing Team. Into the Mike Wilson Complex. The Mike Wilson Complex named after the only driver to win 6 World Karting titles. He won 5 of them in a row. 30 seconds to go. Curl, 57.91. Owen Byatt in kart number 111 has gone second fastest at 58.10. Then it's Brett Ward for Evolution Racing in the number 46 kart. He's third fastest. See on the screen at that front kart there is the silver and red of, I believe that's the Mick Barrett Racing driver. The Mick Barrett Racing team and the Mad Fox Racing team have very similar number 177. It's Callum Barnett. That is the Isle of Man based driver racing for Mick Barrett Racing. And Callum at the moment is 12th fastest overall. Danny Curl is still quickest. Ben Barnacote in kart number 24 has gone second fastest. There's Callum Barnett. He is going to try and break into the top 10 now. Was the number 65 kart. You know, you're looking at this and thinking, it's such a bit professional. It is professional, but there are still lots of family-run teams. You know, a son and a dad and a daughter. There's even a couple of mums at the camp. They compete not to be the next Lewis Hamilton or Formula 1 world champions. They compete because they love the sport. And it's a good family-based activity. And of course, there are drivers here with one eye on a future as a professional driver. But there are many, many here that do it because they just love racing. Look at the grandstands. So that grandstand there at the moment with 58.10, Brett Ward also 58.10, and then Jack Mabin rounding out the top 5, 58.11. All the drivers in the second group, so we've seen 34 out of the 64 senior X30s. There's another 30 waiting down on the dummy grid, which is underneath that the far building, there's two-story buildings. On the back of your screen, that is the panorama. If nobody beats that, outright pole position goes to Danny Curl. Track conditions will be the same, so we don't have to try and explain the CIK 101% rule, because at the end of this session, all the time just get amalgamated. You got one list, 1st to 64th. That is your qualifying position. The Senior X30s are then, so 1st overall will be Group A, 2nd overall Group B, 3rd overall Group C, 4th overall Group D, 5th overall Group A, and so on down. That then decides which group you're in and which heat races you are in. There are 4 Senior X30 heats today. Each driver competes in 2. So watching the Senior X30s warm up. The drivers just easing there. That's the number 25 kart. That is Callum Bradshaw, last year's most successful junior karter in the world. He was the IAMI European Open champion. He was the CIK FIA champion. He comes 2nd in the IAMI International Finals. I'm sure I'm missing something. He won virtually everything there was to win in the world of junior kart racing last year. He's now with the seniors. He's with the CRG team. I have to say that it's not been the most successful weekend so far for the entire CRG team. They've got 3 of their senior drivers here, Bradshaw, Rosina and Kapanishki. Looking down the order, they've also got Conor Collin from Northern Ireland with them. And Bradshaw's the only one really that has been the front runner, although Kapanishki showed just why he is one of the best kart racers in the world in yesterday's final heat. Because eventually finished 2nd in the kart that didn't want to finish 2nd if you get my meaning. So where are people watching from? Well, first tweet in from Royal Oak in Michigan. So the American drivers. Dante Yu from California, Enzo Schionte. They've been well served by fans across the pond. And of course, Detroit Motor City in Michigan. That's seen one or 2 kart races over its time, and I know that certainly a couple of days back, people watching in Royal Oak. On track, 3.5 minutes to go. Nathan Chafer, the NCR driver in kart number 141, has taken top spot. I don't think that will last long. Thomas Turner now goes top of the pops. There is the number 41 kart. That is Oliver Hodgson. He races for the PF International team, the team run by circuit owner Paul Fletcher from the circuit. Oliver Hodgson, a former kartmaster champion, but senior. There's Nathan Chafer, who's now down to 2nd. The NCR Strawberry Racing, and never stops. And no sooner have the Senior X30s gone back to the pits, I will get word to you as to who got outright pole position, whether it was Hodgson or Curl. After yesterday's Heat 2 heat races, Danny Curl at the Trent Valley Kart Club were Hodgson will be our outright pole sitter. 2 strokes. The youngsters on his first ever. It's a daunting prospect indeed. These are one of the best, some of the best young athletes in sport. Westover and White, there's your pole man so far, 59.01. Westover just 200ths of a second off that pace. They go through turn 2 into turn 3 now, over the Litchfield Bridge, named after Mark Litchfield, multiple British karting champion who was not racing this weekend. It's the first kart masters in many a year. that we haven't got Matt Litchfield with us. He's running his team. He's retired, but he is scaling back, I think. Into the second hairpin, you can see White is trying to make sure that he's following in Westover's wheel tracks. He's never going to try and pass him. He is just going to try and sit there as if White goes quicker, Westover will go quicker. But Maya Woog, the young Spanish lady for the BKC team, the team that guided Callum Bradshaw to all his success as a junior last year, she is now fastest of all, 58.89. As the checkered flag comes out, has she timed this perfectly? Now Maya, she's got family from Pinson 5th, Caleb Marshall is 6th, Cole Kilner 7th, then Reggie Dewey, Tyler Chester and Ewan Long. And Maya Woog catches a march on everybody else, and she takes pole position in Group A. Everybody now in Group 2 needs to beat 58.89 seconds, and I will, because I am a anorak and I know the statistics, I will tell you that of the 135 drivers that have won a GP plate, 134 of them were men or boys. One of them was a girl. That was Gabby Weyer, who won the Cadet WTP title back in 2011. Others have come close. Louise Richardson came very close one year. Tiffany Chittenden, a perennial kart masters contender. But Maya Woog is very, very quick, and she's got a very good team behind her. Alex Ferris, who's running the BKC team this weekend in the absence of Team Colonel Rob Dodds, who is down at Forest Edge Kart Club, of which he is the chairman, and is making a fantastic success of that place. So Rob Dodds will be, I'm going to say it, get it out of the way early, Rob Dodds' cup of karting joy overflows. For those of you playing commentators bingo back home. And so we wait now for the second group, and there's a shot of the paddock and the marshals posts here. There's the dummy grid under there. The carts are sitting and waiting, and the gantry ahead. That's you can see on the gantry. That's the head marshal in the orange, David Manchester, who is responsible for looking after all the marshals here at Trent Valley Kart Club. The marshals, the most important people in all of racing, and the Trent Valley Kart Club marshals are the best in the country. The gentleman in white, I don't know who he is. I think he needs security to remove him. He's actually the starter, so it's his responsibility to start and finish every race. He is the judge to decide if the karters are behaving themselves or not. And that very shady character at the left-hand side of your screen, with the black on, it's perfect colour. That's Martin Bean, with the clerks of the course here, who also there's a lot of events out in Europe and around the world. And in fact, a lot of the staff here, the officials here, they are very sought after. They're asked to go and officiate karting events all around the world. And so here we go, out onto the circuit. The second group of junior X30 drivers, including last year's British Cadet champion Harry Thompson, who finished second in this year's European Karting Championships. Out onto the circuit goes two of the Fusion drivers, and you're thinking, where are they all gone? Well, they're all waiting. And just behind those three karts, we have the number 63 of Enrique de Leon. So the driver from Trinidad and Tobago, who I have to say I will declare an interest in, and he has never raced in the UK before. He's never competed against more than 25 drivers. He competes every month against 12 other drivers in Trinidad. Once he has raced in Florida against 24 others. And so what better event to open his eyes to British karting than Kart Masters? And I have to say that the S8 racing team and Alex Short and everyone that we've put Enrique with have been absolutely fantastic. He has improved by 3 seconds a lap, and he's actually in the intermediate classification. He's 50th out of 52, and in warm-up this morning he was certainly not the slowest. There's 4 or 5 drivers slower than him, and he's never driven in the UK. He's only driven an X30 once, and he's never been as fast around the circuit because he's never driven a circuit this long. So combine that with 51 of the best junior X30 drivers in the world, and it's been a bit of an eye-opener, and he has performed admirably. So that's that. And we'll be hopefully featuring Enrique because he'll be moving up the order. But for now, there is Morgan Porter in the number 46 cart. So Porter, the M Sport driver. He's one of 16 drivers this weekend doing 2 classes. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But Porter, who won one of his heats yesterday and finished second in the other. He is second in the outright classification behind Lou Westover at the halfway stage. And Porter is there at the moment as Harry Thompson goes top of the pile, and if somebody wants to take a screenshot of that, we've got Harry Thompson, Angus Mooresdale, Aaron Brown, Michael Sutton and Enrique de Leon, your top 5. Ian Rogers, the timekeeper, wave a checker flag. That's it, game over. We'll take a top 5 for the lad from Trinidad any day of the week. There we go. Easy. I'm only joking. So Harry Thompson, 59.54. Remember, they're all looking to try and beat 58.89. That is Maya Woog's best time. Thompson now deposed to second. Sean Butcher in the number 57 Mick Barrett racing cart goes top of the pile. Is the gold chassis, that very distinctive blue and yellow machine of number 83 Callum Driscoll, a privateer driver. So he's one of the lad and dad teams, the family-run teams out in the paddock, with a transit van or a caravan and a little side awning, just experiencing one of the best races in the world. He's been passed by Harry Thompson. So Harry Thompson, last year, Harry Thompson won the British Cadet Championship, finished second in the European Karting Championship this year, his first year out of cadets. And Thompson, for the Fusion Motorsport team, one of the most successful teams in British karting over the last 10 years or so. He is back to the top of the pile, 59.11. Aaron Brown, good performance from Aaron Brown, 59.47. Then it's Sean Butcher, 59.52. Mario Mills, he goes second quickly. Then it's Thomas Westworth now up into P2. 2 minutes to go, and quickly these sessions are over with. You can't afford to mess about. Thompson, 59.04. And that only puts him 5th overall. So the top 4 drivers from session number 1, Wu, White, Westover and Gian, they all are still quicker than Harry Thompson, who leads this session. Can anybody beat Thompson's time? Angus Mooresdale second, Johnny Wilkinson in cart number 81, not the rugby player, the former Welsh cadet champion. Shame on you for not knowing that one. He is third, and it's the Intrepid UK driver programme driver. Thomas Westworth, Mario Mills for the locally based JM Racing team is 5th. Then it's Aaron Brown, Sean Butcher, Matthew Berry, Alex Simmons and Lewis Gilbert. Thompson has got to find over a 10th and a half. He's got a minute to go. His first sector of this lap was very good. His middle sector, not so great. Across the line. On to turn 2, the banking, the only banked corner in British karting. Then over the bridge. 30 seconds to go. Thompson, well, Thompson equals Woog's time. Unbelievable. So we had a tie in senior X30. We've now got a tie in junior X30 as well. That shows you just how close and competitive kart racing is. Angus Mooresdale going through your screen in kart number 30, chasing his Fusion teammate. Mooresdale, the Scotsman from Glasgow. He is second at the moment. Butcher is third. Alfie Prince is 4th, the Ambition Motorsport driver, but he gets pushed back by Mario Mills. Butcher now 4th, Lewis Gilbert up to 5th. There goes Morgan Porter into the top 5. Checkered flag comes out. Matthew Hudson, great performance from Hudson in the 41. Thompson, Thompson then puts that one to bed. 58.78 right at the end. That is what separates the good from the very good from the great. When it matters most, the great can deliver. Thompson, 58.78, outright pole position, unless anyone else can beat it, because we've got drivers on flying laps. Mario Mills, Morgan Porter, Sean Butcher, Lewis Gilbert, Thomas Westworth and Alfie Prince are all in the top 10, and they're all still on a flying lap. And it's actually Morgan Porter in the 46 that's looking good. Sean Butcher is also on a quick lap. Mario Mills not looking strong on this time around. They cross the line as we watch Harry Thompson come back to the pits, and Butcher goes second, 59.05. Porter goes fifth at 59.19, but significantly, Sean Butcher is second fastest in that session, but he's only sixth overall. So the top four drivers, plus of course Harry Thompson, the top four drivers from session number one, Woog, White, Westover and Gian, all quicker than Sean Butcher. And, he tweets in, yes, Ollie Duffel has tweeted us in, yes, you did plan that holiday to Croatia poorly, and he's watching from Croatia, so I hope there hasn't been a family row. He was like, we spent all this money to come to Croatia, and all you wanted to do is sit in and watch kart racing. Why do we bother? Or something like that. But welcome to Croatia. Well, welcome from Croatia. So we had people from Singapore and Turkey watching yesterday. We've got people from Dubai watching, and I mentioned that the Dubai Autodrome, which is run by, not by Guy Sheffield, he runs Al Ain Raceway. Dubai Autodrome is David Bright, another ex-British karter. And there is the number 48 kart of Alex Lloyd. No, that's number 49. Do apologise, and that's actually not X30. That is something else. That is a view of the. So that's the number 49 Dan Holland racing kart, not in X30. That is I think the junior Rotax class with the red plates. George Holbrook. So I do apologise. That was a scene of the Parc Ferme area drivers come into at the end of each race. They go through the weighbridge. Well, actually, that was George Holbrook waiting to go out in the holding area. The drivers all come in through the weighbridge into Parc Ferme, and they're kept there until they're told to go. So Harry Thompson, outright pole in junior X30. And Harry Thompson at the intermediate stage, halfway stage, Thompson was 10th in the point standings. Now we have the first of the cadet qualifying sessions, and the cadets, the youngest drivers we have here at Kartmasters. The kart's still doing over 50 miles an hour. These are the cadet Hondas, and the cadet Honda's the only four-stroke class here. They've got the venerable, reliable, often reliable Honda GX 160 engine, and the class that it's a bit unfair to call this a starter class. That would not give the drivers and teams that are in this class the credit that they do deserve. However, it is, if you are starting in karting, the characteristics of a Honda engine, number one, if you're a parent and you don't know much about mechanics, it's okay, because they just tend to run and they need, at the starter level, basic maintenance. But also as a driver, because they don't rev very highly, momentum, cornering, being smooth is very, very important. If you learn those skills as a driver, then you can transfer them into any other class, because if you come into a corner in a cadet Honda and get it all wrong, you can't simply put your foot down and expect the kart to suddenly rev up to 13,000 RPM and get you out of trouble. You have to drive it smoothly. And that's why you'll see these drivers, they're almost like an elastic band sticking them together. There's Oliver Behrman, last year's Kartmasters runner-up. He's number 2 on his kart, not because he finished second in Kartmasters, it's because he finished second in the British Karting Championship in the cadet Honda class last year. So drivers that have the number 1 to 10 on their karts in that class, that means they are the reigning British champion or British top 10 in that class. The only other plates that you're likely to see, you've got the drivers with the 0, that is the O plate, the British Open champion. That's a one-off meeting open to any British license holder. The winner gets the O plate. And there is one driver, the Luke Watts, in the Cadet Army class, who's got the E plate. He's the English champion. The S plate, the Scottish champion, is not racing here. The C plate, the Welsh champion, sadly wasn't contested this year. And the IRL plate, the All-Ireland champion, rather not here either in the classes. There's number 27 on your screen. This is Zach Walters for Ambition Motorsport. And at the front, the two Virtus Motorsport karts. That is the bright green flecks on the white and pink chassis. They're very easy to spot. They won both races yesterday and finished second in both races. A 1-2 clean sweep for number 2 Oliver Behrman and number 12 Koskan Irfan in both heat races yesterday. And there's 2 3/4 minutes to go, and you're not going to be able to see this on the screen, but I can tell you that there are some nervous eyes pointing upwards at the moment, because from the banking area there are some slightly heavy and oppressive looking clouds heading our way. Behrman peels off, allows Irfan to go through. So Oliver Behrman, he doesn't want to drag everyone round. There's number 7, the Next Gen Motorsport kart of Archie Brown. And I've seen Next Gen team owner David Bellchambers proudly wearing his BRAP t-shirt. That is the Next Gen motto. And he is watching Archie Brown. And Archie Brown in that number 7 kart is now in 6th position. So it's Oliver Greenall in kart number 64 who is fastest of all with just under 2 minutes to go. Then it's the number 29 of Harvey Charter. Joshua McLean in the number 76 is 3rd. There's the man who's currently leading the standings, Oliver Greenall, privateer driver, 68.17 seconds is his best time. Charter's in a 68.18. So is Joshua McLean, 68.18. So 200ths of a second separate the top 3. 90 seconds to go. But Greenall is not in an advantageous position. In Cadet Honda Racing, you don't want to be the leader in the train because everybody else is getting your slipstream. They're pushing you along in the draft, and you're breaking the airflow for them all. So will we see Greenall peel off? Well, Brown seems to be happy to push him, but behind them, one of the drivers in that slipstream, Lucas Ellingham, the O-plate winner for Mike Spencer's global karting team. Ellingham has gone round with a 67.91. Joshua McLean, his global karting teammate. So there's 2, you'll see them on the screen. They're black and yellow and silver. Black like Mike Spencer's t-shirt, yellow like something, the yellow lines on the road, and silver like his hair, if he has any. And Spencer, he's got his 2 drivers working together. There's Ellingham just coming through your screen at the bottom. He's got the number 31 kart directly behind him, and that is Justin Brouard, the privateer driver. So Ellingham, and oh, look who's found Ellingham. It's one of the Virtus drivers. That is, actually that's Brouard. Got the Virtus kit on, but he's down as a privateer entry, and he is right in the thick of that pack. Ellingham is getting a slipstream from the number 27 of Zach Walters. Across the line, so the drivers now start their final laps. The clock strikes 0, and this group that we're watching going through the Bruno Ferrari S's has got 1 more lap to go. Oliver Behrman moves back to the top of the charts, 67.77 seconds. So Behrman has caught Ellingham, passed Ellingham in terms of lap time. It's now Ellingham, McLean, no, sorry, it's Behrman, McLean, Ellingham, and then Koskan Irfan in the second of the Virtus karts, 4th. Daniel Ginchard is 5th. And then Harvey Charter in 6th position. Alfie Rigby, Oliver Greenall, Archie Brown, and Theo McCurris round out the top 10. And Behrman has found his way to the front of the pack. And I think, I think he's still on a hot lap. He hasn't taken the checkered flag yet. McCurris has taken the checkered flag. Arvin Lindblad in the number 23, the Ollie Rowland Motorsport driver. Ollie Rowland, the GP2 driver. 1 step away from Formula 1, but he still remembers his karting roots. He's running a team. Well, he's not running a team. He's got Alex T to run the team for him while he's off doing Formula 1 type stuff. And there comes Behrman across the line. Does he improve? No, but he doesn't need to improve yet. He's got 700ths of a second in hand over Josh McLean. McLean doesn't improve. Ellingham doesn't improve. Irfan doesn't improve. Ginchard stays 5th. And so Oliver Behrman, his perfect record so far this weekend of 2 races, 2 wins, continues. Well, actually, no, it's not a perfect record because he didn't qualify on pole position yesterday. He qualified... Oh, I'm looking down, so he qualified... Now this is the problem because he actually got a penalty in the first heat to Oliver Behrman, so he crossed the line first, but then was given a penalty. And of course, I don't see the penalties dished out. I just talk about what I see on screen, and sometimes, if I'm very lucky, 1 or 2 people back home listen. Most of the time I just make it up though, so you can just enjoy the racing. Turn the volume down. You should have turned the volume down yesterday when there was a bit of a wiring issue, and maybe the airwaves may have turned a little bit blue, and I apologise once again. We'll mention no more about it. But it's Oliver Behrman, Joshua McLean, Lucas Ellingham, Koskan Irfan and Daniel Ginchard, the top 5. In Cadet Honda, looking at the times, well, half second separates the top 12 in that 25 car field. 1 second separates the top 18. Very, very close. The racing will be even closer as we look down into, now there is the entrance to Parc Ferme, so the drivers go in, and that brick building there has got a weigh bridge on it. They will go on to that, and of course each class of kart has got a minimum weight. So kart and driver have to weigh a certain amount. If they don't, you put lead on the kart. If you're underweight, you get excluded. It's quite simple. And if you're underweight by 10 grams, you get excluded. So some drivers, you have to be careful if you have that last minute bathroom break. Do you really need it, or do you need the weight? Well, the next class out for time qualifying will be Junior Rotax. Junior Rotax, what was one of the premier classes in British karting, and it still could be. It's having a hard time at the moment. There's lots of options for kart racers in terms of engines, and Rotax, which has enjoyed and rivaled popularity for many years, now finds itself having to fight to win back drivers. And of course they've brought out a new engine, which by all accounts was a very good engine. It's much better than the old one, but when everyone has bought their kit for the year and everyone is moving one way towards a certain other engine, then it can be hard to win them back. And my personal solution is create more drivers, and I know the powers that be in British kart racing are doing the best they can, and have put in really interesting initiatives, and there are some people at Trent Valley Kart Club that are effectively at the top table of British karting in terms of decision making, and they are doing away with some of the red tape that was involved in becoming a kart racer at this level, and hopefully that will then bring more people into the sport, and Rotax can go back to selling squillions and squillions of engines again. Look at the clouds as the drivers head down the longest and fastest section in British karting. There is the main straight, and then it's a right, left, flick, flat out, the feathering of the throttle maybe, under the bridge, out onto the banking. There is no section in British karting faster than that. These junior Rotax drivers, aged between 13 and 16, will be doing, again, speeds that if you did it on the motorway, you'd be arrested or have a speeding ticket. They're over 70 miles an hour. Inches from the ground, no suspension, no seat belts. That's why the crash helmets are so important. That's why their skill levels are so important. A lot of people say, well, motor racing is dangerous. I don't want my son or daughter to do motor racing. Oh, no, no. A lot of people say that the most important bit of safety equipment any driver could have is the helmet, crash helmet, and that is true to an extent. My perspective is that the most important bit of safety equipment that the driver has is their own skill. Their own intelligence and knowledge of knowing how to control one of these machines. There is the number 29 on your screen now, and that is Talon Babs. Talon is 14th fast at the moment, the privateer driver. Bradley Barrett, in kart number 10, is quickest so far. Barrett, 10th in last year's Super 1 British karting champion, British Junior Rotax Championship. There he is, pulling off the side. Now he hasn't necessarily got a problem. He is simply trying to find some clear space. He wants to follow the number 17 kart. The number 17 kart is Tom Edmonds, the KR Sport driver. Well, Barrett wants Edmonds to tow him around, so he's going to drop 6-7 kart lengths off the back of Edmonds as they cross the line, and then he's going to use the back bumper of Edmonds as a target. The problem that Edmonds has got, or that Barrett has got, is that Edmonds is just directly in front of another driver, and if any one of those drivers suddenly peels off and slows down, then Barrett's run is ruined. He's already been pushed back to second. Tyler Chesterton, who had a first and a third in his 2 heats yesterday, he is now fastest. .35. Bradley Barrett back to second, and there's somebody stopping on the outside of the curve. That's a Coles racing cart. There's one of the KR Sport drivers peeling off. Chesterton in cart number 7. .90 seconds to go. Chesterton, Barrett, Foster, then Lockwood. And Stennett. Tamer Chauhan in cart number 99. One of half a dozen drivers from Dubai that are here this weekend. He is 6th. Then Clayton Ravenscroft. There's Chesterton, 59.35. 59.39 now, so he improves. Tommy Foster, the O-Plate champion. Privateer driver, second quickest now at 59.41. Bradley Barrett, 59.42. Jason Lockwood, 59.47, the Persistence Motorsport driver. And Persistence Motorsport being helped this weekend by Sean Babington, who was running one of the drivers in the World Rotax champion, Sean Babington. He's now based out driver coaching in Dubai. But it's Chesterton, his Coles racing teammate. No, so that's Foster, the red and white 0 plate. Chesterton pushing him along, 25 seconds to go. Oh, those clouds are darkening. Chesterton improves. So now that's a classic example. So Chesterton was in the slipstream of Tommy Foster, and he now improves to 59.10. But Tamer Chauhan goes even quicker, 59.09 for the driver, Dan Holland Racing, number 99. He's 100th of a second quicker. Samuel Harrison was very quick in qualifying yesterday, faded in the races. He's 3rd again for a 6.98 race. Then it's the Coles Racing number 65, Bradley Barrett only 5th. Then Reese Hunter, Jason Lockwood, Tom Edmonds, Tommy Foster, just best. Checkered flag is out. Taylor Babs takes the checkered flag, 59.81. Wait, the drivers come around the Mike Wilson complex, and well, Thomas Ward in cart number 11 on a quick lap, but I think everyone else is tripping over each other. They're slowing each other down. I can't see anybody else improving. Let's have a look. What do I know? 59.04 for Bradley Barrett. He was right in the thick of that pack of karts, and yet somehow managed to scramble a little bit of clear space, and he snatches it right at the end by 0.05 of a second from Tamer Chauhan. It's a Dan Holland Racing 1-2. Chesterton is 3rd, Harrison 4th, then Stennett, Hunter, Lockwood and Edmonds, with Tommy Foster slipping all the way back to 9th, and Clayton Ravenscroft rounding out the top 10. So we wait for the next qualifying session. It will be for Junior OK. Now this is the class that the CIK, which is the governing body of world karting, it is the karting arm of the FIA, which is like the FIFA of the FIFA of motor racing, but without the bribery, allegedly. And these are the junior drivers that will compete for the honour of the World Junior Karting Champion. The OK engine, it is a throwback, it's a direct drive. If you spin, the engine stops. You have to pick the kart up and push yourself back on. There's no starter button, it's old school karting. And it's the class that they use for the official British Junior Karting Champion, and it's the class they use for the World Junior Karting Championship. Some of these drivers, a lot of these drivers, will be competing in the World Championships here at PFI next month. We've got an international field, 15 drivers. We'll have a full grid come September. But of the 15 drivers, we have got drivers from France, Morocco, Dubai, United States and Oman. I'll give you a rundown. We've got Morgan Porter, the number 2 kart. He is the last year's British Championship runner-up. Chris Lullum, who is last year's European Junior X30 champion. Loris Caribou from France. Suleiman Zanfari from Morocco. Angus Morsdale from Scotland. Jamie Day from Dubai. Joseph Taylor from the People's Republic of Tyne and Weir. Enzo Schionte from the United States. Shihab Al-Habzi from Oman. Daniel Butterworth from Sunny Oldham. Then Sean Butcher, Klaas Koika, Cameron Coombs, Luke Preston and Luca Griggs, who are all from the UK. And the work never ceases here at Trent Valley Karting, but I've now got a bank of monitors in front of me. In fact, I might get Sarah Edwards in control of our Twitter account to show you the bank of information that I've got in front of me, which makes it even harder for me because I can't get away with sounding like an idiot because I've got I've got all the information I need to be good. So I've got no one to blame but myself when I mess up. There's number 22. That is Suleiman Zanfari, older brother of Sophia Zanfari, who we're going to see later on in the Cadet IARMY class. They're from El Jadid in Morocco. It's their second time here in the UK. They raced in the European IARMY Open last year at PFI, again with the Fusion Motorsport team. And we have all, well, I think we've got all 15 drivers now out. No, we don't. We have got not all 15, we've got 14 drivers. And it's Chris Lullum who hasn't gone out again. Now, yesterday, Lullum, the PS Action Racing driver, he was 5th in this year's European Championship, in the CIK European Championship on the OK engine, one of the favourites. He retired on the rolling lap of the first heat, didn't see him in the second heat at all. He hasn't gone out this morning. Now, I know that nobody has withdrawn from the meeting, and I don't believe anybody has. There is, and I'm not suggesting for one moment this is the case, but often in a class where, like the OK, where the engines are so powerful that they chew the tyres to bits. You are on limited a number of tyres at Kartmasters. It's a cost control measure. It's like it in lots of championships. And if there was 30 of these junior OKs, then everyone will have to go out because you just can't not go out in a race with 30 drivers, because if you finish 30th, then it's pretty hard to get through to finish first. This is 15. Maybe we are seeing what we have seen before when we had the KF engine, which is the forerunner of the OK engine, where if there was a small grid of KF drivers, then someone's going to go, I don't want to put 10 minutes on my tyres because that will ruin them, so I'm going to wait and not go out for this one, because even though I'll start last, then I've only got 7 or 8 drivers to get past, my tyres are going to be really good and I'll win. Which is one tactic, and I'm not suggesting that's happening. Maybe there is a problem, maybe Lullum has withdrawn, I don't know, but it's one of those things. Why are you here? Why are you coming to Kartmasters? Well, we're here to race. Oh, you're here to win. So there's racing and winning. Normally the two are interlinked. You race to win. Very occasionally, and against the rules, very occasionally, you don't race to win because you wait. And then wait for everyone else to use their tyres, start at the back, and then come through on fresh tyres and take the win that way. It's a tactical thing. Is it right? Is it wrong? It's part of karting. If there was 25, 30 of these guys, then it wouldn't be a problem. But leading the way, let's concentrate on what's happening on the track. It's Joseph Taylor for the Jade Racing Team. Taylor, who took a win in a second yesterday, currently leads the intermediate standings. Little Joe, his dad will be pleased as punch. Probably telling everyone about it. A little short conversation. 58.52. Loris Caribou, the Fusion Motorsport, the Frenchman, second fastest. Going through your screen there, that is one of the M Sport karts. That is Luca Griggs, Kieran Corley's M Sport team. No, that's Luke Preston, I do apologise. Preston is 14th of the 14 drivers that are out there. It's Taylor, then Shihab Al-Habsi, second quickest now in kart 34. His teammate Morgan Porter was third. There's your pole man so far. 30 seconds to go. That distinctive dark blue and bright yellow Fullerton chassis, built by Terry Fullerton. But he's got a corner named after him here. That's not. Well, he's famous. He's famous because he was a fantastic multiple champion kart racer in his day, named by Ayrton Senna, no less, as his greatest ever rival. He also built a few fast wagons, one of which is being pedalled by Joseph Taylor going through the Fullerton S's right now. Taylor, started cadets last year, still just 12, 13 years old. 12 or 13, not both. I can't remember. Behind number 55 car, that is Daniel Butterworth, privateer driver on the gold chassis, and Butterworth is 10th overall, make that 11th as he crossed the line. The check flag is out. And Shihab Al-Habsi, who has just crossed the line, the Omani-based driver for the M Sport team, snatches pole position. And he had a second and a third yesterday. He's second in the intermediate standings. And I don't think Oman has ever had a kartmaster. Well, they definitely haven't had a kartmasters champion, but Shihab Al-Habsi is looking at the World Junior Championships. Oman have never had a World Junior karting champion or a senior karting champion, unless I'm very much mistaken, and I don't think I am for once. So Al-Habsi, 58.02. For Al-Habsi, 500ths of a second quicker than Taylor. Sean Butcher, one of the drivers doing two classes. We'll get the double duty now. He's third. Morgan Porter, another double duty driver, is fourth. Fifth is Jamie Day, who's another double duty driver. Then Angus Moolsdale doing double duty in sixth, followed by Luca Griggs, Suleiman Zanfari, Enzo Schianti, Klaas Koika, and then Loris Caribou. Now, say double duty. It has become a bit of a tradition in Kartmasters to do more than one class, and to try and win 2 GP plates in a day has proved to be virtually impossible. In fact, in the history of this event, only one driver has ever won 2 classes in one day. That was Ben Barnicoat, and that happened, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 2015 I believe it was, that Ben finally, after 20 years, it was the 20th anniversary of Kartmasters, 2015, Ben Barnicoat won the Senior Rotax and the Senior X30 GP plates in the space of an hour. Never been done before. Hundreds of drivers have tried it. There's 16 drivers doing it this year, either in cadets, in juniors, or in seniors. It's become sort of like that mythical thing. Can you do 2 in a day? At some point, someone is going to try and do 3. At the moment, we've only got 2 senior. We've got 2 senior classes, OK and X30. We haven't got senior Rotax at the moment. That may return. We've only got 2 cadet classes. Thank God. Honda and Iami, but we have multiple junior classes. We have OK, we have Rotax, we have X30. At some point, somebody's going to look at things and think, right, son, daughter, fancy it, and they're going to try and do 3, and then their arms are going to fall off because it's hard. And there is the view down at the next bunch of drivers waiting in the holding area. We've got Iami Cadet watching. There goes the Iami Cadets onto the circuit. We had people watching from Turkey and from Singapore. And hello again to Phil Askey, and apologies if I offended your ears when I got electrocuted, but those things happen. Archie Walker nearly fell off his sunbed in Turkey when things went a little bit blue in the commentary box. That happened today. We've had people from Detroit, Michigan, outside Detroit, watching in the USA, watching this morning, tweeting in. People from Croatia probably having an argument now because they're on holiday and somebody wants to just sit and watch their iPad and not go to the beach. And now we've got local people watching as well. Haley and Freya watching from Retford. And Glyn Griffiths is busy tuning in from Nottingham, and I fully expect that Hayley Freya and Glyn Griffiths, well, not say that Hayley and Freya are called Griffiths, will not cast any dispersions. But in September, they won't be watching from a screen, they'll be here in person spectating for the World Championships. Unfortunately, you have to listen to me once again, but the good news is you get to listen to Ken Walker, the voice of kart racing. And Ken will be calling the World Championships of his home country for the first time, and it is something that Ken, who has been a mentor to me personally, and is one of the most popular figures in the world of kart racing. Him and his wife Jill, Ken and I will be bringing you the action at the circuit for the World Championships. Ken Walker can call world title winner home in his home soil. So here are the cadets, and they're swarming around. This is the original Kart Masters class. This, the two-stroke cadet class, the MSA British Cadet class, is the only class of kart that has been contested in every single edition of Kart Masters. And there are 36. It's a maximum grid. Single grid. They will all qualify for the main event. And 36 cadets is a sight to behold. Fastest of them is the E-plate holder, Luke Watts. And Watts, he had a best finish of 14th in his heats yesterday, the global karting driver. He is up at the front, and the reason he is quickest is not because he's quick, obviously, but you were watching the pictures there, and there are karts 3 and 4 wide. There's still 2 wide now. That is not how you qualify. You qualify by finding 1 or 2 other drivers that you know are quick, that you trust, and you go out and you sit in a line, you push each other along. And that's right, you push each other along. You literally, they're 8, 9, 10 years old, and you are resting the front bumper of your kart against the rear bumper of the kart in front of you. Not bumping them, you are just slipstreaming with them. And I tell you what, let's go out and you practice that in your Ford Focus going down the M6 later on this evening and see what colour your trousers turn. But yet these kids, some of whom are in primary school, some of whom go back on Monday morning, and the teacher goes, right then boys and girls, let's do some colouring. What did you do the weekend? What did colouring? Oh, I raced in the British Grand Prix. It's incredible to think the amount of various different things these youngsters have got to take into consideration. They're monitoring the engine temperature, their revs, looking at their lap times, they're looking at their mechanics to see who to work with. They're trying to find a teammate, and they're also trying to race wheel to wheel with 35 other kids. There's the O-plate winner. There is the only driver in Cadet Iami who has got a GP plate already to his name. Taylor Barnard. He's fastest at the moment. 1 minute 8.54. 2 years ago, he won this event. Last year, he tried to defend it, came home in 8th place, but that was from 36 on the grid in the final. No Cadet Iami driver has ever won 2 GP plates. It's one of these events that because you move on from Cadet. You spend a couple of years in Cadets, you get too old. And generally, people win Cadet GP plates in their final year because you have to be the best of the best to win it. Well, Taylor Barnard has the chance to become the first ever 2-time Cadet Iami GP plate winner. But he's just fallen back to 4th place on the timing screens because Arvid Lindblad, the 23, he goes fastest. 108.3 for Arvid. Alex Dunn, the Primo Racing driver, who has been very, very quick all weekend. The Northern Irishman from Clonbeloy. Oh, yeah, I think that's Clonbeloy. Someone can come and correct me, as I'm sure they will. The Northern Ireland, he now goes fastest. 107.98 for the number 11 car, Alex Dunn. The 23 on your screen just a minute ago has fallen down to 3rd because Taylor Barnard is back into provisional pole position. 30 seconds to go. There's Lindblad. Up the inside of the number 45 Tony kart of Jake Weston then. So he's not messing about. He wants to make that move without losing time. This is going to be his final flying lap. There is the number 8, the E-plate kart of Luke Watts. And Luke Watts at the moment has faded back to, well, he's only 7th. But they're on their final flying lap now. Looking down the order, if I say a purple sector, that means that is the fastest sector time of the entire session. This circuit is split into 3 equal sectors. Freddie Spindlow, the number 60 Mark Baines Motorsport kart, purple first sector, purple second sector. can you spell upset? Mark can't, but Freddie, oh, he loses it right at the end, does he? Taylor Barnard, 107.96, he's in a quick lap. We'll wait for Spindlow to cross the line. Spindlow goes to pole, 67.53. Mace second, Archie Mace, a privateer driver, goes second, 67.65. Taylor Barnard was on pole 10 seconds before the last cart crossed the line. He finishes third in that group. Luke Watts, the English champion, is fourth. William McIntyre is fifth. Lindblad is sixth, 0.2 of a second covering the top five. Then it's Koskan Irfan, Josh Rowledge, Alex Dunn, Rashan Chikarimbo rounding out the top 10. Looking back to Harley Keeble in 11th, Maxwell Dodds 12th, Oliver Denny 13th, Sam Shaw 14th, Josh McLean is 15th, and Freddie Spindlow was, he was about 20th when that lap went in. And he went the fastest in Sector 1, then the fastest in Sector 2. Then Barnard beat his time in Sector 2, and I thought Spindlow's chance had gone, but he kept it plugged and comes away with provisional pole. And again, the Mark Baines team, they are punching above their weight, although I say that, sadly, for Jordan Baines, the lead mechanic, the weight has been a problem, and he's got a lot of weight to punch above at the moment, because he did have a little dabble in a kart to try and make a comeback, and realised that it was... And so, I've got this analogy. Now Mark Baines is a big Sheffield Wednesday fan. He loves his football, loves Sheffield Wednesday Football Club for some stupid reason, I don't know. Now, in the 90s, Sheffield Wednesday had this great mercurial talent called Chris Waddle. And Jordan Baines, when he was karting, it reminded me of Chris Waddle. He was capable of great things. There was one year at Kart Masters where, I'm not joking, Jordan Baines passed 100 karts over the course of the 3 days, primarily because every time he got to the front, he then threw it off and had to start again. But he kept coming through. And Chris Waddle was like that. He would do wonderful things. But then towards the end of his career, Chris Waddle discovered the finer things in life, like lager and kebabs, and put on a few pounds, shall we say. He was still, and that's what Jordan Baines is a bit like now. He discovered carling over the winter, ladies and gentlemen, I have to say. And, you know, he's still capable of great things. But like Chris Waddle, when he was a little bit older, you want him in your team because he was capable of doing something fantastic, but you wouldn't necessarily want him running box to box for 90 minutes anymore. And that is Jordan Baines' problem, that over a lap he was quick, but after 4 or 5 laps he was needing a pit stop. And just as well, because he has now guided Freddie Spindlow to pole position in the MSA Cadet class. That's a fantastic result for a team that is successful in every class it does. It's got Thomas Turner in X30 and the only driver in the team in X30, and he's right at the front. And it's got Spindlow and 1 or 2 others in Cadet, and they're right up at the front as well. And that's my first Kart Masters analogy of 2017. For those of you who are interested, Tom Croydon will be next. And looking down there, so that certain cadets there waiting, chatting to Chris Walker. So Chris Walker, the photographer, and I have to say that his pictures are sent round the world. Chris has got a fantastic talent. He turns this sport, which when you're here witnessing it, it is such a visceral sense. The sound, the noise, it's, you know, the colour, the speed. If you're not here and you're looking at it through the pages of a magazine, if there are not some fantastic colour images, then you just don't get the sense. And Chris does get the sense of not just the racing, but the human side of karting and the people behind the crash helmets. And he's just chatting away there, waiting for the next session to go out. The next session will be going out very shortly. Well, it should already be out, in fact. There goes the Mini X30s. Now, of the 9 classes of kart that we have here, 2 of these classes, 2 of these classes are new to Kart Masters. This Mini X30 class, and to call it its correct name, it is the Mini X30 Kart Masters Trophy that you get to win. It's the first, small restrictor. The Junior's got a bigger restrictor, and the Mini karts have got an even bigger restrictor because the drivers are Tidney. And you can see one of the Tidney drivers here. That is number 22. And that is the Irishman, Ross McDonald. And Ross having his, I think this is Ross's first time here at PFI. He's a very happy little soul. The driver from Dundalk in Ireland, who's always chirpy. I mean, he's had a bit of a tough time yesterday, that's fair to say. We've qualified 15th in a field of 15 and had two 14th place finishes. So, like Yaz said, the only way is up. And Ross McDonald now with a bit of extra experience. And of course, talked earlier about some of the drivers coming from the places like Hong Kong and Mexico and Trinidad, and they're learning this track for the first time. Well, you know, Ross is from Ireland, and he may not have been here either. It's just as hard for people to learn this track that may live just around the corner but race somewhere else. This is a very hard track to learn. It's said that there's lots of different types of curbing, that some you need to respect, some you need to steer clear of, and you only learn it with track knowledge. And so Ross is trying to find his footing as well, as Sam Heading goes fast there into the first hairpin. That is a gaggle of fusion karts. We've got Kiki Yuen from Hong Kong, Georgi Dimitrov from Bulgaria stroke Cambridge, Tom Edgar from Newton Ards in Northern Ireland, and Alicia Barrett is running the fusion as well from Scunthorpe. Here's Ross McDonald. So the CRG team, they were staying in the same hotel that I was staying in on Wednesday night when I had my son with me, and I have to say that my son is watching, I believe, and he does have a message. His message is, "Dear Claire Mills, please can you put me and my dad in the hotel with a swimming pool for the World Championships, because I really like it, and can you say hello to Enrique, thanks." So we were here helping Enrique today on with my 8-year-old, and he was decided that he thinks that the club should put me in the hotel that was not going to happen. But anyway, he's watching. And there is the driver that he was chatting to, who mistook him for a Mini X30 driver, even though he just turned 8, and knew all about Galway in Ireland, Ross McDonald. But that's that. A minute to go. Dominic Bush, 3:09. Well, Dominic, very fast yesterday. Him and Georgi Dimitrov engaged in a slightly tasty battle for the win in heat number 2. Bush got it. Dimitrov won race 1. There's Bush in the 3:09. He's in a 1:01.32 at the moment. And he's now trying to pass one of the fusion drivers. That is Tom Edgar in the 52. But as meanwhile, Alicia Barrett goes fastest. 60.66 seconds. That's a very, very quick lap. That is well over a tenth faster than Bush, with Dimitrov 3rd, Tom Edgar 4th, William Ellswood is now 5th. Then it's Sam Heading, followed by Blake Anglis, Ivan Lomliev, Alex Lay, Ben Cochran, and then the number 45 of Oliver Phillips. 10 seconds to go. Barrett, mentioned earlier, we almost had a young lady on pole in Junior X30. Now Mini X30, Alicia Barrett, who's a very experienced cadet racer. She used to race with the Ollie Walker racing team. Now moving over to Fusion as she graduates into Mini Max. She comes into the Mike Wilson complex. The young lady from Scunthorpe on the Xperit chassis. Out of the final complex, checkered flag waves. So Sam Heading goes 4th. Alex Lay goes 5th. Oh, William Ellswood grabs top spot. 60.63 seconds. Georgi Dimitrov improves. Barrett drops back to 3rd. Didn't hook up that final lap. So Georgi Dimitrov, 60.58 seconds. Can anyone beat that? I think they've all crossed the line. There's 1 or 2 more drivers. There goes the 44 of Khaled Saab. The number 150 of TJ McDonnell. He is 12th. Saab is 14th. Ross McDonald, he's 15th. So Georgi Dimitrov, yesterday's pole man, he is on provisional pole once again. There he is. And Georgi, his family are Bulgarian, but for some reason, in his entry lists when he was a cadet, they always had him down as from Manchester. So I spent most of the front half of this season going from Manchester. And then he politely, as he does, because he's a polite young man, pulled me aside at Wackersdorf in Germany at the latest round of the European X30 Championship. And actually, I'm from Cambridge. I didn't know that. So I got to go from Liam Gallagher to Hugh Laurie. He didn't say it quite like that, but it was quite like that. But he is from Cambridge now, not Manchester. There goes Chris Walker trying to find a driver to take a photo of. And here's the grandstand, which is emptying nicely of one set of families and friends, and it's going to be filled with another set very shortly. And of course, I mentioned earlier that there's drivers, and I'm working with a driver from Trinidad this weekend, and I've learnt some Trinidadian. We've got drivers from all over the place. We've got drivers from Trinidad, we've got drivers from Norfolk, and we've got drivers even from Newport in South Wales, and I know how to speak all those languages, and I shall tell you. So, for those of you wanting to learn Trinidadian, which I'm sure is a word, this is the Trinidadian that I've picked up from Enrique de Leon. Yaman. There we are. It's easy. Look at that. That's the Trinidadian I've learned. And speaking to Oliver Clark as well, who's from Norfolk, Kingsling, out in farmer country, and you know, I've learned to speak Norfolkian, which is, oh yeah, you're right. And I've noticed that Tom Nippers, who used to race at my club, he's from Newport in South Wales. And Newport has its own language as well, believe it or not. All right, what's happening? There you go, that's Newport. So now, in the space of 3 minutes, I've taught you all how to speak Trinidadian, Norfolkian, and Newportian. Repeat after me, Yaman. Hello, all right. And what's happening? There we are, there we go. 3 new languages in one day. You can tell we're kind of killing time before the Minimax drivers go out. We've got 2 qualifying sessions to go. Here they are on perfect cue. Someone, Kev Robinson, down on the end of the dummy grid, just went, oh, shut that guy up, get him out there, quick. So the Minimax drivers, the smallest field in terms of numbers, 14 drivers all over the place. Marcus Littlewood has got the Spirit of Senna, number 12. You can see at the front of your screen that bright blue. It's got the Senna logo from the film on the side of it. And there's actually one of the prizes for the Bruno Ferrari trophy this year is a signed Marlboro McLaren Ayrton Senna mug and cap, which is a fantastic award to win. So, I have to say, Mr. Littlewood, put your finger out, son, because at the moment you're down in 10th out of 12. So we have lost a driver overnight. I mean, you know, not as in lost him, as in he's wandered off and we can't find him. And someone has withdrawn. It is the number 88 cart of Jake Boydell, who has not come out to play today. There's the number 53. That is Ben Casely, the Persistence Motorsport driver. And Kai Hunter, 95, Kai Hunter. Well, fastest in qualifying yesterday for KR Sport number 95. And I did see that actually from KR Sport this morning, but I forgot to mention what happened to Kai Hunter, because he had a mechanical issue yesterday, an engine problem that meant he retired from both his heats. And he starts today, after being fastest of all yesterday in qualifying, he starts today stone last in the standings. But Ash Orchard and the KR Sport team, they have got the Cosmic contract to import Cosmic karts into the UK, and they're the purple and pink and silver coloured karts. There's quite a few of them. There's 3 on your screen now. And they've guided the likes of Oliver Hodgson to World Championships in Rotax. He does know what he's doing, despite the fact that he employs James Mully. Theo Kakati is from Abu Dhabi. He is in the number 14 KR Sport kart. And that on your screen at the front there is number 27 of Alex Connor, the number 42 of Jamie Day, and the 95 of Kai Hunter. It's the Coles Racing kart, and they're all in a pack in a line. So everyone in the Minimax field, there's 12 in the race, or 12 in the field, there's 12 out there. There's Kai Hunter. They're all in a line, so they're all sort of slipstream with each other. And well, 10 of them are the 2 Persistence Motorsport drivers. That's Ben Casely, or 3 Persistence Motorsport drivers, I think, all in a line. Casely, Lewis Gilbert, and Diarath Kend. So Diaraf Kend, the driver who's based in Dubai, but he's actually from Senegal in 44, and he's got the Senegalese flag on the side of his cart, which he very kindly showed the viewing public when he parked directly in front of one of our cameras. I don't know why he parked, he just parked, showed off his flag, carried on. Tom Adams, who now leads. So Tom Adams, winner of 2 heat races yesterday. And the number 17, Cole's racing out there. He's pushing his teammate, Owen Johnson, through the Bruno Ferrari chicane. S's rather, into the banking. And so Kai Hunter, meanwhile, goes faster again. 102.65. 2 minutes to go. It's Hunter. Then Jamie Day now into second. So another driver from Dubai, Jamie Day. And Jamie does a lot of racing in Europe. He's currently third in the Rotax Euro Challenge in the junior class. He is second fast at the moment. Lewis Gilbert is third. Then it's Tom Adams. Then the number 14 of Theo Kakati. 80 kart, Hugh Lawrenson, the 698 racing driver, moves up, and Jamie Day now goes fast. It's 61.80. 1 minute to go. Jamie Day getting a good slipstream there from Kai Hunter. So at the moment, Hunter's doing the hard work. Day is capitalising. Will we see Hunter and Day swap positions? Well, probably not now. We've got 50 seconds to go. They will get back to the start line before the checkered flag comes out. Now, Jamie Day will not want Kai Hunter to move over. Kai Hunter will think, well, come on, Jamie, you can give me a push, because he's dropped to fourth now as the number 95 of Kai Hunter. Tom Adams is second. Lewis Gilbert is third. The times, 61.80 for Day and Adams, 62.08 for Gilbert, 62.09 for Hunter. So Hunter needs to find just under 3/10 of a second on this lap or the next lap. Well, he's not finding it on this lap. It's a good lap for Kai Hunter. It could be his best, could be a personal best for Hunter. Let's see. He crosses the line, and it's a 61.5, but Tom Adams does a 61.3. 61.33 for Tom Adams. Now the checkered flag comes out. This is the last lap for all the drivers. The order as they start their last flying lap in qualifying. Adams, Hunter, Day, Johnson, Kakati, your top 5. Gilbert, Connor, Casely, Kiende, and Wilby, 5th, 6th through 10. And I'll check to see who is on a particularly good lap. Well, Kai Hunter is. Purple, first sector for Kai Hunter. Personal bests for Adams, for Johnson, for Kakati, for Gilbert. Now Adams is a purple middle sector. It's the fastest middle sector of the entire session. Both Adams and Hunter, separated by 0.2 of a second, are on course to improve their times. Who's going to improve the most? Hunter's middle sector is not good. Hunter's middle sector is 2/3 slower than anybody else. And Adams does a 61.08. There's Tom Adams in kart 17. Jamie Day improves to a 61.24, while Hunter, he'll be kicking himself. He had the fastest first sector and the fastest third sector of anybody. But somehow he managed to get it wrong in the middle sector, and that is the difference between pole position and third. Gilbert 4th, Johnson 5th, and then Theo Kakati in 6th. And a great run from the Senegalese driver Diaraf Kende to finish in 7th place. And we now wait for the final qualifying session of Kart Masters 2017. It will begin in 2 minutes, and it will be the fastest karts that we have here. It will be Senior OK, the class that races for the British Championship, the official British Championship, and it will race for the World Championship later on. Will one of the 17 drivers you are about to see on track become this year's World Karting Champion? Here are the senior OK karts. Speeds approaching 90 miles an hour, well over 80 miles an hour. Engines that rev to 16,000 RPM. Clutchless engines. You spin it, you stall, you've got to pick the back end of the kart up, push it off, then jump in as you're pushing it, you get your foot on the accelerator before the engine ceases to engage. All these drivers, they are athletes. They are in the gym constantly. They are getting buffeted and broken around in their seats. There's no padding, there's rib protectors, yes, but no padding, no suspension. The tyres are super grippy. The engines have got more torque in them than me, and I torque a lot. And they're quick, as Rory Hudson does a 59.74. Hudson, one of 4 former Kartmasters winners in this class. Oliver Hodgson, the number 1 plate, which signifies he's the British champion. He is the defending winner, the only winner. Made its debut last year. It was a fascinating race. The drivers really have to manage their engines throughout there, and we got a kart stopping out on the circuit. That is, well, Oliver Clark, that is moving out. Hodgson, 56.85 seconds for Hodgson. Dante Yu, I said we had viewers from America earlier on. Dante Yu in kart 24, the kart 4th in largest British Championship. He's now 3rd quickest, and up into the top 7, Joan Sabater, the Spanish driver. Now, Joan Sabater is in the S8 racing awning along with Enrique de Leon from Trinidad, and met Juan's and I think it was his dad and his younger sister today, and they're very, very pleasant people, and they can't wait to watch Juan in action, and he's doing a good job because, of course, he's a late entry. He hasn't practiced it before. He kind of showed up. He said, "Can I just kind of join in?" And Alex Short from S8 Racing said, "Well, we got the kit. Come along, join the fun." And so he is doing a good job. And Juan Sabater in 10th place in kart number 23. There on your screen now is the number 12 of Rasmus Lindt. Now, Rasmus is from Sweden, and he's with the Fusion Motorsports team. And he's one of a number of drivers that will be in the World Championship. And Rasmus goes quickest of all, 56.36 seconds. 56.36. And Oliver Hodgson in that PF International number 1 plate kart now finds himself down in 2nd place, but how long for I don't know, because he's got a purple middle sector. Behind him, Mark Kimber has done an even quicker middle sector. There goes Hodgson. He improves a 56 flat. A 56 flat for Hodgson. Lindt down to 2nd, Kimber down to 3rd, but Kimber's on a quick lap. Kimber is crossing the line now, and Kimber improves a 55.95. So we're getting to the stage where these karts are the fastest karts that have ever direct drive karting, and these are the fastest we have ever had. I think the practice to himself in the Marshall post, so he's going to be starting 16th, but a problem has recovered 1 or 2 reluctant go-karts, and once the commentator has taken a little break to check the weather. We'll be back very shortly with the heat races of Kartmasters 2017, where we'll be playing our first game of the weekend of Kart Mechanic Bingo. Woohoo! So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are moments away from the start of today's heat races. Thank you once again for joining us on Trent Valley Kart Club TV, and the YouTube channel for Telemundi Media, the company that are providing these images. The action provided by 255 of the best kart races around. And we're about to see the first race, Senior X30, 32 on the grid, Oliver Hodgson on pole. So Oliver Hodgson has dived out of one, he's gone through scrutineering of his Senior OK, and now he's been drawn in the first heat of Senior X30. And he starts from pole position. Alongside him on the front row, Ben Barnacote. Well, Hodgson versus Barnacote at PFI at Kartmasters, with Callum Bradshaw just behind them, and Brett Ward, who has come so close to winning a GP plate on numerous occasions, in fourth. Mark Kimber, world champion, in fifth in junior Rotax. Then Stephen Letts, a former Kartmasters champion, in 144. He starts sixth. So the top six, world champions, British champions, Kartmasters champions, and Brett Ward all together. And I hope Brett Ward's nan, Maureen, is tuning in, because she's always tweeting in saying she's listening or watching. Hello, Maureen. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to know that you're there over the airwaves. Scott Jackson and Matthew Graham are on row 4. They're going to slow down now. And again, for those of you watching karting for the first time, either here at the circuit, you've come along to watch a family friend or a friend's child race, they go into the tram lines, the rolling start, they wait, the false start flag goes out, so the yellow chevron on the green flag, that signals a false start, and there could be numerous reasons of that. The formation not right, the speed not right, the Clark not happy for some reason. And go around again. Hodgson and Barnacote. And the 25 of Bradshaw, the 46 of Ward, the 47 of Kimber, the 144 of Letts, the 180 of Jackson, the 70 of Graham, the 145 of Ethan Hawkey, and then the top 10 rounded up by the number 85 Strawberry kart of Gus Lawrence. Further back, look for 102 Michael Rossini, the Italian driver, Delboy Morgan in the number 88 kart. And further, Elliot Harvey in the number 37 was right up there yesterday, and he's not qualified that well. Tom Croydon in kart number 184. I'll be waiting to tell you my Tom Croydon story and very shortly, and he can't wait for me to do that. He shouldn't have opened his mouth when we were leaving the restaurant the other night. And that is a kart at the side of the road. It's number 15, Jensen Brown. Coles Racing kart is out of the race, and at the back of the grid, 32nd place, William Petit of Thule Motorsports. And how many Morrises are in this race? I've seen a couple of Richard Morris in the 81, Sister Eleanor in the 99. I think it's those two. There's a third Morris. There's Anna Morris. She's not there, but lights are green. We're out and racing through the Bruno Ferrari chicane, under the Litchfield Bridge. 32 karts go in, 32 karts come out. Nose to tail, out onto the banking, 2, 3 wide. Hodgson has the lead. Over the bridge they go. Barnacote slips to third, and that is Callum Bradshaw, I think, up into second place, the CRG driver. And Barnacote knows that Bradshaw is not as good in race trim. He wasn't yesterday anyway, so he makes short work of the first-year senior driver. Moves to P2, Mark Kimber in fourth place. Then it is the number 180 of Scott Jackson, the Team Avago driver. Avago Karting, a chain of kart circuits, I believe, or I think there's a chain of them, in more than one, but in the north of England. And you've got a couple of drivers here. Scott Jackson doing very well at the moment, hanging on to a place in the top 5. 10 minutes plus 1 lap. When the clock expires, the next time the drivers cross the start-finish line, they get the last lap board. Hodgson leads, trying to pull away from Barnacote. Hodgson on a Birrell ART chassis, Barnacote on a Fullerton chassis. Then it is Bradshaw on a CRG and Mark Kimber on a Tony kart. Side by side behind them is Brett Ward. Tries to pass Scott Jackson for 5th. 31 drivers still in the race, and here comes Ben Barnacote on Oliver Hodgson. Takes the lead going into the first hairpin. Hodgson looks over his shoulder between these two drivers. Well, Barnacote's got 5 titles. Hodgson's got 2 at Kartmasters. 7 titles in the top 2 position. 8 in the top 3 because Kimber, the 2014 Cadet Honda winner, he is there in 3rd place with Bradshaw. He won last year's Junior X30, so that's 9 titles in the top 4 positions. And I think most of them have beaten Brett Ward for at least one of them. And Brett's in 5th. Scott Jackson in 6th, then a gap back to Stephen Letts in 7th. Letts, the 2012 Junior TKM GP plate winner. Out onto the banking they go. Barnicoat runs a little bit wide of the banking. Hodgson a tighter line to the middle of that corner, but Barnicoat will have a better run across the Litchfield Bridge, because coming off the Litchfield Bridge at turn 4 at the top of your screens there, that is a place where you can get outbraked and people can dive up the inside and push you up onto the grass banking. And Hodgson and Barnicoat wheel to wheel. Well, this is like a warm-up. They're just testing the waters. They're like 2 boxers in the opening round of a world title fight, just teasing each other with a cheeky jab now and again. Michael Racina, the second of the... Be careful, if you knock your nose cone bracket off, as Bradshaw now takes the lead. If you push your nose cone down, you get a 10-second penalty. Now, Barnicoat had a problem yesterday. He retired from one of his races. He starts today 31st in the classification. At the moment, Ben Barnicoat is not automatically in the pre-final. He's in the B-final. So he needs 2 good results. A nose cone penalty is not a good result. Bradshaw leads Hodgson and Barnicoat. Then it's Kimber, followed by Jackson. Great job from Scott Jackson. So far, yesterday, well, I'm having a look down the order. Scott Jackson didn't finish any higher than 28th. He's got a nosebleed so far at the order, because Lawrence goes through the screen there. So obviously there were problems. He qualified 60th and then finished 31st in his first heat and 28th in his second, and suddenly he's not just qualifying well, he's racing well, and he's surrounded by world champions. He's got Brett Ward just alongside him. Stephen Letts has caught him, but Jackson running in 6th position. Hodgson has the lead back. Barnicoat 2nd, Bradshaw in 3rd. Nervous spectators think it's only Saturday morning. The business end of this meeting isn't for another day and a bit. But it's important for these drivers. Obviously they want to win. They're thinking about points. They're thinking about getting the best position they can for the pre-final, but they're also all thinking about showing the other some of their weaponry, but not all. They're playing tactical. They want to know where their rivals are strong. And of course, everyone wants to keep their really, really good parts of circuit, of lines, secret until it matters most. And there's Hodgson back in front, wheel to wheel. Barnicoat and Bradshaw for 2nd, Kimber 4th, Ward 5th, Letts 6th, and Ben Barnicoat climbing the curbs there, and inches behind Oliver Hodgson. Now he looks to the inside, going to Bobby Game corner. Bobby Game, one of the inaugural Kart Masters champions, and still racing this day in 1996, and Barnicoat to the Mike Wilson complex. Hodgson behind him. Then it's Kimber, Bradshaw, Ward, a slight gap to the Litchfield Motorsport kart of 144 Stephen Letts. Then it's Scott Jackson now 7th, followed by Matthew Graham in 8th, Ethan Hawkey in 9th, Michael Racina in 10th. And there goes Elliot Harvey through your screen. He is in 9th place now with Gus Lawrence 10th. They both passed Ethan Hawkey. And here comes Oliver Hodgson down the hill into hairpin number 1. Barnicoat doesn't fight him. You can see that there's a lot of offensive movers going on, as in not offensive as in they're offensive, they're rude. They're offensive as in the drivers are attacking, they're on offense. But there's not a lot of defense going on, because they know there's no point just blocking and with 3.5 minutes to go. So they're overtaking each other, but they're not fighting it. You're not seeing drivers weaving around and defending their lines into their corners, because these are the most experienced drivers, and they think to themselves, well, hey, you can do that in the last half a minute. Let's just race for now. And coming up at the back of that screen, number 70, Matthew Graham. Into the bridge they go with 3 minutes remaining. You can see the Fullerton kart, the same livery as Barnicoat. There's Graham. He is with the Jade karting team, or he used to be, the Jade race team, so Alan's British team is Barnacote once again, and you can see Hodgson just lets him go. Bradshaw sees the door opening, takes the advantage, picks up a place, and then slides at the inside of Barnacote to take the lead. Barnacote's on the outside now of the short shoot, side by side. This is great stuff. Remember I said at the start of the day, if you don't believe me that kart racing, there's more overtaking in one kart race than the whole season of Formula 1. I said come back at about 11:48 and we'll prove you wrong. These guys are proving you wrong right now. There's Bradshaw. Hodgson to the first heat of the day. Someone had their Weetabix this morning. Well, all 7 of these guys did. It's Bradshaw, Hodgson, Barnacote, Kimber, Ward, Letts and Graham. Then a gap back to Elliot Harvey, the Dan Holland Racing number 37, who is the light blue and yellow kart, about a second behind this lead group. And he's got Gus Lawrence, and there's Hodgson and Barnacote. They decide they've had enough of Callum Bradshaw. Out you go, and watch Bradshaw now. He loses another place. He's getting freight trained to the outside. Ward comes through. Bradshaw on the rumble strips. Letts comes through, and Callum Bradshaw goes from first to... he fights back. He goes from first to 5th in the space of 1 corner. Brett Ward moving up to 4th place. Ward following Mark Kimber. These two lock horns regularly in the European X30 Championship, which is another championship filmed by Telemundi Media that you can go and watch on YouTube and live. But it's Barnacote leading, Hodgson leading, Barnacote second, and finally Hodgson has got a bit of breathing space with a minute to go. Barnacote's got to really get his head down now. He's got Kimber, and there's Gus Lawrence and Stephen Letts side by side at 75, 80 miles an hour through the Bruno Ferrari S's, under the bridge. They emerge unscathed. There's Ward, the Evolution Racing, the 46 Ashley Whitcock team, with a similar graphics to the Dan Holland Racing. I did say that Dan Holland and Ashley Whitcock should go outside and have a fight, and the winner can keep their graphics kit, and the loser has to get a new one to help me out. I'm not sure what the result was of that. Bradshaw now fading, and this is what we saw yesterday. Callum Bradshaw was struggling in race trim. He was having dinner in the same restaurant as me last night, and they were formulating a plan. There was Callum and his mechanic Jamie Smith and a few others, including his dad Pete, who was watching. I'm not sure if the plan involved hitting it with a hammer until it worked, but it seemed to be doing sort of the trick at the moment, because Bradshaw is hanging on in the top 6, and Michael Racina is still struggling. He's now dropped to 17th place as the Italian driver. The clock strikes 0. Hodgson leads by 7/10. He got the break at the perfect time. Barnacote second, Ward third. The leaders flash through the banking. Now the middle part of the field flash through the banking. There goes a 23 through your screen. That's Jensen Harvey for Evolution Racing. But the leaders are through the first hairpin. Hodgson untroubled. Brett Ward is going to have a little nibble at Ben Barnacote, is he? Not through the second hairpin. And he's got to be careful as Brett, because he's got Mark Kimber, Callum Bradshaw, Matthew Graham and Gus Lawrence to play with. Scott Jackson is still 10th. Great result potentially for Scott Jackson if he can get around the last half of this lap. Elliot Harvey's up to 8th. And Stephen Letts now 9th. Jackson, then Lewis Malin. We haven't seen Lewis Malin, and you'll see him now at the back of the screen as the last lap board goes out. And there's Malin at the very top of the screen. It's the kart that I unfairly called a bucket of moving sick yesterday, because it is so vividly painted. It is easy to spot, but yet it's a luxury bucket of sick. I do apologise. It's a luxury bucket of sick. It's a fast bucket of sick, as Bradshaw sets another the fastest lap, 58.12. Malin in 11th place, ahead of Derek Morgan and Conor McPollin. Hodgson around the second hairpin, up the short shoot, past the stranded kart of Jensen Brown. Lost Charlie Bingham in the Haas entry. Barnacote looking over his shoulder as they go down the back straight, having to defend from Brett Ward. Behind Ward, Kimber was right there. Kimber's obviously come under attack from Bradshaw and potentially Lawrence, but the checkered flag goes out. So Oliver Hodgson takes the win. That is his first heat win. So 2 seconds and a first. And you can see at the side of the screen there, Nigel Edwards, the chief clerk and the club chairman here at Trent Valley Kart Club, who is one of the most respected karting officials in the world. He travels the entire world officiating kart meetings, and he was applauding there, because that was worthy of applause. That was a good race. Hodgson, Barnacote, Ward, Kimber, Bradshaw, Lawrence, Elliott, Harvey, Letts, Graham and Jackson, the top 10. The drivers at the front are champions, and that was a champion-style race. Very impressive to watch. Further back, well done Scott Jackson, leading privateer. The fast bucket of set, Lois Malin. The only Gillard we have here this weekend, Derek Morgan in 12th, and William Petit from 32nd in the number 14 Thule Motorsport car up into 14th place. So a good result for William as well. That is the end of the first race. The recovery vehicle is going out, and you notice the name Tom Croydon. I'm going to give you my second Kartmaster story. So, Tom Croydon is a racing driver. He is from Swansea in South Wales. Now, Tom Croydon had his driving test recently. Well, no, it's not the story. Tom Croydon's had a rough year. He went to the Winter Cup in Spain, in Valencia, with his Coles Racing team, and when they parked up in Calais to, I don't know, have a rest break or have a sandwich or something like that, they got back in their truck and drove all the way to Valencia in Spain and got out, and they thought, something's been moved. And it had been moved because they'd gained a couple of passengers. They'd gained a couple of passengers who saw the English license plate on the Coles Racing truck in Calais and thought, fantastic, it's going to Britain. In we hop, through the roof from Swansea with his mobile phone going, oh my God, I can't believe it. That was Tom Croydon's attempt at saving the world. He says, yes, the passengers that had various flags that are not really supposed to be seen in Western countries, they were arrested and sent on their merry way. Tom Croydon saving the world, and Tom Croydon saved the world this week by failing his driving test. Now, there's nothing wrong with failing a driving test. 1996 Formula One world champion Damon Hill failed his driving test first time. However, I'm not sure that Damon Hill failed his driving test by driving the wrong way down a dual carriageway in the middle of his test, which is what Tom Croydon did on Wednesday or Tuesday. And he was happy to admit that he had a bit of a brain fade and decided to drive the wrong way down a dual carriageway mid-driving test, much to the chagrin of his driving instructor. Because he said, I had no minor failures at all. I can't believe I failed the test with no minor failures. There's only one major issue of potentially causing catastrophic car crash by driving the wrong way down a dual carriageway. But that is the Tom Croydon story, which I may regale you again with tomorrow. Junior X30 is next. And a full grid of 35 drivers. Hold your breath. This is one shy of capacity. You have Harry Thompson and Maya Wu on front row. Then Louis Westover and Matt Chian. Dragon Pinson and Caleb Marshall, Cole Kilner and Reggie Dewey. Morgan Porter and Alfie Prince round out the top 10. Further back, look for Alex Lloyd in the number 48 cart. Finland's Levi Lindocanto in cart 101. Italy's Alessandro Serenetti in the number 96. And Trinidad and Tobago's Enrique de Leon in number 63. They are the numbers you want to keep looking for. Here we go. On to the start line. Lights are out, we're off and racing. It was a problem for one driver as they crossed the line. He was slow getting away. The rest of the field are underneath the Litchfield Bridge out onto the banking. Through turn number 3. There's number 24 going through. That is Alex Simmons, a privateer driver. Up at the front, it's Harry Thompson who leads. And we're all going to get round the first hairpin cleanly. It looks like we are. Oh, and there's a problem for somebody who goes off, and that is the number 27. And there's another problem as the second hairpin, as a car bouncing through the air. And it's the number 96 of Alessandro Serenetti, the number 81. Oh, it's Johnny Wilkinson, the Mick Barrett racing driver, and Wilkinson, who's currently 5th in the intermediate classification. One bad race for any of these drivers could still affect their participation in the Grand Prix itself, and they know this. They've got to try and keep their powder dry. Well, Harry Thompson and Louis Westover, they've got the best tactic. They're just going. Westover has got his nose cone shoveled squarely underneath the rear bumper of Harry Thompson, but being careful not to incur a nose cone penalty. So So he's just trying to work with the race leader and the runner-up in this is European champion Harry Thompson. And I haven't written down, well, Enrique de Leon, my driver from Trinidad, had a good first lap. I was trying to watch with the leaders with one eye and him with the other, and he managed to squeeze underneath about 3 or 4 crashes, which is, you know, waking up. Cool runnings in a go-kart on Wednesday before he saw this place. That certainly grabbed his attention. And it's Thompson leading. Westover second. So, Harry Thompson, European championship. Harry Thompson at Carter Half. He won the Cadet Honda British title, the Cadet Miami British title. He won the Green Man Cadet Miami title in there. So, somebody off at the bank, further back, and going very wide. I couldn't quite see that was a little bit blue yellow car. Westover having a storming weekend so far. Louis Westover, the driver from Colchester, 5th in this year's Green Man Championship at the moment. He's leading the British Championship, Super 1, with the KSR team. Finished 11th in this race last year. And he's looking very good now. Johnny Wilkinson and Alex Lloyd recovering. The Persistence Motorsport machine by the Ministry of Sport for Trinidad. And they watch him at home. He's got a couple of sponsors and he's a car looking like his national flag, and he's got a warning flag. Well, he's having a go. There we go. That's what he's come here. He's not going to lie down. He's got less experience than any of these drivers, and yet he is having a go, and he's mixing it with some of the best in, well, and his first time ever on a track. This is the biggest race he's been in. He's never driven against more than 20 other drivers at one go. And there he goes at the inside. Alex Short has been saying, well, you know, if you didn't have a go, have a go. If you think you could pass him, go for it. And he's discovering that sometimes it doesn't always work. But that is Enrique de Leon racing for Trinidad and Tobago, and he is giving it a good go. He was up in the 25th. I think we may have lost a couple of places, but he's 28th now, and he's enjoying his experience, as are all the drivers from foreign fields. Meanwhile, back up at the front, Harry Thompson and Louis Westover. Still first and second. Comfortably clear of Maya Wu, the Spanish lady. And again, talking about one foreign driver, one overseas driver enjoying their time here. Maya Wu is really enjoying her time at Kartmasters. And there's Enrique going through the first hairpin. And he's about to come under pressure from the number 127, is that? No, that is the 142 of Ben Hodge, I believe. But there is, and Alex Short has done a great job making the top of that cart. There's the S8 Racing graphics kit in the colours of Trinidad and Tobago. And I know that the Caribbean is an area of karting that is growing, and there's an educational program out in the Bahamas that is trying to bring kart races into the sport. There's a new international kart circuit being built in the Bahamas as we speak. Barbados has got a lot of karters and a big circuit, and they've brought a lot of radicals to go car racing, and now Trinidad has got its first international kart racer. But speaking of international kart racers, Harry Thompson and Louis Westover are pulling away again. 2 seconds in front of Dragon Pinsent. So the number 98 Dragon Wagon is rolling in third position. The DKR, the DK Racing driver. He has got help from Maya Wu, the Spaniard. Then it's Reggie Dewey. Reggie. And Louis Westover having a look at the inside with 4 minutes to go. Cole Kilmer is in 6th position, Matt Gian 7th. Then it is Morgan Porter who's had a warning flag. Matthew Berry is into 9th, followed by the number 64 kart of Caleb Marshall for Litchfield Motorsport. Then it's Alfie Prince. Oh, and there's Reggie making his presence felt, as only Reggie can do by shucking a nose cone at the inside of Dragon Pinsent to take over 4th place. the order at some of the other fancied runners. Well, Levi Lintocanto is 14th in the number 101 car, and young Reggie Dewey, who right from Sudbury, he had a brake issue in the first. At the moment, he is 31st in the classification, so Reggie is not automatically in the main event. So he needs a good finish here and later on today, and he's going to get it if he just stays there and doesn't get a penalty. Dragon Pinsent in the number 98. He's chasing him hard. There's the two leaders into the first hairpin. Well, Westover is currently leading the intermediate standings. Thompson is 10th after a nose cone penalty yesterday. There's Dewey, who's 31st. 2.5 minutes remain in this first Junior X30 race. Thompson and Westover. Well, Westover content to just sit behind Thompson for the time being. Alex Lloyd has gone missing. So Alex, we've lost number 48 card of Alex Lloyd. We're down to 34 runners. And Wilkinson recovering and into 31st. 6-9-8 years ago, when they first kind of noticed the kart masters, they were, they looked, the karts were nice and bright, and you could always spot them. Usually they were maybe a couple of kart lengths behind the rest of the field, but they are really, really coming on strong. Both the 698 Racing and Persistence Motorsport, I have to say, I have to give them both credit, because they have got some really, really strong drivers. They're growing as teams, and good to see that. And Kilner is he's still super wide there. He's passed by the number 21 of Matt Gian, the Litchfield Motorsport driver, and now Reggie Dewey says, I want that place as well, thank you very much. Matthew Berry is next, and then it's Matthew Prince in 10th position. Still no change at the front. Pinsent hanging on to 3rd position. It's Thompson and Westover. We've got 10 seconds to go. Now, let's check the time as they cross the line. Well, there goes Thompson and Pinsent and Westover. Next time around, they will get the last lap board. Dragon Pinsent in 3rd place goes through the Bruno Ferrari S's and out onto the banking, and he's got a bit of a problem on his hand. He's got a problem because there goes Maya Wu around the outside of the banking. No shortage of I was going to say testicular fortitude there, but there is a shortage of with Maya Wu. No shortage of guts is what I meant. And there is side-by-side battle. Well, Reggie Dewey just says, oh, and that's I would say Reggie just got to just keep it going, and he's found the grass, and you can see he's bounced over the grass and just threw the cart towards the barriers. That could be significant. That could mean the difference between Reggie having to go in the B final or qualifying for the main event. But it's Pinsent holding on to 3rd from Porter. Last lap board goes out. Louis Westover has sat behind Harry Thompson. They pulled out a 4-second lead over everybody else. Now will Louis start to work Thompson over through turn 4, down the hill. And Thompson defends into the first hairpin. Westover's going to try the crossover, and he gets it. Now, can he squeeze Thompson to the inside? He's going to try to squeeze Thompson, and he does. So he goes round the outside. Thompson backs out of it, and then tries to crossover move himself, but Westover defends. And now Westover takes his line. Thompson, a wide line into the Fullerton S's. He's going to get a good run down the back straight. Westover's going to have to come across and defend. He does, into Bobby Game corner, and Thompson's going to run out of track. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Westover looking for his 3rd win in a row. Thompson, not often he loses a head-to-head fight on a final lap, and he's just been pipped for the win. Westover's unbeaten weekend continues in the races. Pinsent hangs on to 3rd from Morgan Porter. Then Maya Wu is 5th. Good result for Maya. She had a few problems yesterday. 6th is Matt Gian, 7th Matthew Berry, then it's Alfie Prince. Cole Kilner slips to 9th, Levi Lintercanto rounds out your top 10. Then it's the number 240 of Shane White, followed by Stephen Dixon, Caleb Marshall, Bav Singh, Max Barnett, number 29 of Lewis Gilbert, and Alessandro Serenetti, who recovered really well from a problem at the start to finish 17th. Then it's Ben Hodge and Connor Coombs with Will Leighton rounding out the top 20. Reggie Dewey comes home in 24th place. Alejandro Diaz, who is one of the 2 Mexican drivers running with Thule Motorsports with help from Jay Howard, the IndyCar driver, and the Nolan Motorsports Park Academy. He finishes 26th. Tyler Reed down in 28th. Johnny Wilkinson 29th. Shayog Martin down in 30th. And Alex Simmons retired, so did Alex Lloyd and Enrique. What I have to say, I was watching him a little bit nervous. He was getting into the spirit of things, should we say, and it looked as though one of the other drivers got into the spirit of things and said, okay, yep, off you go, son. And off he went. And he finishes 33rd, but after a great performance. Well done. So, Louis Westover, speaking of great performances, that is 3 wins out of 3. And, well, he finished 11th last year. He wants to scrub one of those ones off his finish this year. We look ahead to the next race, which will be for Cadet Honda, and that will be a standing start. We'll be back very shortly.
They're not on the track. Does it matter?
Doesn't matter? Okay, I want to go.
Thank you. I'll buy you beer now. See, you're hiding the cigarette. I can't find it.
Was only one.
Yeah, but it only takes 4. Look, got you. Look. Main.
So the Cadet Hondas lineup, they're the only class that has a standing start. The drivers line up 2 by 2. We did have a problem out on the warm-up lap for one of the drivers. Have to get a number check on that. But it's Oliver Behrman in kart 2 on the front row with Josh McLean on the outside of row 1 for Global Karting. McLean gets a great start and cuts across the front of the poleman to take the lead into turn number 1. And the side of the track there is Arvid Lindblad. That is the Ollie Rowland Motorsport driver, and I think what must have happened, and Behrman, meanwhile, what must have happened there is Behrman tried to send him at the inside of Josh McLean going into turn 3, and it was not appreciated. And did he make that move stick? No, he's now in the danger zone of losing the second place to Lucas Ellingham and Daniel Ginchard. So it's a Global Karting 1, 2, 3 at the moment. It's going to be a Global Karting 1, 2, 3, 4. The black and yellow express, Mike Spencer, will be secretly quite pleased as he watches his 4 young Cadet Honda drivers occupy the first 4 places. McLean, Ellingham, the number 29 of Harvey Charter is having a great start. He's up into the top 4. and the other one is Daniel Ginchard in the 54. Now, Ginchard is down in my program as a privateer, but he's got the graphics kit, so might. And a good opening lap. Josh McLean. Well, McLean had a up and down day yesterday. A 4th and an 18th. And 10th in the intermediate standings. Well, Oliver Behrman, and there's number 12, Koska Erfan. So the two Virtus Motorsport teammates who had things all their own way yesterday. They got first and second. They pushed each other away. There was a penalty for Behrman in one race. So Koska Erfan actually has inherited the win in race number 1, and he's leading the intermediate standings ahead of Alfie Rigby in the number 38 kart, and Alfie Rigby the BRK kart, and Rigby is the green and white chassis in 8th or 9th place at the moment. And there's a battle between McLean and Ellingham. Now, are they going to play nice, or is Mike Spencer going to have to ground them for misbehaving later on? We'll see. Ginchard in 3rd. Well, McLean's lead has been reduced to nothing, and of course in Cadet Honda the slipstream effect is more marketed than any other class, and if you're out on your own, you're a sitting duck. And that in 4th place is the number 95 of Sonny Smith. Now, David Bellchambers, who's the Next Gen Motorsport team boss, he did say that you're going to hear a lot of this Sonny Smith, and he wasn't wrong. And certainly Bellchambers knows his driver coaching. He knows a good egg when he sees one, and Lucas Ellingham gets a warning flag, and Behrman now fighting back. So the front runners, and somebody runs a bit wide there. That was Sonny Smith, and Ellingham finds himself back in the 7th place now, ahead of Ginchard. The top 2, 4, 6, 7 have pulled away. With the number 29, you can see that he's leading the second group of karts. That is Harvey Charter with Rigby behind him. Then it's Theo McCurris, Oliver Gray, Archie Brown, Tristan Rennie, Justin Breward, and the rest. Now, poor old Arvid Lindblad is standing at the side there, the number 23, and I think what happened was he saw Dan Parker from Zipcart arrive and thought,
Everything is recorded.
best dash. And so he goes, Dan, you got to buy me a new Zipcart. Oh, Behrman back in front. So, Oliver Behrman. And somebody runs a bit wide on the banking there, and that was Behrman who ran wide, or was forced wide. Didn't quite see, the camera angle wasn't that great, but he certainly decided to scarper up the banking. And that has changed the running order considerably. Oliver Greenall, who wasn't even in the top 7 a minute ago, he's now popped up into 2nd place. Greenall, down as a privateer driver of the Project 1 chassis. Again, it's really good to see some of the privateers, or however they're classed as privateers. They've got privateer on their entry form, so I can only assume they are. They can compete against the teams like Virtus Motorsport, Global Karting, and you've got teams in Cadet Racing, and yet you work really hard. You and your mum and your dad, or your brother, or your uncle, or aunt, or something like that, you can compete at the highest level, as Oliver Greenall is showing. Now, I have to say, Mr. Lindblad would do well to move himself back into the marshal post. He really standing outside. I mean, you get a better view, but you'll get a really good view if somebody spears off and wipes you out. At the front, leaders, just over halfway now. Koska Erfan, Oliver Greenall, 1st and 2nd. Then it's McLean 3rd. Smith is 4th. Make that about to be 3rd as he sticks his nose at the inside, going into the Fullerton S's and takes 3rd place away. Greenall passes Erfan. Smith now 3rd into the Mike Wilson complex. In fact, yeah, it's Greenall, that first red and white liveried kart in your picture, chasing very bright number 12 of new race leader Koska Erfan. Smith pushing them along. You can see that's what I mean by slipstream in drafting. You can see Sonny Smith was just pushing. 12 wheels working together. faster than four wheels working on their own. Behrman now with a new fastest lap, 68.07 from Oliver Behrman. And he now moves back into the top four, make that the top three, as we have a new leader, Oliver Greenall. So two Virtus Motorsport drivers, second and third. No, make that first and third because Irfan comes back at him. Oh, and the back there, Ellingham just squeezes Sonny Smith wide, and Smith then loses another place to, I think that was the number 54 of Daniel Ginchard, or it's the 74 of Theo McCouris. So Theo McCouris, another privateer driver from Flitwick, who qualified on the front row of the grid yesterday. He was pole position yesterday. He's third in the intermediate standings, and he's staying in the top 8 now. Oliver Gray in the number 63 is there, and Sonny Smith has dropped all the way back to 11th place. So he got some muck on his tyres, and he's fallen back. But you say 11th place is terrible. Well, look at the field coming through the banking there on your screens. There's 15 karts in the same picture frame. We've got 2.5 minutes to go, and that's a long time in cadet Honda racing, especially at Kart Masters. Sandro Ballesteros has retired as Oliver Behrman takes the lead. So Sandro Ballesteros in the number 19 kart, the Project 1 driver from Rochdale, he is out of the race. And Sandro he was 27th in this race last year. Well, he's going to improve on that this year because he's only 25 in the field, but still not a great kart master so far. He's finished 25th in both his races yesterday, and now he is destined to finish 24th here. Aston Miller has also had a problem, is down in 23rd, as has Luke Weston, and Alfie Rigby is down to 21st. So Rigby and Miller, who were in the top 7 in the point standings, are down outside the top 20 in this race. Behrman leads on lap 8. As you can see on your screens, behind the banking, the skies are darkening. There's sunshine over the circuit. Don't think it's going to be a case of if we get any rain. It's going to be a case of when the rain arrives, who will be on track, how heavy will it be, and how quickly will it dry, because this circuit does dry quickly. Thursday testing, it was wet, dry, because the wind was so great. Well, the wind isn't a factor today as much as it has been. Here are the leaders coming up the short chute now with just over a minute to go. Behrman, Irfan, and then it is McLean, Ellingham and Greenall, the top 5. They've got a gap over McCouris and Ginchard. And it's just as you were yesterday, with Behrman leading, being pushed along by his teammate Irfan. The problem is, though, is they've got 2 teammates now behind them, the Global Karting 76 and the Global Karting O plate of McLean and Ellingham, who have got a similar plan to the Virtus drivers. Greenall in 5th position. Then it is McCouris, 30 seconds to go. Next time around they'll get their last lap board. And getting towards the business end of this race, but I wonder if the Virtus Motorsport driver, Coach Billy Munner, is around this weekend. He's doing a lot of work with the Virtus team, and despite his injuries, he's back in crust, probably planning his racing comeback, and especially adapted car. And if Billy's watching at home, and I'm sure everyone in the paddock still wishes you well and is very pleased that you're back involved in racing, and can't wait to see you back in a race at the very highest level very soon. Of course, Billy and I used to race a cadet Honda. Not too bad, actually. Here we go, though. Well, the Virtus Motorsport drivers have been split as they start their final lap. Behrman has got some breathing space, but watch how McLean and Ellingham just eat into that clean air between Behrman and themselves as they work together. And it's already that 10 kart length lead. It was half a second at the start-finish line. It's nothing as they enter the Litchfield Bridge. And it'll be even less than nothing when they get to the bottom of this hill. Sonny Smith sets a new fastest lap, 67.85. He's back into 9th place. Here we go, and round the outside, oh my word, Koska Nerfen, he lands with high, wide and handsome, goes from 4th to 1st on the outside line, and he's still just taking his normal racing line. While Behrman's busy defending, Irfan has just taken the normal line and has swept through into the lead. The two global karting entries have been shuffled back to third and fourth, and Behrman looking over his shoulder. I think Oliver Behrman has decided that thou shalt not pass, Mr. McLean. Ellingham in fourth, Greenall, but Kosk and Irfan, well, he's one of the drivers doing double duty this weekend, and he has just taken his second win of the weekend in Cadet Honda. And oh, this kart's flying across the line, 2 and 3 wide as they finish the race. So it's Irfan, Behrman, McLean, Ellingham, Oliver Greenall in fifth, then Theo McCurris is sixth, Ginchard is seventh, Sonny Smith eighth. Then it is Harvey Charter in ninth, and Archie Brown rounds out the top 10 ahead of Justin Brouard, Zach Walters, Oliver Gray, and Kyle Casabanti, with Declan Russell rounding out the top 15. And poor result for a couple of drivers, Alfie Wrigley especially. So a 23rd place finish for Alfie. He will not still be in second place in the point standings with one heat to go. And the track is getting cloudier. The dark clouds are heading our way. And we have got, how many races? 6 races to go before lunch.
Just kidding. There's power supply here.
Okay.
You wanna
No.
need it?
Why can you plug it in? Oh, it's power. Brilliant. Excellent.
Say again? You here.
66, Reggie Dewey, 22, Tyler Reed, 41, Matthew Hudson. You go to the steward's office.
You want?
That's Junior X30 drivers.
Channel 4.
66,
So there's a glance at the impressive list of sponsors that 2017 MSA Kartmasters Grand Prix has assembled. Prizes are worth £30,000, and notice the name Stilo and NickyGrist.com there. Well, Nicky Grist, the Stilo helmets manufacturer, one of his ambassadors, Ricky Collard, ex-kart racer, current BMW sports car factory driver. He's going to be joining me in the commentary box tomorrow for a little bit to probably do me out of a job, let's just say that. But it's good to see Ricky. He's never short of a few words. But here we go with race number 25 of the weekend. It is Junior Rotax. In the front row of the grid, it's Bradley Barrett for Dan Holland Racing in kart number 10. Tamer Chauhan, his teammate from Dubai in kart number 99, is on the outside of the front row. Tyler Chesterton for Coles Racing, who won one of his heats yesterday. He starts third. He leads the intermediate standings at the moment at a tie with Reese Hunter in the number 33 kart, and Hunter in the KR Sport entry starts sixth. Sam Harrison, he starts fourth. Henry Stennett is fifth. Alongside Hunter, then it's Jason Lockwood and Tom Edmonds, Tommy Foster and Clayton Ravenscroft, Ben Burgess and Thomas Ward, George Holbrook and Finley Bunce, Taylan Babbs and William Newnham and Alexander Baker round out the field. Chesterton and Hunter on 3 points. Don't forget, you get no points for a heat win, 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, etc., etc. And it's the lowest points at the end of the heats is on pole position for the pre-final. The tie between Chesterton and Hunter at the moment, with Ravenscroft just 1 point back. And through the Bruno Ferrari chicane we go, and out onto the banking. And I know I'm going to get mullered for this. I can feel the various Trent Valley Kart Club officials about to strike me down with looks of aghast. But for a couple of years back, maybe 8-9 years ago, Kartmasters didn't have the most healthy of reputations for clean racing. And there are still some people who think it's 2010 and who call it a different word other than Kartmasters, and I can tell them this. Yesterday we had 21 races, and on 21 occasions all the karts started, all the karts went through turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4 without crashing. And we didn't have a single opening lap accident-related failure at all yesterday. And apart from 1 or 2 spins and incidents, which can happen in any kart race, any club, it's remained that way this morning. Now, I'm not saying that we're not going to have one, because this is so intensely competitive. At some point, intensely competitive events can result in incidents occurring, but I think we can finally put that unwanted and unfair title to bed, because mainly another international event with 21 races in a day where nobody crashes on the first lap. And I'll tell you, the 21 race Tiddlywink Championship of the world, which is held somewhere not here. It's Bradley Barrett leading the way, Tyler Chesterton second, Hunter is third, then Tamer Chauhan is fourth, Tom Edmonds is fifth, I believe has come into the pits, and there's a move for the race lead, and that's Bradley Barrett defending, going over the bridge. Oh, was he defending his lead, or was he taking it? He was defending his lead. It didn't work though, because Hunter moves into top spot, but not for long, and Barrett gets him back. Chesterton moves through as well. Now we have lost Jason Lockwood on the opening lap. The Persistence Motorsport number 78 is also out of the race, so we're down. Oh, and there's 3 wide. And Tamer Chauhan now getting involved in the number 99 kart. Foster is up at the 5th position. Ward is not out there, so we're down. Yeah, Ward is out. Number 60. No, Ward is still there. That's William Newman, sorry. Barrett and Hunter now come on to the start-finish straight. Nose to tail, Chauhan right in there slipstream, followed by Chesterton, Foster, Stennett, Ravenscroft, as we complete lap number 3. The top 7, 8, 9 drivers all in line. There goes number 17 flashing through the screen, going onto the bridge. That's Tom Edmonds, and side by side the third. Well, Barrett's now got a bit of a breakaway. Hard on the brakes, up the inside goes another one of the KR Sport karts. That's the 33 of Hunter. Reese Hunter trying to regain the position. It's Barrett, Chesterton, then Chauhan, Tommy Foster, the old plate champion. He now moves to 4th place, and he's going to get shoveled back to 5th there, or is he? Oh, it's side by side to the Fullerton S's, and both well done, both drivers there. A little bit of respect there. Tommy Foster even acknowledges that, saying thank you very much. You know, we didn't manage to crash. You must be listening to commentary. Let's go on, and maybe we'll try again to crash and not crash next lap. Behind them though, Stennett, Ravenscroft and Edmonds are closing in. And Tyler Chesterton, the 2 most experienced drivers in the field. And you say that because they've got the 10 and the 7, the nationally ranked drivers. Last year's British Championship, and Chesterton and Barrett run 1st and 2nd in this year's British Super 1 Junior Rotax Championship. They are working together to push away. They obviously race wheel to wheel in the National Championship round after round because they're 1st and 2nd, so they know each other. Not saying they have to be best mates or anything, but they know each other, they know how each other's race is, and they think, right, this is the time when we've got to work together. Because if we work together now, then it's me versus you, me old chestnut, for the GP plate tomorrow afternoon. If we start squabbling amongst ourselves, then we've got 7 or 8 drivers directly behind us that will potentially spoil our little party. We don't want that to happen. Under the bridge, out onto the banking. 4.5 minutes to go. We're only over halfway through. There's the red and white oak plate of Foster. Privateer driver from Newquay in Cornwall. Ravenscroft. Taking Ravenscroft 9 points. Time they disappeared. Ravenscroft set a new fast at 59.38 for Ravenscroft in the 75. There he is, 5th position, closing in. He's got Reese Hunter, his teammate, just behind him, and Clayton Ravenscroft is his dad Steve. He runs a vehicle recovery firm. He works extremely hard, as do every single one of these parents, to help their sons and daughters indulge in their love. And of course, when they get the seniors, you even have that odd occasion where the drivers work themselves to pay for their own racing. It's the most bizarre concept. But Ravenscroft is closing in on Foster for 4th. 3.5 minutes to go. Another new fast at 59.12, and of course, the parents behind the drivers as Foster makes a move there. Everyone knows that Lewis Hamilton's dad had 3 jobs. Well, Lewis Hamilton's dad is not unique in terms of the karting parent holding down 3 jobs. There's many, many more that do just the same. Holidays are sacrificed, family outings are sacrificed, everything is sacrificed to go towards this, what we're looking at now, being the very, very best in your chosen sport. Barrett, Chesterton, 7/10 in front of Foster. Ravenscroft on the move. He's past Chohan. So Tamer Chohan has slipped back to 7th place. He's going to lose another place there. Oh, is he? Oh, and the number 17 of Tom Edmonds. That's a fast place to have an accident going through the Bruno Ferrari pieces under the bridge. And Edmonds decided that the move, which was half on, wasn't on at all. He backed out of it just at the right time, because if he hadn't, he would have, him and Tamer Chohan would have gone on a pretty wild ride under the bridge. It's not the kind of wild ride you want to buy a ticket for. Chesterton now leads from Barrett. And Barrett is now under pressure from Foster. So we've got 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go. Chesterton has made his move. Barrett is only 0.2 of a second in front of Foster. Ravenscroft is still there as well, the top 4. Across the line. In fact, make that the top 5, because Hunter is there in 5th. And it's only the first gap back to Chohan in 6th. And Chohan has got Finley Bunce, who I mentioned. Oh, and there's Chesterton and Barrett side by side. And Chesterton comes off the bridge in front. Reese Hunter sets the fastest lap, and Tommy Foster moves into 2nd. So Barrett back to 3rd. 90 seconds to go. Gloves are beginning to be loosened. They're not quite off yet, but they are getting towards that stage as Ravenscroft now P3. Hunter 4th. Barrett 5th. And the gap that was there between the top 5 and Chohan in 6th has come down to nothing, because we're starting to look at some defensive driving there. Going into the Fullerton S's, now around the Mike Wilson complex. Tyler Chesterton leads Tommy Foster. So it's the Coles Racing number 7, the Privateer Run O-Plate. Followed by Ravenscroft Hunter. And the sky's darkening yet more. 50 seconds to go. Is the rain going to come before the end of this one? The leaders go through the banking. And at the back of that group, so Finley Bunce now playing himself into the lead group. There's George Holbrook going through, and Finley Bunce in that number 58 kart. Another one of the KR Sport drivers, the back of that group. Well, he's no longer at the back of that group because he's starting to pick people up. He's gone past Barrett. So Barrett has gone from leading to down in 7th place. Bunce is ahead of him. Chauhan, he's 5th. Ravenscroft 4th. Hunter 3rd. Chesterton still leads. The last lap board may come out. I think it will. I think they're going to get to the line. And there's spots of rain in the air. Last lap goes out. Chesterton, Foster, Hunter, Ravenscroft. Will they get back to the line before the rains come? Through turn 2, they're all hugging the inside line. Chesterton has to defend over the Litchfield Bridge. Foster is right there. Can Foster get to the inside? No, Chesterton will cover across and defend. Hunter and Ravenscroft 3rd and 4th. Chauhan and Bunce. That's Finley Bunce trying to go around the outside. Does it work? He gets one. No, that's Ravenscroft, sorry, his teammate going around the outside. Ravenscroft at the 3rd. Now, Tamer Chauhan goes to the same tactic. They're 3 wide for 4th place. Foster swings wide. He's going to try and pass Chesterton at the inside into Bobby Game corner. Chesterton will defend. Foster hasn't got the time to get underneath him coming into the Mike Wilson complex. And Tyler Chesterton will lead the entire group out onto the start-finish line. Can anyone slipstream their way past Chesterton before we get to the finish? Well, Foster's going to have a go and he falls just short. With Ravenscroft 3rd, Bunce is 4th, Hunter is 5th, Chauhan 6th, Barrett 7th, Stennett in 8th, Tom Edmonds in 9th. Then it was the number 13 kind of Ben Burgess, followed by George Holbrook, Sam Harrison in 12th, and, well, the top 12 were virtually nose to tail, with Taylor Babs and Alex Baker rounding out the finishers in 13-14. So that was an excellent, clean, hard-fought junior Rotax race at Kartmasters. Words that have not always gone together in the same sentence, but that certainly was. And there you go, the top 12 after 11 hard laps of racing, separated by 2 seconds. They were actually probably further apart on the rolling lap. Well done, and you can see the blue skies in the background. Well, they're moving away from the circuit, and if the camera angle looks a bit dark, that's because it's a bit dark. The clouds above that camera point. I hope that Akis, our cameraman, has got his hood, because he may be getting slightly moist before long. And you can see where the rubber has been laid down. The rubber, when it's sunny, it just looks like dark. It looks dark on the screen. When it's very, very dark overhead, the rubber looks shiny because that's all the oils that are left within the rubber on the track, and it almost looks like the track is glistening. It's not raining, but it don't think it's far away.
Planning, Akis. Yeah, I think so.
So it,
Getting close.
these
isn't it?
clouds, very dangerous.
Getting close.
And we have to keep our mind, because during raining, it will be more easier.
Yes. Yeah. Keep moving this. Somebody hits you, that back of your neck. Kill you. Kill you. We don't want to kill you. I'm not giving you a kiss of life. There's no kiss of life. It'll be pour a beer in. It'll be fine.
And so, just had to pop outside to check the weather, and I noticed in the paddock there is a steel calypso band playing on the podium, and the Trent Valley Village, which has got 3 virtual reality machines. It's got kind of seats that rotate around as you drive mid-air. It's got covered seating for people having food. The restaurants, the ice cream van is there. The stone-baked pizza oven is there. The bar is serving a roaring trade. Well, it would do because Luke Knott's racing. His dad Phil, I think, is here. I haven't seen him, but then again, I haven't been in the bar yet. And here we have race number 26, the penultimate heat for Junior OK. And it's OK Junior. Now I thought that was a band. But it's OK Junior, and once again it looks like we've not got a full complement of OK Junior drivers. Chris Lullum is absent once more. Now has he withdrawn? I don't know. We're off and racing, and it's Shihab Al-Habsi, Joseph Taylor from the front row. They lead the field. Taylor's down to third, and that's Al-Habsi in the number 34 M Sport kart, who leads the way at the back there. One of his teammates, I think that was Luke Preston in the number 90, and Sean Butcher in the number 57 is in the second position. Taylor gets shuffled a bit wide down at hairpin number 1, and Taylor now bouncing over the grass. He's been passed by Angus Mooresdale, he's been passed by Morgan Porter, and he's also been passed by the number 22 of Suleiman Zanfari. So we've got Oman leading London stroke Australia, because Sean Butcher, his dad Glenn is Australian, but he lives in London, so it's a low Antipodean deal going on there. And then there is a gap back to third place driver Morgan Porter. He's English. Behind Porter, Angus Mooresdale from Scotland, Suleiman Zanfari from Morocco, and Joseph Taylor from the People's Republic of Time and Rear. Then Klaas Koika, Jamie Day from Dubai, Enzo Schionte from America, Maurice Caribou from France, Luca Griggs, Luke Preston, and Daniel Butterworth. We didn't see Cameron Coombs at the start either, so Cameron Coombs has not gone out. And let's say, should I say it? Oh, I'm going to say it anyway. It's my opinion, and my opinion alone is not representative of Trent Valley Kart Club, but I think that if you come to an event, you should race. You shouldn't just sit in the pits and watch until everyone else has used their tyres up and then go out and win, because I think that's, I don't think that's particularly cricket, but because it's not cricket, this is karting. I don't think it's particularly good, is what I mean. I think if you're going to race, you race. All these young men and women are racers. Let them have it. Butcher takes the lead. Al-Habsi is second. Porter is third. Zanfari is fourth. And the top two are pulling away. Sean Butcher and Shihab Al-Habsi trying to work together. They're a second up on Morgan Porter. Porter second in last year's British OK Junior Championship. Through the Fullerton S's. There's the two Fusion Motorsports teammates. Angus Mooresdale, he is chasing Suleiman Zanfari, and of course Moroccan driver won the European Junior Championship. Won the European Championship early on this year. And Zanfari become a Moroccan world champion. And the bridge. On to lap number 4. Lots of battling going on in the mid-pack. Butcher leads. Porter closing. 58.85 seconds for Morgan Porter. And will Shihab Al-Habsi make his move? No, well, he's not yet. Butcher checks over his shoulder, and you can see that Sean Butcher is expecting rain, because he's changed his crash helmet from his usual design to a plain white one, which has got the clear visor on it, because a lot of these drivers have frosted visors to stop sun getting in their eyes, and it also looks pretty cool, let's be fair. And Butcher is expecting rain. And there's Joseph Taylor in the number 27, chasing Angus Moolsdale. And Taylor runs a little bit wide. That's for 4th place. And Shab Al-Habsi is pushing Sean Butcher along. So the Mick Barrett racing number 57 of Butcher is still leading. Al-Habsi second, and another new fastest lap from Morgan Porter. So that's second blue and white machine of Occam's. Morgan Porter is doing double duty, as is Angus Moolsdale in 6th. Jamie Day has slipped back to 13th place. We've still got all 13 carts that went out still running, so we've got 13 drivers all saying, do you know what, to heck with the tyres, let's get out there, because laps are important. This is important. The World Championships next month are important. And of course, if it rains tomorrow, doesn't matter. You're on wet tyres anyway. Butcher now stretches his advantage to a massive 0.2 of a second. Al-Habsi closes back in. Banking, and Porter, well, Porter's now within a second. Taylor has got Moolsdale behind him. Zanfari in front of him. They're 2 seconds back. Suleiman Zanfari under pressure, and Sean Butcher is going to start getting slightly nervous, and so he should, because there goes Shihab Al-Habsi. Taylor, meanwhile, has taken 4th place away from Zanfari, and Moolsdale has gone with him. Now, these two are old sparring partners from their cadet days, and Moolsdale with the Fusion team. Taylor used to drive the Fusion team in cadets, has now moved over to the Jade team. And Al-Habsi, now can he pull away onto the start line? See in the background there's a couple of cadets in the holding area watching this keenly. There's Taylor and Moolsdale. Zanfari is slipping away behind them. Scionti is, there's Al-Habsi running a little bit wide, and of course if it's going to rain, it's going to be the banking, which is going to be the first part of the track to get wet. And then these OK Junior carts are coming out from under the bridge at 80 miles an hour into potential rain. And Butcher not wanting Al-Habsi to settle into the lead, because he realised that Porter is closing in. You can see Porter getting larger and larger as he turns around every once in a while. And behind them there's a good battle going on between Klaus Kuiker, Luke Preston, 11th place. Jamie Day involved in that as well. But the battle for the lead. Habsi starts lap number 8. Taylor is 4th. You can see him in the back of your screen. But the gap is nearly 3 seconds as they head on to the banking. And once again, Porter feigned a move to the inside. Now, can Morgan Porter get a good run? Al-Habsi runs wide coming off turn 4. That spoiled his momentum. Can Butcher pounce at the braking? Yes, he can. Porter follows him through. One slight mistake, and that was it. Now, is that because Al-Habsi made a mistake, or is that because the track is getting damp through the Fullerton S's? Well, let's have a look at the lines. Butcher, the normal racing line, of course, that is the bit of the track that's going to get wet the latest, because the clouds are coming from the opposite direction through the Mike Wilson complex. 2 minutes to go. On to the start-finish straight. Let's check the lap times. Well, the best lap of the race so far is 58.15 for Morgan Porter. Well, Butcher's done a 58.49, so it wasn't wet on that lap. Onto the banking, and from the camera shot, I don't think it's raining. You can't see them. Well, certainly Luke Preston isn't giving it any more caution coming into the flat-out Bruno Ferrari S's, which he would do if it was damp, because they're all on slick tyres, no treads. Obviously the rubber grips up, but there's no rubber treads on these tyres, and Butcher is starting to pull away. 90 seconds to go. Porter second. Now Habsi has dropped back a little bit in third, and you'd say that even in these junior races, you have to manage your engine, manage your kart. You can't just go out and give it 100% for 10 minutes plus a lap. because you'll find that after 8 or 9 minutes, there's little pings and pings start coming from the engine as pistons try escaping and stuff like that. So you have to be thinking about preserving these very, very potent, powerful and highly strung engines as long as you can. Now, Butcher taking a long line onto the Litchfield Bridge. You give him a good run down the hill. He's kind of like he's sacrificing the apex at the start of the Litchfield Bridge to get more momentum onto the bridge and off the bridge at the other end. We're on lap number 10, 40 seconds to go. Taylor is fourth. At the moment, Taylor is leading the intermediate point standings after a win and a second yesterday. Porter took a win yesterday afternoon but then didn't start the first heat, and that wasn't tactical, that was a bit falling off directly in front of me. Here comes Butcher, who's now pulling away. Well, 10 seconds to go. Sean Butcher, 2 12th place finishes yesterday, and that is not indicative of how quick he's been. He was on course for a very good finish until he retired literally at the last corner of the first race. So he will not be relaxing a bit because he knows how agonisingly close you can get to see the checkered flag only to have something go wrong. At the moment, Porter is not out of it yet, into the second hairpin. Lap times remain as normal, no rain. In fact, Daniel Butterworth in 9th place in kart number 55 has just hit the purple sector 1, and Taylor has done the fastest middle sector of the race so far as he tries to, well, he's not trying to claw in on the top 3, he's trying to keep his rear end away from Angus Mooresdale's fusion-shaped nose cone. At the moment it's working. Last lap board goes out. Lap number 12. Butcher by 3 kart lengths. Make that 2 kart lengths as Porter uses the slipstream effect on the banking. Now Morgan Porter has got to be inch perfect. He's not close enough at the first hairpin. Oh, Sean Butcher misses the apex of the first hairpin. He was too busy thinking about what was going on behind him, not looking at the curbs, and that has put him under a bit of pressure. I was going to say Morgan Porter's not close enough. That's no longer the case. He is close enough, but is he running out of time? He's got about 1 opportunity left, and it's a risky one into the entrance to the Mike Wilson complex. And Morgan Porter swings out a little bit wide into the left-hander part of the Mike Wilson complex, and that's not a place you make a pass during a heat race. That you save that for when it's do or die. And Butcher takes the win by 1/10 from Porter. Al-Habsi in 3rd, Taylor is 4th, Mooresdale comes up in 5th ahead of Zanfari, Schianti, and with a very good lap right at the end, Daniel Butterworth passes Luca Griggs. Jamie Day comes home in 10th, followed by Loris Caribou, Klaas Koika and Luke Preston. And the 13 karts that started, all finished. I'll say it again, it's just my opinion, and I know that I will probably be shouted at by various people who I get on with very well off the track. Team managers and dads and kids alike. But my opinion, they should be out there racing if their kart, and if the kart and the driver are healthy, you race. That is race number 26 over and done with. The next race, well, if you wanted to look in the cloud cover is what? It's actually not as ominous looking. Just in the last 5 minutes, some of the cloud cover is lifted. We've got a very dark cloud directly over the circuit, but it's actually a little bit higher than it was earlier on. I'm not saying we're going to escape it completely because there's another bank of misery heading our way. The Calypso brass band out there in the paddock, probably thinking, this doesn't happen normally. They're still here in the background, not on the live stream sadly, but I won't attempt to in words what the Calypso band sound like. They sound like a Calypso band, and they're a very good one. And lots of people are jigging around and having their chili chicken wraps or lasagna and having a jolly good time. There's Chris Walker walking down past the start line. He's going to find a new angle to record the Cadet Army race, which is up next. And a big thank you to the sponsors. And let me, we'll start going through the prize fund. So in Cadet Army, the next race, the winner gets the GP plate, obviously, £500, a Vroom magazine subscription, an Oculus Rift and Touch virtual reality system. Second place gets a 40-inch Samsung. They're cadets, they're 12. What do they need a Samsung 40-inch smart 4K Ultra HD HDR LED TV for? I haven't got one of them. Plus £350, which I'm sure they'll give to their parents for spending all that money on them going racing, and a subscription to Vroom magazine. Third place in Cadet Army, the next race you're about to see, HP Stream X360 2-in-1 laptop, £250, and then there's money down to 10th place. So prize money and £500 in a very expensive virtual reality. And in the system and in the race control area, the reception area down at in the paddock, there's all the prizes, all the trophies, all the special awards, because there's lots of special awards that we'll go through, are all on display. And it's a very impressive sight indeed. We wait for the Army cadets to come out very shortly. So you are watching the rolling lap for the Cadet Army first heat race of the day. 36 drivers. I think we may be down to 35 because I haven't seen Robbie Stapleford, the number 24 driver from Colville. He didn't qualify and he hasn't gone out now. And the number 48, Luca Benest, the Eclipse Motorsport driver from Jersey. He is slow to get off the dummy grid and is the dummy grid, so he's going to try and catch up a while, but it's going to be Freddie Spindlow, a Mark Baines Motorsport driver, and Archie Mace, privateer, on the front row. Taylor Barnard, and there's a false start there. There's carts that didn't come around the last corner cleanly, and there's a false start, which we will, somebody is off. I can't see the number, but sadly, maybe down to 34 drivers. The remaining 34 all now will get themselves back into formation. So, Freddie Spindler, Mark Baines Motorsport driver. Did all the languages I've been learning this weekend. Such an international event. I forgot to do frag, which is a language all to itself. And I said, right. So there we go. That's Trinidadian, Norfolkian, Newportian, and frag. Right. There we go. Spindlow and Mace on row 1. Taylor Barnard and William McIntyre on row 2. Arvid Lindblad and Koska Nerfen on row 3. Josh Rowledge and Alex Dunn, row 4. Rashan Chikarimbo and Harley Keeble, row 5. Max Dodds and Oliver Denny, row 6. Sam Shaw and Josh McLean, row 7. Bradley Beavers and Aidan Neat, row 8. Then Jake Weston and Max Barrow on row 9. Freddie Slater and Aston Miller, row 10. Vinnie Phillips and Archie Brown, row 11. Oliver Gray and Aaron Walker, row 12. Charlie Walsh and Jay Holtby are next. Alfie Briggs, Harry Burgoyne Jr., Archie Kitchen, Oliver Wright, Luca Benest, Sophia Zanfari from Morocco. Just seen her older brother race in OK Jr. Then from Hong Kong, Shua Yuan and Bart Harrison. Luke Watts starting shotgun on the field, although, and it's Aston Miller that we have lost as well on the initial start. Here we go, Spindlow and Mace. And Mace gets the jump on Spindlow, and 3 drivers over the grass. 1 driver backs into the barrier, and there's another kart spinning on the banking area, and there's a bit of a pile up there, and everyone, so there's the one of the Tony karts, but up front it's Mace who leads. There's a Fusion driver that's embedded in the, well, the driver's not, the driver's up and out of the kart and fine. The kart is embedded. Actually, you know what, the kart reverses high speed into a rest cell barrier. Kid sits in it, says, come on Marshall. Marshall goes, all right then, lifts the barrier up and off he goes. Made of tough stuff, these young drivers are. Now we'll have to gather our thoughts because there's been a lot of changing going on. The 17 of Xia Yuan has got damage. The number 12 of Harley Keeble has got damage. There was one kart that spun right in the middle of the banking, and another driver just kind of like nosed into it, and I think that was Yuan and Keeble. It was number 77, Freddie Slater, who was the one that reversed into the barriers, and he's seemingly okay. I'm just looking, the rear bumper isn't rubbing against the tyres, so he's still okay. So a lot of chopping and changing, and Max Barrow's lost a couple of places, so has Josh McLean. Oliver Denny has dropped 14 places, and Rashan Chikarimbo was also involved there. Harley Keeble, well, the officials have been watching that rear bumper, and obviously, no, that's the nose cone of the number 12 kart, and that's almost buckled under the kart, and if that broke off, it would literally vault young Harley into the air, so he has had to retire to the pits. It is now Arvid Lindblad who leads. So Lindblad passing Archie Mace. Mace led the first lap, and it's an excellent second. The privateer driver, who is a bit of a veteran of the cadets scene. He's been racing cadets now. It must be his final year. The privateer driver. He's coming under pressure from the Primo Racing, number 11 of Alex Dunn. There's Dunn in front of your picture, and then it's the Tony kart of Josh Rowledge. So it is Lindblad, Dunn, Rowledge, and Taylor Barnard into 4th place. Mace slips back to 5th, and what Archie Mace now needs to do is, and there's 3 wide going through the bottom of your screen there, going through the Bruno Ferrari chicane, but they all managed to get round cleanly, and banging out on the banking. That draggle just going through the screen on the banking was a bit nerve-wracking, I've got to say, as Dunn now takes the lead from Lindblad. Taylor Barnard goes with him. Lindblad slots back into 4th place. Luke Watts gets a warning flag. And Luke Watts started last and is up to 25th, so he's gained 10 places. There's the number 57, side by side, going down the short chute. That was Aidan Neat, the Fusion driver. Josh McLean getting a warning flag. And well, there are cameras that you're not seeing that are stationed all the way around the circuit, and there's a team of officials. There's the clerk of the courses on the circuit, but then there's a team of officials behind the scenes who are looking at every camera, and they are obviously seeing issues going on. Now the pole man, Freddie Spindlow, he has dropped back to 10th. We've got a 9-kart breakaway at the front, led now by the O-plate winner Taylor Barnard. And, no, he's not led by Taylor Barnard, because Dunn ducks up his inside going into turn number 4, takes the lead. Barnard, though, comes back at him. Lindblad follows him through. It's Dunn's turn to get shuffled wide, because Rowledge, Mace, and William McIntyre are also there. Then the number 16 of Sam Shaw, Coscoon Irfine, and the number 36 kart is in there. And a bit of weaving going on there as drivers try and sort themselves out. Rowledge now up to 2nd. Then it is Lindblad in 3rd. Mace, McIntyre. McIntyre has got past Archie Mace. And it is Rowledge on the Strawberry Racing Tony kart. So Strawberry Racing returning to the cadet scene. I think the last time we saw a Strawberry Racing cadet was with Cian Jewis. And Cian is here this weekend. He's racing in the cars. He's here helping out one of the Coles racing drivers, I think Khalid Saab, I believe, that Kian Lewis is helping to coach. It's not a bad coach to have. But he's got another turn. Oh, and up the banking. That's the first time we've seen somebody getting properly dispatched up there. And they've got to be careful. He's on the outside curb. Oh, and that's with one eye on the leaders. It was William McIntyre, and McIntyre gets going, and all it took is for one other driver to run wide coming off the bridge, and that could have been a bit issue. And you can see the mechanics. The reaction is that they're telling their drivers, "Come on, calm down." It was 4 laps in, 4.5 minutes to go. Another change. Arvid Lindblad. It's Taylor Barnard leading by 1.6 seconds. So Barnard and Dunn have been able to extricate themselves from this snarling, massive horsepower. There goes Barnard, looking for a second win out of 3. Dunn, also looking for a second win out of 3. And then everybody else. Lindblad, still third. Followed by Rowling, followed by the number 16 of Sam Shaw for Eclipse Motorsport. And behind them, Freddie Spindlow, running a little bit wide onto the curbing. And there's a move there from, was Koskin Irfan, I think, in number 36, making a move. He is there. Max Dodd is 7th. Mace is next. Oliver Gray is up to 9th in number 63. And Oliver Gray, another of the Eclipse drivers. So the Eclipse team coming back into the cadet scene. With, now run by Andy Marlowe. But it's Rowledge chasing Lindblad for 3rd. So you've got Taylor Barnard on a Synergy kart. Alex Dunn also on a Synergy, I believe. According to the program it is. Then the Zip kart of Lindblad, the Tony kart of Rowledge. But it needs to be said that it's a very different state of affairs. In fact, Harry Peeble is down as being on a Zip. Virtually everybody else, apart from Alfie Briggs, is on a Synergy according to my program. And the last time you saw a massive cadet grid with the name Zip not prevalent. And Luke Hines is here, and he's got a few drivers in this event, and it's always good to see Luke, son of the late Martin Hines. He's from Zip Kart, and around the paddock. Sometimes Luke even knows which paddock he's in. He's never cease. 2 minutes to go. Still, Barnard nearly 2 seconds clear of Dunn. Lindblad in 3rd, the Ollie Rowland Motorsport driver. Ollie Rowland, one of 7 or 8 team bosses in the paddock that are former Kart Masters champions. And looks like Barnard and Dunn will not be caught. Well, no, actually, the Barnard won't be caught. Arvid Lindblad. I've got to check with Alex T later. Is Arvid still 9 or has he turned 10 yet? Because he's still got a good few years of a cadet left in him. And he's now chasing down Alex Dunn, the Primo Racing, number 11, with Josh Rowledge right behind him, and then Koskin Irfan. So Koskin Irfan, we're looking at the drivers doing double duty. Lindblad had a shocker in the last Cadet Honda race, but Irfan is actually looking quite good. He's leading the point standings in Cadet Honda. He came into this race 9th in the standings in Miami, but he's up into 5th position, and he's not far behind the battle you're watching on screen now. There he is, behind the green and white Tony kart. It's the number 36 Eclipse kart, and it's the number 10 Tony kart of Max Dodds. Lindblad is really working over the rear bumper of Alex Dunn's Primo Racing entry, and Archie Mace is still there in 7th. Poleman, Freddie Spindlow. I'm just looking up to see where Spindlow is, and the answer is 11th, behind Vinnie Phillips. Vinnie Phillips in the number 87 kart. The Fusion driver. And Freddie Slate. And running around, he's a long way behind, but the clock strikes 0. It's not a question of will Taylor Barnard take the win, it's by how much will he take the win. That depends on how much Alex Dunn defends against Arvid Lindblad. Rowledge and Irfan are there, you can see them on the camera shot. They're not out of this battle for second place either. Behind them, Dodds, Mace, Gray, Shaw, Phillips, Spinlow, and Archie Brown. Bradley Beavers 13th and Oliver Wright in 14th. Aidan Neat rounding out the top 15 at the moment, with Aaron Walker, Oliver Denny, Rashan Chikarimbo next. Barnard goes over the bridge one last time in this race, and it's still Dunn second. And what's happened to Lindblad? Arvid Lindblad has dropped back, has he? Yes, he has. He is now in 2-4-5th position. He was right behind Dunn. He's now fallen back behind Rowledge and Irfan. Oh, look at the gap there. Is Taylor Barnard taking it easy through that second hairpin. Lindblad trying to fight back and pass Irfan for what is now 4th place. Dodds right there though in 6th. May 7th. Gray 8th. Then Shaw and Vinnie Phillips. But through the Mike Wilson complex, Taylor Barnard, current Little Man leader, current Super 1 British Cadet Championship leader, now sole possession of the points lead in Kartmasters Cadet Army with 1 heat remaining. And he wins by 1.6 seconds from Alex Dunn. Rowledge comes home in 3rd, Irfan is 4th, Lindblad is 5th, then Dodds, Mace, Gray, Shaw, Phillips, Spindlow, and Archie Brown. And looking back there, William McIntyre retired after that spin. Harley Keeble, Aston Miller, Xia Yen all out. Freddie Slater will finish 31st and last. And a poor race for Joshua McLean as well. After it must have been an incident. And on the last lap, Aidan Neat dropped out of the top 15 on the last lap, back to 27th. But Taylor Barnard inches ahead of Alex Dunn in the Cadet Army standings. Still an awful lot of racing to go. 1 heat, 1 pre-final and 1 Grand Prix to go for the Armies. We look ahead to Mini X30, race number 28 in the programme. The break for lunch will be after race 30, so we have 3 races to go before the lunch break. For the viewers back home, it's a bit of blessed release from my inane babbling. But for the spectators here, we have an absolute treat because, ladies and gentlemen, at the lunch break, we are having a... Oh, what is it? Oh, hang on, I've kind of lost it now. Is it fair to call it a shop mobility scooter race? Believe it. It's a 1 scooter lap, and it's for charity. I'm mocking it. It's not mocking it. It's a charitable event for Noel, who is here in the paddock, and it's for Motorsport for MS. And Noel, who runs Motorsport MS, is trying to raise £20,000 for the Multiple Sclerosis Society, and to do that he is doing 1 lap on his scooter around as many race circuits, kart circuits as he possibly can. And at lunchtime today he's going to do PF International. I hope it doesn't take them as long as it took them to do the Snetterton 300, which is 20 minutes, but there is in the paddock, you will see the orange MS, the orange MS stand area, and that is Motorsport for MS. And I'm sure that I'm not alone in knowing people that have suffered from MS. And if you do, or even if you don't, it is well worth just putting a couple of extra pennies in Noel's charity fund. I mean, come on, we're paying £27 for a bacon roll in the restaurant, so we may as well put 50p in a charity bucket for Motorsport for MS. And then watch as Noel does a lap on his scooter. Mini X30. Oh, that's up next. on the track is Georgi Dimitrov and William Ellsworth on the front row. Alicia Barrett and Dominic Bush on row 2. Sam Heading and Alex Lay, row 3. Tom Edgar and Blake Anglis, row 4. Oliver Phillips and Kiki Yuen on row 5. Ben Cochran and Ivan Lomliev. TJ McDonald, Ross McDonald and Khaled Saab round out the list of runners. Of course, this driver's bidding to become the first holder of the Mini X30 GP plate. It's a official title. It is the X30 Mini Kart Masters Trophy, where the winner gets a GP plate. Maybe. Off they go, racing. Clean start. And it is. Coming up into the screen there, and it's the Fusion number 23, Georgi Dimitrov, into the lead. Behind them all, and they're all piling in at the first hairpin. Dimitrov's got a good lead. Then it is the Coles Racing number 319 of William Ellsworth in second place. Well, he was in second place. He's now in third because Alicia Barrett has moved into P2. Sam Heading for M Sport is there in the number 57 kart. He is in fourth place behind Ellsworth, and Heading has got Dominic Bush. And the BMR restart the Xenon chassis. Of course, that is affiliated with the BMR Restart touring car team. And at the back of the screen, Ivan Lomliev getting a little bit agricultural coming out of the final corner and bouncing about the place. Global karting driver from London. Dimitrov, Ellsworth, Heading, Bush. Behind Bush, it is Edgar, the Northern Irishman in kart number 52. Alex Lay, the Dartford Karting Racing entry in kart number 17. And there's Ellsworth getting shuffled wide there by Heading. Oh, sorry, by Bush. And now it is Alex Lay's turn to make a move on Tom Edgar. The number 84 kart, Blake Anglis, the privateer driver, that's an MS chassis. It's very, very distinctive bright blue and yellow. Anglis doing two classes. Both his karts are decorated in the same, call it the mum and dad livery, because wherever he is in the circuit, mum and dad can always spot him a mile off. And the bridge go the leaders, and Dimitrov is beginning to stretch away. Somebody running wide in about third or fourth place out on the banking, and that may be, Dominic Bush is still there. It could have been Sam Heading in. No, Heading is still there. Who was that? It was Heading, sorry. You can see from the camera, it was Heading it ran a bit wide, and he's dropped down to 2, 4, 6, 7th place. And behind him, Edgar goes in on Lay, and Heading thinks to himself, right, I've got to make these places pronto. And he picks up one of them at the expense of number 17, Alex Lay. Behind them, Blake Anglis is right there to create an 8-strong pack for the lead. Ben Cochran runs 9th. Then it's Oliver Phillips, Khaled Saab up to 11th, followed by Ivan Lomliev, Kiki Yuen, Ross McDonald, and TJ McDonald. So Ross McDonald, the Irishman, and TJ McDonald, also the Irishman, but not quite spelt the same. Heading, pushing Edgar under the bridge onto the banking. Of course, you're thinking Edgar, you must mean Johnny Edgar. No, I mentioned the newly crowned. I'm sure if they're listening that they'll be on the phone or texting somebody to say he's got it wrong. But it's, I think it's the newly crowned CIK European Junior Karting Champion, Johnny Edgar. It's Tom Edgar that we're referring to here. And it's Tom Edgar, the Northern Irishman, who is now falling back to 7th place. Alicia Barrett has just set the fastest lap, and Dominic Bush is closing in a little bit on Georgi Dimitrov. His lead is now down to 8/10 of a second. Barrett, the second kart in that shot there, and the third kart in that shot, because she's in third place in 3.33. Trying to go with Bush, and again Dominic Bush 2/10 faster than the race leader on lap number 4. We've got plenty of time for Bush and Barrett and Ellsworth to close in, and in fact another new fastest lap from Alicia Barrett. Young lady from Scunthorpe in her first season out of cadets. There's Sam Heading, another driver in his first year out of cadet. And number 57, he's got Alex Lay right behind him. Then it's Tom Edgar and Blake Angus. And obviously this, a new class, there is a ranking system in the Little Green Man, not a points table, for reasons that I best not explain while we've got racing going on, because it could be here till tomorrow. But in the LGM ranking system, Georgi Dimitrov is actually second in the ranking system. Tom Edgar third, Bush fourth, Barrett fifth, McDonald sixth, and Lay seventh. So most of the best mini drivers we've got in this country, and this its first year on British circuits are here in this race. And Dimitrov briefly loses the lead, Dominic Bush, but he gets it back straight away. Now, Alicia Barrett moves into second place, so Bush slips back to third. And let's just say that the second race yesterday, Dominic Bush was somewhat, well, he defended hard. But of course, there's a fine line between defence and defence, and I think that may have established what that line is. And, Bush now pushing on after Barrett. Dimitrov checks over his shoulder. This is Ellswood there in fourth place as well. Sam Heading in fifth place. The number 57 car can't quite bridge that gap as they go under the bridge. Out onto the banking. Dimitrov with 3.5 minutes to go is going to come under pressure. There's a good move there from Dominic Bush. Decisive into turn number 3. On Barrett, Alex Lay, 60.150, new fastest lap. And of course, it's going to annoy me now because I gave you 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th in the LGM Mini X30 rankings, and Mike and James Mills were good enough to give me a copy of Revista magazine, which contains the rankings, and I can't find it now. It's going to annoy me until I know who's first, because I'm a bit like that. But on the track, Georgi Dimitrov says to himself, okay, when I was leading you, Mr. Bush, yesterday, or when you were leading me, you were not going to let me pass, so why should I do the same now? Let's see if Dimitrov starts defending with 3 minutes to go, or whether he says to himself, well, you know, yesterday was yesterday, we've got a GP plate to win, and that's tomorrow, so I'm not going to worry about yesterday today because I'm thinking about tomorrow, if you get my meaning. 8 laps in, Sam Heading, new fastest lap, 60.03 seconds. Now, have we had a sub 60 second Mini X30 lap? Yeah, that's the thing. Is there a lap record to be established? Dimitrov still leads. Bush right there. Barrett now beginning to fall back a little bit. And that's what Dominic Bush wanted. He wants to work with Georgi Dimitrov for as long as possible to just ease them both away from Alicia Barrett. And then when it comes down to the last lap dust up, it's just the two of them together. And I'm not looking at the screen right now because I'm trying to find this magazine in the commentary box. Nothing's happened. Dimitrov still leads. Sod's law happens at the minute I turn around to, you know, say thank you to Ian Rogers for giving me a cup of coffee, or for getting me a cup of coffee, or for boosting the track, but nothing happened there. 1 minute 45 to go. Multitasking going on as I flip to the pages and also try and look at the go-kart race happening in front of me as Dimitrov has to brake late. Bush was right on his bumper. You don't understand how hard that is when you're flat out and you're inches away from someone's rear bumper. You have to react to them braking instantly. You've got your own braking points, but if you misjudge your braking points when you're following a driver as close as Dominic Bush was following Georgi Dimitrov then, as you're watching Alex Lay doing a very similar thing on the screen now to Sam Heading, if you misjudge your braking point by so much as 6 inches, you've punted the guy in front of you, your nose cone brackets drop, so you're going to get a penalty. The clerk has seen you make contact and he's going to haul you over the coals anyway. And, ooh, there was this poorly sounding cart going past me there. And I'm not quite sure who it is, but that sounded like an exhaust bracket working loose amongst somebody in the top 8. Sam Heading at 59.95. It's Joseph Taylor is the leader of the X30 Mini driver rankings, and he's not racing because he's racing in Junior OK. Now I know, I can put the magazine down, and there goes Dominic Bush for the race lead. Bush to the inside at hairpin number 2 on Dimitrov. And now, who is that making that ungodly sound? It is one of the top 6. Has got an exhaust bracket that has come off. I can't visually see it, but it's certainly not the quietest of machines. Bush, Dimitrov, the top 2. This clock has struck 0. The last lap board goes out. It's Sam Heading with a mechanical problem. Oh no! And look at that. That's the second time it's happened. Sam Heading has made all that work to finally get to the leaders, and then something goes wrong. Yesterday, he had a mechanical problem, retired at turn 4, just as he caught the leaders. And there you can see his exhaust has collapsed. Obviously, the bracket is broken. Bush defends. Down the hill, Dimitrov is going to swing out wide any moment now, or is he? No, it's actually Alex Lay in the number 17 Dartford karting machine that swings out wide, side by side with Alicia Barrett for 3rd, but no, Barrett squeezes into the inside and Lay has to give in, and Sam Heading is still in the mix. He's seen the mechanical flag. Oh, it's the last lap of the race. What do you do? Do you just think, oh, it's the last lap, I can see the lead, do I just pull aside? Or does the racer in you take over? Well, you know, it's a tough one, but Bush leads. Dimitrov right in his wheel tracks. Heading is 3rd on the road, but that's not going to stand, unfortunately. I shouldn't imagine. It's going to be Alicia Barrett in 3rd place, and Dominic Bush wins his 2nd race. And Sam Heading did get alongside Georgi Dimitrov, but you know, he's going to go back, and the cart will not comply with scrutineering. But it's Bush who takes the win. Dimitrov 2nd. Now, assuming that Alicia Barrett will eventually get 3rd, and Tom Edgar in 4th. Followed by William Ellswood, Alex Lay and Blake Anglis in 7th. Ivan Lomliev 8th, then Ben Cochran and Khalid Saab rounding out the top 10. And, well, look at the gaps. There was, 0.2 of a second between it. And I think when you see the full Telemundi Media graphics running order, there we are, the top 8 separated by 1.25 seconds. Incredible stuff from the Mini X30s. And we now look ahead to the penultimate race of the morning, stroke early afternoon here at Paul Fletcher International. It is the Minimax race. So another very close fought affair about to unfold in just a few moments, while I have a biscuit. There we are.
I want to pee pee.
And the engines on the dummy grid are fired for race number 29 Mini-Max. So we've just seen the mini version of the X30 engine. We're now looking at the mini version of the Rotax engine. 12 drivers, we've got 13, but as the big Boydell has withdrawn after finishing, well, right in the first heat, and then it seemed to kind of have a problem at the end of the race, and has not appeared since. But it's going to be Tom Adams, number 17, Coles Racing driver, who starts from the front row, from pole position rather. Alongside him it's Jamie Day, the KR Sport number 42. And once again, we'll say hello to everyone watching back home in Dubai, whether that be at the Dubai Kartdrome and Dave Brighton and all his mates, or whether it be at the Al Ain Raceway with Guy Sheffield and all his mates. They're all out there watching, and they've got good reason to be cheering on the next 12 or so minutes, because Jamie Day starts from the front row of the grid. Kai Hunter looking for any bit of good fortune. He's got to try and see the end of a race. He's forgotten what a checkered flag looks like. He had so many engine issues yesterday. Hopefully they're solved now. Owen Johnson is fourth, then Theo Kakati and Diraf Kende, the Kakati from Abu Dhabi, and oh my goodness me, and Diraf Kende, the Senegalese driver. Well, I think he just may have forgotten there's a cone in the middle of the circuit, because he had obviously a good start and just decided, right, I can see a gap, I'm going for it. Uh-oh, there's no gap, there's a cone. Too late. One yellow cone down. And very fortunate, I have to say. I'm making light of it, but if that cone had gone into the air and hit another driver, well, anyway, it didn't. And Dialaf Kende, well, he's up into 6th place for the time being, should we say. But I have a feeling there may be a little bit of an issue with start line formation heading Dialaf's way, so we have a suspicion. I wouldn't want to second guess anything that the officials would do, but I have a suspicion that the stewards room behind the timing in the commentary box, the corridor of the stewards room, is kind of like a naughty boys and girls kind of area, where drivers that are about to discuss their racing with the stewards of the meeting and their parents stand, and I may see Diraf there shortly. I don't know, wouldn't want to second guess anything, but I'm not sure if that was inside the camera. I'll have to review. Up front, Kai Hunter, engine running smoothly. He's obviously had some money magic worked on it, and he leads by 0.6 of a second over his teammate Jamie Day. In fact, it is a KR Sport 1-2, a Coles Racing 3-4, then the KR Sport number 14 of Theo Kakati is 5th, with Lewis Gilbert, the Persistence Motorsport, leading the second, leading another, number 27, KR Sport, part of Alex Connor. The Spirit of Senna entry of Marcus Littlewood, at the moment is down in 11th place and make that 12th place. But Kakati in that yellow and white race suit, and I'm sure that I will be corrected by the Dubai PR team that are here, is that Theo Kakati was a representative in the FIA the CIK FIA Academy, which is an international event for junior drivers, which was won last year by Tom Bradshaw from the UK. He's obviously got that race suit, proudly wearing it, because it means that he has been picked to represent his nation. So, Hunter, Day, and Tom Adams. Adams has won. Oh, and there's a change to the lead. Jamie Day passes number 95 of Kai Hunter. Some Kai's brother Reese in action as well in the junior class. And now Tom Adams moves to the inside in the Coles Racing number 17. And Adams, who won both races yesterday, he's second in this year's British Championship standings as things stand, behind Lewis Gilbert. So Gilbert in the number 43 Persistence kart, the 5th kart in line, that very bright green, orange and white machine. He is the current British Championship leader. And there's a chucking and changing out on the banking. It's Tom Adams. Oh, and sideways was Kai Hunter going into turn number 3. He gets a warning flag for his troubles for something that happened the previous lap. And Jamie Day, the moment in the lead, is gone. He's back to 4th. In fact, he's not even the best placed driver from Dubai in this race. Well, he is now because he's just gone back past Theo Ducati. And back in the 3rd position, Gilbert in 5th. And just behind Gilbert is the 3rd of the Dubai-based trio in the race. Alex Connor in the number 27 kart. Tom Adams trying to pull away. On to the main straight they go. It's a great view of just how long that main straight and all the way down. These Mini-Max got to flat out from the halfway point of the Mike Wilson complex. And if the camera pans down all the way down the main straight and they're flat out, maybe a little bit of feather on the throttle through the Bruno Ferrari S's under the bridge, and you start to get out from under the bridge and the circuit starts turning left and up. Do you even consider removing your foot from the loud pedal? It's a distance, and of course even these Mini-Max karts are 60 plus miles an hour. But no change to the front, half distance now. Adams 2/10 up on Hunter. Hi Hunter will just be thinking, there's no way I'm going to gain enough points on Adams to be ahead of him for the grid for the pre-final. Let's just try and not score any more points. The only way you can not score any more points is by winning both heat races today, because you get 0 points for a win. So there is turn 2, the banking. There is Gilbert starting to work around the rear bumper of Theo Ducati's kart. There's number 27 of Alex Connor. And behind Alex is a bit of a gap to the number 44 of Diraf Kiende, Ben Casely, Josh Wilby, Hugh Lawrenson, Marcus Littlewood and Owen Johnson. So all 12 starters are still running. The top 5, and focus on the front runners. And down the short chute, you can see the 27 of Connors in the background. In fact, 2 Persistence Motorsports karts of Kende and Casely are nose to tail as well for 7th and 8th. And then you've got Private Wilby, and that's the Team Avogo driver, Josh Wilby, I do apologise. And to the inside on Theo Ducati, and Theo Ducati was like, nope, 3.5 minutes to go. See the back of the field going into the bridge there. And Gilbert starts to apply the pressure. Lewis Gilbert finished 14th in this event a year ago in Mini-Max. And obviously looking to go a lot better this year. Tom Adams, well, is just biding his time as they go through the Fullerton S's. And while we concentrate on the top 2 and the top 3 going into the Mike Wilson complex, there's a good scrap going on between Wilby, Hugh Lawrenson and Marcus Littlewood, with Owen Johnson, who had a problem out of my viewing, has dropped right back with his catching them all. But here's the top 5, and now Gilbert goes again. Ducati tries to stop him. Oh my goodness, Theo Ducati keeps it planted around the outside. Gilbert gave him room. Ducati was precise enough to stay on the outside, but then not swing across the track and into Gilbert as they went under the bridge. So good driving there from both. How long will Lewis Gilbert's patience last? It'll probably last until you can see the top 3 pulling away with 2 minutes to go and potentially out of reach for a chance to be caught and Gilbert to battle for the win. Because he is quicker than Ducati at the moment. That's twice in the last 2 laps. He has got a good run on the 14 kart going down the start-finish straight. You would expect to make a move, but there's been rebuked somewhat determinedly by the driver from Abu Dhabi. Hunter still leads. Adams and Day right there. So Jamie Day led, went back to 6th, and now back to 5th rather, and is now tag back onto this lead trio. 61.44 seconds. New fastest lap, Tom Hunter, as he pushes the race leader along. Jamie Day is going with him though, so it's Coles number 17 in between the two KR Sport carts. With Kakati still leading in actually, and there's the move. So Adams to the inside. Day follows him through. Day passes his teammate as well. Kai Hunter looks over his shoulder. They're starting to defend. So just over a minute to go, and just like that, the gap has shrunk. You could see visibly on the screens that Gilbert and Kakati, they were a good 2 seconds or so down. They're now virtually nothing behind. There's only one little passing manoeuvre and battle. We've got 45 seconds to go. They're going to start another lap next time round after this one. So we now go on to the penultimate lap. Lap number 10. Adams has to defend against Dave going through the Bruno Ferrari S's. Under the bridge, who breaks loose and goes to the inside of the banking? The answer is all of them, because Adams defends and Kai Hunter somehow managed to find a gap around Jamie Day to take second place, even though Day was being quite defensive. And now Adams is going to have to swing wide and ease Jamie Day a little bit wide, or ease Kai Hunter wide, sorry. Hunter does the crossover but can't, slots back into line. Now it's Jamie Day trying to go around the outside. He's going to have more momentum. Can he cut underneath to the inside? No, he can't, because that's where Hunter and Adams are. Oh, and Day over the curbs to Fullerton S's. Is that going to cost him momentum on the back straight? Because Lewis Gilbert has got past Theo Kakati. And Lewis Gilbert moves to fourth place, right onto the rear bumper of the number 42 car, into the mic. Oh, and Theo Kakati, well, there's the left-hand part of the Mike Wilson complex is a place where only the bravest and the most desperate make a move, and Theo Kakati went for it there, which is what you normally would do in a heat race, but he's from Abu Dhabi, how does he know? And Lewis Gilbert was vocal, or visible in his displeasure. But, everything continued without a problem, and it's Adams who leads down the hill towards the first hairpin, and Jamie Day now going around the outside of his teammate Hunter. Oh, and he squeezed him. Hunter gives him room. Day committed, and Hunter could have put his teammate up and just gave Jamie Day enough breathing room, and he squeezed his way in between his teammate and the grass, and now he's got a momentum down the back straight. Adams has to defend. Day goes in deep as well. Is anyone going to try and cut underneath? Is Hunter going to try and cut underneath his teammate into the Mike Wilson complex? No, he's not. Can Gilbert do anything? No, this time Gilbert defends through the middle portion. He doesn't want Theo Kakati to get any ideas. And on to the start-finish straight. It's going to be a third straight win for Tom Adams. So somehow, every race so far in Minimax, Tom Adams has manufactured a way to beat the KR Sport collective, and it's been very, very smart, fast racing from the Coles Racing driver. Day second, that is his best result. Hunter third, he sees the finish, by far and away his best result. Then Gilbert in fourth, Kakati fifth, then Connor Casely in seventh. At the moment, Diaf Kende is eighth, then Josh Wilby ninth, Owen Johnson 10th, Marcus Littlewood and Hugh Lawrenson round out the finishers. And we have one race to go before we start our Sport for MS charity drive. And I will, before we have carts back on the circuit, I would, appreciate to, and it is serious, and I know that I do tend to joke about a little bit on the commentary for Kart Masters, but this is the serious bit. So, Noel, with Motorsport from MS, he would like to set an official lap time for an 8-mile-per-hour mobility scooter for every circuit/stroke venue in the UK for his new charity venture. He wants to raise £20,000 for the MS Society. He's not going to do it just on the race circuits. He's doing it on rallycross circuits, which would be a bit bumpy, drag strips, which would be at least straight, hill climbs, which would be a bit hilly, sprint circuits, only 8 miles an hour, not really a sprinter, and stock car short ovals. In fact, anything we can think of which caters for wheels. We spent Easter on the Isle of Man and completed an 8-mile-per-hour lap of the TT course. An 8-mile-an-hour lap of the Isle of Man TT course. Is he still there? I don't want to do it on anything spiced up, just my normal run-of-the-mill 8-mile-an-hour mobility scooter. In racing terms, that's Group N, Group Knoll. And to make it special, we will get permission to set an official time with a transponder fitted at all the venues made available to us. Hopefully, we can make this a real one-off for my charity. I'm currently, and he's trying to do another lap of the Isle of Man TT course with battery change. It should take about 5 hours. So I'm going to see, he's listed his lap times here. The Isle of Man TT mountain course, he did it in 4 hours, 33 minutes. And the mobility scooter, which is it's not Pimp My Scooter, but he has been given some overalls from Stand 21, and he's been race wrapped by Matt Howson, and who won the 2015 LMP2 class of the Le Mans 24 Hours with the KCMG team. And Matt Howson is a friend of Noel's and has wrapped the scooter, so it looked good. And he has been recognised by the MS Society, and they're offering their help by providing collection buckets. There are some orange buckets, I believe, and if there are orange buckets in and around the paddock, there is a special orange Sport for MS area near the village, or if not near the village, it is right. I've seen it just by the John Mills Racing Shop, by the 2 big green articulated LGM lorries. And again, it would be unreasonable to think that not everybody in this paddock could donate a couple of pounds. This is a very, very high powered, high speed, often high expense sport. And when you think of people that have spent money to travel from different continents to race here, and then to compete with the articulated lorries out the back and the fancy team clothing and things like that, the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people that are here, if everyone just, well, I'll tell you what, if everyone donated a bit of money, so far Noel has raised £15,666.36, and he wants to raise £20,000. So, Kartmasters, I'm going to, as the OK Senior comes out, let me count all my fingers and toes, and I am going to need to count my fingers and toes because I'm thick. So £20,000 minus the £15,666.36 equals, he's got £4,333.64 to go before he reaches his target. And you can't tell me that between all the people here today, because there's a good 1,000 people here today, and all the people that are coming tomorrow, that the British Karting International Kartmasters cannot get Noel and Sport for MS to his £20,000 target. And I'm doing the presentation tomorrow evening, and I would like Noel to be able to tell us exactly how much he's raised, and I would hope that the generosity of the karting community would help him get to that £20,000 this weekend. The problem is, though, is if he takes too long and we've got a quick lunch break, we're going to run him over with the first of the afternoon session. So, the last race, luckily, isn't going to start just yet, because we're going on about Charity Drive, which is coming up after this race, and I have neglected to mention it was race number 30, the Senior OK race, the fastest karts we have here, and one of these drivers that you're watching on screen now could potentially be crowned this year's World Karting Champion. The grid is as follows: Dante Yu in kart 24, the comp kart driver from California, starts from pole position. Dante comes into today 10th in the intermediate classification. Alongside him is Mark Kimber in the number 45 Strawberry Racing Tony kart. And Mark comes into today leading the intermediate standings. 2 wins yesterday for Kimber. Hodgson, Oliver Hodgson, the defending British champion, who is starting on the 5th place, 5th on the grid. He got 2 second places yesterday. Oliver Clark, who we saw having problems in qualifying. He is starting at the back, and a problem for the number 36 of James Lingard, the privateer driver, slow off the line, and that was Juan Sabater, the Spaniard, having to take evasive action, and on the bridge they go, and they flash across the Litchfield Bridge with Dante Yu leading the way. I've seen Dante race maybe once before at the Miami European Open, and apart from that, I know, and the fact that he's from California, and he's probably like surfing and stuff, that I don't know very much about him. Other than that, he's a very good kart peddler, and he races for Comp Kart team on the Comp Kart chassis, and is leading last year's Junior Rotax World Champion Mark Kimber at this present stage of proceedings. Luke Knott is third. Luke Knott's had a quiet old run. He had a problem in qualifying yesterday, and then just picked up places one at a time in each of the races, finishes 5th and 4th, and comes into today 4th in the intermediate standings. But it's Yu, Kimber, Knott, Hodgson, and they flash under the bridge. Jordan Brown Nutley has not gone out. Now, is that a tyre issue, or is that a retirement issue, or a driver issue, or a broken go-kart issue? I do not know, but not out there, and he didn't go out for qualifying this morning. Oliver Clark, the back of your shot, you'll see a blue and white kart passing one of the S8 racing machines going into the first hairpin, and oh, there's the move for the lead. Well, Mark Kimber made Dante Yu feel most unwelcome in our fair country there, because he went up the inside and just eased Dante wide, and Dante kind of tried to keep it buried in the throttle and eventually found himself on the grass box and has lost 5 places. So it is Hodgson who capitalises on all that. Oliver Hodgson doing what Oliver Hodgson does very well: watch, learn, and capitalise when emotions get the better of other drivers. Luke Knott, the very same thing. He's just slotted with the 2nd position, and Luke Knott is now sitting behind Oliver Hodgson. So the Strawberry Racing driving from 4th in last year's Football Championship, from 4th in last year's Kart Masters Grand Prix in Senior OK. Kimber is 3rd. Up to 4th place now has come Rasmus Lind. Kimber in on his teammate Knott at the 2nd hairpin and makes the move. Lind in the Fusion Motorsport number 12 is 3rd. Then is the number 8 Fullerton kart of Archie Tillett. So Archie Tillett having a good run. And his dad Steve watching there in the grandstand. Oh, and that is Scott Mackerel, I believe, in the number 26 Fusion kart, who is out of the race. Hodgson trying to pull away. Kimber, Knott and Lint chasing. You can see Mackerel heading back towards the marshalling post. The leader's behind the top 4. There's a gap of 1 second back to Archie Tillett. You can see Oliver Hodgson on the screen there. He's at a 56.350. And then, as he came down the hill, he's adjusting the carbon settings, he's adjusting the mixer, he's kind of putting his hand over the radiator to adjust the amount of air going into the engine. And this, especially in the Grand Prix tomorrow, in the pre-final, which are longer races, you will see the drivers really, really working. They won't have 2 hands on the wheel at all times. They'll be adjusting the kart, adjusting the setting, calculating when they need to kind of go out and out fast, when they can conserve a little bit of engine temperature, a little bit of tyre energy. It's a fantastic tactical battle. It's not all about just putting your right foot down and turning. Rasmus Lind is closing in, so we've got the Birrell ART of Hodgson. Then we've got the 2 Tony karts of Kimber and Knott. Behind that, we have then the Spirit, which is effectively a luminous orange or purple. It's a luminous orange Tony kart. It's an OTK product, and he's gone past Luke Knott now. And so Lint into 3rd position. Behind them, there's a 1.3 second gap back to Archie Tillett, and Tillett in the Fullerton chassis. He finished 5th a year ago. Well, he's 5th now. And there's Archie in the Fullerton cart. Then it's Dante Yu. You just saw Dante flashing into the top of your screen onto the main straight. Behind Dante Yu is Ewan Wilson. So the S8 Racing number 11 of Ewan Wilson, who has been going so well. There is Yu, and there's Ewan Wilson going through the screen. And Hodgson a 56.06 lap. So Wilson is in 6th. Rory Hudson in cart number 44, the Truly Motorsport number 44. Another driver having a quiet weekend, but Hudson, he's getting to the end of the races. 10th and 9th yesterday, running 8th now and improving. Jake Douglas for S8 Racing is next. Then Spain's Juan Sabater in cart number 23, running at a very impressive 10th, considering that he'd not been here before Thursday and wasn't planning on being here until about a week or so ago. Laura Tillett runs in 11th place. And Laura in number 16, that is the Tillett Racing Citroën Birol chassis. Rasmus Lint second in the fastest lap. Behind Tillett is Jesse Lingard. And James Lingard. And number 36 kart, privateer run effort. Tony Kart chassis. The driver who's 12th in the current Super 1 British Championship. You can see the privateers just still having a go. We've lost the other privateer, Ben Waldridge. He's retired. So has Scott Mackerel. Oliver Clark has gone out, and Callum Bradshaw is no longer there. Now, I haven't seen any of these, well, apart from Scott Mackerel, who has obviously had a kart issue of some kind. Have the rest started playing the tactical game, I wonder? I will leave it there. If I don't know, Hodgson has got no intention of doing anything other than win this race. Luke Knott has got other ideas, however. In 4th place, he does a 55.70 lap. That's a mighty impressive effort. Kimber's going quicker on this lap. He's in the purple first sector, and he's closed right in on Oliver Hodgson. As they come out of the second hairpin, see Tillett there in 5th and Dante Yu in 6th position. And Hodgson and Kimber exchanging fastest sectors. Kimber puts in an effort, Hodgson responds, Kimber ups his game even more. And the thing to notice is that Rasmus Lint and Luke Knott are going with him. They're not being dropped. So as Hodgson and Kimber improve and improve, Lint goes into the 55.64. 2 minutes to go. And there's Luke Knott. He looks at the inside of Rasmus Lint. Oh, side by side of the bridge. Rasmus Lint up the grass on the banking. And he sets the fastest lap of the race. And of course, he was towing Luke Knott along as he set that lap. And Luke said, well, I got the momentum. I got to go. Sorry. And Lint tried to fight it. And he hasn't lost much ground, but he's lost about 10 kart lengths. Has lost a position. And we're down to 11 drivers because James Lingard is now retired. And the back of the pack, we've got there's Laura Tillett chasing the two S8 Racing karts of Jake Douglas and Juan Sabater. And Hudson in 8th, and the rest of the field is quite spread out. This is the top 3, and Tillett and Dante Yu. Dante Yu is closing in on Archie Tillett for 5th position as they go under the bridge for the 10th time with 90 seconds to go. Kimber looking strong last time around. Kimber did a 55.54, Hodgson a 55.51, but they're getting quicker and quicker as the race goes on. I don't want to count any meteorological chickens, but the cloud cover that was so low over the circuit is now lifting a little bit, just in time for the lunch break, and I'm sure it will come back for the afternoon session, because but there's Hodgson extending his advantage again. 55.54. Kimber responds almost identical times. Luke Knott goes even faster. 55.47 for Luke Knott. Rasmus Lint has he's conceded that he's not going to be any better than 4th, and he's eased back, and you can see that he's dropped nearly 2 seconds back from that. He's checking over his shoulder as they come down the hill to see how close Archie Tillett and Dante Yu are, and he's thinking, well, I don't want to push things anymore, but I don't want them to pass me. Hodgson cannot relax an inch. Cannot. Well, Kimber is quicker than Hodgson through sector number 1. Luke Knott was quicker than the pair of them. Luke Knott continuing on another very strong lap. Now, is he going to get it to his teammate as the clock strikes 0? Oliver Hodgson will see the last lap board. The driver from Coventry, driving the number 1 Birrell ART for the Paul Fletcher International Team. The last lap board goes out. The 2 Strawberry Racing teammates chasing hard. Won't give Hodgson a moment's respite onto the banking. In fact, Kimber's within about 3 kart lengths. I think Mark Kimber is contemplating a little dabble up the inside of Hodgson going into the second hairpin. Let's have a look. Round hairpin number 1. Oh, still a little bit far back. No, I think he was Hodgson inch perfect, as one would expect from the British champion. And Kimber, then you see Kimber checking over his shoulder to see where Luke Knott is. So Mark Kimber now knows, well, Luke's not going to get me, I'm not going to get him. So let's just get to the end of this one. Rory Hudson. Oh, and there's Laura Tillett battling with Jake Douglas going into the Fullerton S's, but all on his own. You can see the way that he just glides over the curbs there at the Mike Wilson complex. Oliver Hodgson takes the checkered flag from Kimber and Knott. Lint in 4th, Archie Tillett held on to 5th, followed by Dante Yu. Ewan Wilson finishes 7th ahead of Rory Hudson in 8th. And who wins the battle of the S8 kart? It is Spain's Juan Sabater. And I think that's Sabater on our screen there. He looks quite pleased with that. Jake Douglas finishes 10th. Laura Tillett rounds out the finishers. Everybody else stopped. And we will now stop for lunch. The action on the track will not stop. And although I'm going to provide commentary on what is a very serious thing, I have explained that if you go to the Sport for MS area in the paddock, see the orange buckets, the orange area, that is Noel's charity. And I will remind you once again, all you kart masters, lovely people, I don't know if this applies to anybody that's watching the live stream because I wouldn't know how you would donate money, but we are £4,333, 64 pence shy of Noel's Sport for MS target of £20,000. And you can't say that in the next 2 days that we can't put a couple of quid in here, you know, maybe a pound, maybe not get a chocolate bar from the shop and save yourself £7. And we'll go from there. So there'll be an 8 mile an hour LMP2 liveried mobility scooter going on the circuit at lunch break. Please go and visit the Sport for MS area. Enjoy your lunch. Back with the live stream commentary, ladies and gentlemen. The first race out of the afternoon session is at 2:50 in half an hour's time. Oh my goodness, half an hour. That's race number 31. I better go for a lie down. Be back at 10 to 3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the afternoon session here on day 2 of racing at the 2017 MSA Kart Masters British Grand Prix. And this afternoon we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 races to bring you via the Trent Valley Kart Club website, www.tvkc.co.uk, live streaming courtesy of Telemundi Media, and you can also watch that via the Telemundi Media YouTube channel. And here we go with the start of race number 31. It is the second of 4 senior X30 races that we will see today, and it is the number 24 kart. Number 124 kart of Thomas Turner in second place. Danny Curl, defending Kart Masters GP plate holder, leading the way into the second hairpin. Curl from pole position has the advantage. It's another good clean start, and Curl with the advantage of a Turner. Owen Byatt up at the third place, the privateer driver, and the kart number 111 Cosmic Chassis, he's into third place. Jack Mabin is up into fourth for the Pierce Sexton racing team. Then it's Jordan Brown Nutley in fifth. Bradley Pennell is sixth. Nathan Chafer seventh. A good performance so far for Nathan Chafer today. LH kart. And remind all those of you tuning in from anywhere you are in the world that this is only half of the senior X30s that we have. And at the end of today's racing, if you're not in the top 30 in points, you go through to the B final. And Ben Barnacote is one of the drivers that at the start of today was not in that B final, was not in that top 30. And Curl, yesterday, 2 wins out of 2. And into second place has come Owen Byatt. So Owen Byatt, one of the younger senior drivers. Further back, look for kart 101, Flavio Camponeschi, the CRG factory driver, using this as a warm-up for next month's World Championship. We've got Pete Lawson up in 8th place, Josh Skelton 9th, Harry Torpy 10th, but the top 2, 4, 6, 7 karts have pulled clear. And are Curl, Byatt, Turner, Mabin, Bradley Pennell. What a poor day Bradley had yesterday in this class. He's doing 2 classes. One of the double duty drivers, trying to join Ben Barnacote as the only driver in the history of the 22-year history of this event to win 2 classes in one day. Bradley Pennell, the 33rd and the 26th place finish yesterday, and Pennell in the number 22 kart for the MLR Comp Kart team. He is there in 5th position. They go under the Litchfield Bridge out onto the turn 2 banking. Curl trying to pull away. There's Pennell going through turn number 4. He's just set the fastest lap of the race, 58.110 seconds. And now looking to make a move on Mabin. It's Curl, 6/10 up on Owen Byatt with Thomas Turner. And that Mark Baines motorsport kart, the only Mark Baines motorsport kart in the field. And Turner, who currently is second in the British standings, second in the British Super 1 Senior X30 Championship, 4th in the Little Green Man standings. And flash across the line. Dan Curl showing no signs of falling back into the clutches of Owen Byatt. And Owen Byatt, move going on there. There's Pennell. So Bradley Pennell with a bit between his teeth. He knows he has no more mulligans, so to speak. He's a golfing parlance. He has used up all his bad luck. Only affords 2 good results to have any chance of making it into the pre-final. As there's Nathan Chafer, who's having a real good day, and he's having a scrap there on the LH track. The only driver here on the Lewis Hamilton branded kart. He's hacking around the back of Thomas Turner's kart there with the all the gusto of a hyperactive lumberjack. There's Chafer. Well, Bradley Pennell was 61st out of the 63 drivers in this class at the end of yesterday, and looking to see where Owen Byatt had a 19th and a 27th, so he had a couple of incidences yesterday, so Byatt needs a good result. Chafer, best result of 18th. So behind Danny Curl, there's the 3 of the next 5 or 6 drivers are not a threat to Curl's superiority in terms of the points positions. And where they start for the pre-final, this is 4 minutes 20 seconds to go. It's a 10-minute plus 1 lap race. Watching Jack Mabin following Jordan Brown Nutley. So the senior X30 class, and Jordan Brown Nutley is currently leading, I think, or in contention to lead the European Senior X30 Championship. And Dan Holland, racing driver, also doing very well in the Rotax Euro Challenge. Curl with a long, leisurely look over his shoulder. And that Jade Karts entered, so Mark Allen, Scott Allen and co. Very pleased with the way that that Fullerton chassis is working. They're all young, but just out of junior karting, Byatt and Pennell. And I have to say that Byatt has been, I don't know how, but he is managed, before this race meeting, he managed to tweak his ankle, so he's kind of semi-hobbling about the place a little bit. So obviously there's a little bit of pain there, and he's driving through that pain. Jordan Brown Nutley is chasing him down in 4th place, and he's made in 5th. Curl comes through turn 4 and down the hill, and you will notice that the clouds that were threatening earlier on, it's a cloudy afternoon, but no rain expected imminently. That's not to say that we are in the clear yet, however. And there's Bam, David Sutton, Harry Torpy, only 19th, and he's just about holding on. Oh, the mighty have fallen. Morgan Rose having the battle with Flavio Campaneschi after winning a Landau kart title. Tyler Sullivan is 21st, then Jonathan Brown, Ollie Morant, Anna Morris, one of the 3 Morris Racing Morrises, and they are now supported by the Money for Your Motors group, who have been very supportive of several drivers. I think Money for Your Motors trying to create the first high-speed karting family, and the Welsh family Morris. Anna is here in 24th, just ahead of Moon Yuen, Harrison Wedgbury, James Ireland, Stephanie Levisconte, Kira Scott, Kartik Swaney and Rafael Diaz, the Mexican driver. Kart number 127. But we are at the final minute. Curl 1.7 seconds up now on Bradley Pennell, who was passed by at the second. Brown Nutley and Mabin 4th and 5th. He killed 58.08. Just every single lap of the 10th quicker. The second place battle is hotting up. Pennell, Byatt, Brown Nutley, then Mabin and Thomas Turner. Into the Fullerton S's. 30 seconds to go. And, well, we had 31 karts start this race. All 31 drivers are still running. And Back of the pack there, the number 127 cart, the Nola Motorsports sponsored cart of Rafael Diaz, and Jay Howard is helping Rafael and Alejandro Diaz this weekend. Thomas Turner at the back of that quintet of 5 carts. Jordan Brown Nutley looking particularly strong. There goes Chris Rawson, Nathan Chafer and Charlie Lamb through the picture. Jack Mabin sets a new fastest lap, 58.06. That board is waiting for Danny Curl. Can Bradley Pennell hold on to second in that MLR Comp Kart entry? And Flavio Camponeschi has just had his first Kart Masters moment, and it was multiple European and I think World Karting champion Flavio Camponeschi against St Clement's privateer driver Harry Torpy, and it was a no-score draw. As number 143 cart stopping out of the screen, Josh Skelton, that's under the top 12, but the leaders are going through turn 3. You can see the elevation change over the banking and over the bridge on that shot, fantastic panoramic shot. You can see Josh Skelton parking it in the short chute, Pennell holding off Byatt and Brown Nutley. Curl all on his own, a faultless performance. 3 wins out of 3. About to be confirmed as the checkered flag waves. Pennell grabs second. Byatt by half a kart length third over Brown Nutley. 4th for the number 117 Dan Holland Racing Kart. Then it's Jack Mabin for the Pierce Sexton Racing Team. Strong drive there from Jack. Thomas Turner finishes 6th, Philip Rawson 7th. Nathan Chafer. Great result for Nathan Chafer. I'm just going to have a little glance. Well, I'm sure that Nathan Chafer raced the Kart Masters a year or 2 ago, and I haven't got the results because I only looked at the main event, the Grand Prix, so perhaps that was because he didn't make it through the repechage, but he has finished 8th there. A very strong run. Charlie Lamb comes home in 9th, and Jacob Stilp, the Croc Promotions driver, rounding out the top 10, had a David Sutton, Callum Barnett, and Nicholas Taylor. Dean Hale and Henry Laws complete the top 15, had a Morgan Rose, Tom Sharp Reynolds, a somewhat bewildered and, dare I say, maybe slightly miffed Flavio Camponeschi, followed by Tyler Sullivan and Ollie Morant. Harry Torpy is 21st, Flavio Camponeschi's new best mate. Anna Morris is 22nd, followed by Jonathan Brown, the Irishman, Moon Yuen from Hong Kong, then James Ireland, Stephanie Levesconte, Kira Scott, and Skelton. Coming into today was... Where was Josh Skelton? The answer was 16th. He had a 13th and a 5th. That, plus a 31st place finish, that will drop Josh Skelton into the category of really quite need a good result in the last race, or else it's a very early start on Sunday morning for me. So there's a view of Trent Valley Kart, or PF International Circuit, the home of Trent Valley Kart Club. In this, the 22nd edition of the MSA British Kart Masters Grand Prix. The recovery vehicle is picking up Josh Skelton's wagon. And we now look at the second heat in Junior X30 coming up very shortly. And don't forget, we had a good few tweets in this morning and Facebook messages. Where you are watching from, we want to know. Not your sofa, not your study. We want to know where in the world you're watching from, be it near or far, and who you are watching, if anyone, or just enjoying the kart racing. And we've had people from tweet us in from Singapore and Turkey and Croatia, the United States, East Retford, even some from Scunthorpe, and there's been a bit of banter on Facebook as well. Yeah, half of Sheffield's watching. They're all on my side. So please keep your tweets coming in. It's at TVKC, all in capital letters, then PFI lowercase, all one word. And we will do our best to reply. Sarah Edwards is our social media guru. Well, I say guru, she's our social media button presser. Here we go with the next Junior X30 heat. And so for some drivers, this is their first heat. For other drivers, this is the last chance they've got to score points. And so, in this race, pole position, Harry Thompson, and then Sam White alongside in the front row. Louis Westover and Sean Butcher on row 2. Dragon Pinson and Angus Mooresdale, row 3. Cole Kilner and Mario Mills, row 4. Morgan Porter and Tyler Cheston, row 5. Then we've got Matthew Hudson and Ewan Long. And Ewan Long, we've talked about the language that we've been learning, because Ewan Long is from Gwent and Newport is in Gwent, and we can speak Newportian, remember? Tom Nippers is also in this race, so both drivers from Newport, and this is how you speak Newportian. Alright, how are you? They're both in this race. Alejandro Diaz from Mexico in cart number 127 will start 27th, and Enrique de Leon from Trinidad and Tobago will start this one as well. I mean, you can speak Trinidadian as well. Yeah, man. Miss Thomas Turner, who is the Mark Baines Motorsport driver, who can speak Frag. You're right. Wait for all of the clocks to come out, and look at the smoke. Here we go. Junior X30 is a false start. So Thompson, who comes second to Louis Westover this morning. Westover has been because we know how quick he is. He's leading the big championship, but he is proving that in terms of this class, despite the long and illustrious list of achievements that Harry Thompson has gained over the last 18 months or so, which is multiple British titles, Kart Masters title last year, runner-up in the European Championship this year. But when it comes to Junior X30 in the UK, Harry's got to stand in line just like everybody else. There is Enrique de Leon again, and I have to say that the government in Trinidad are watching this. The Ministry of Sport is supporting their first ever international kart racer, and talk about pressure. A lad who races against 11 other people back home in Trinidad, because that's all the road tax drivers there are, to be dumped in at the deep end. You know, big thanks to Lewis Bailey as mechanic, and Jim France and Alex Short, everyone at S8 Racing. He's going to do his thing in the B final, but the real order of business is up at the front. Harry Thompson trying to redress the balance against Louis Westover. Louis Westover wants to be thinking to himself, do you know what? I want to put one over on Harry Thompson again to give him something to think about to go into Sunday. But yeah, you've gone up against me head to head twice, Mr. Thompson, and twice it's been me that's come out on top. So give you something to think about this evening. And once again, has to be said, a very, very clean start by everybody involved, and there's a lot of bunching going on at the back of the pack, as one would expect. But it's Thompson who leads. Samuel White, I think that is in, oh, is that Louis Westover in second? It's the KSR livery, it's Thompson, Westover, Dragon Vincent, and then Samuel White, followed by Sean Butcher and Morgan Porter. Matthew Hudson, the Coles racing number 41, is having a good go. And across the bridge come the leaders, and there's the change. Westover making his move early. And Thompson at home, and this doesn't bode well. White lining on lap number 2 with 8.5 minutes to go. Uh-oh, how many drivers we've got in the race? 35? I can predict the 35 strong pack of karts before long. Oh, and there's a problem back in the pack there. There's, oh dear, there's number 100 and number 30. That is Ewan Long, one of our Welshmen, and Angus Mooresdale. So that's Ewan Long on the privateer run. Alonso and Angus Mooresdale for the Fusion team, and that was a Celtic coming together, I have to say. And there is a move, the 146, decisively passing as Aaron Brown going through into the very fast Bruno Ferrari chicane as Sam White, Nicole's racing number 275, passing Sean Butcher for 4th place. Dragon Pinsent is still 3rd. Thompson back alongside Westover, and up the inside of both of them goes Dragon Pinsent. Well, the Dragon Pinsent, he just kind of forgot to brake and somehow made the apex, and now he's slowing down. Around the outside has gone. And there's a problem there, and it's an issue for Enrique de Leon, but up at the front, Louis Westover. And that is a problem. That's the Reliant Robin of Trinidad-based karts, and it appears to almost certainly be a wheel missing there. I can't deny that. So that was at the first corner, but it's Pinsent he was just determined not to brake until he absolutely had to, and somehow that was excellent control there, because he did not miss the apex, took the lead. Has he still got the lead? Well, it's anyone's guess. Aaron Brown sets the fast lap of the race. No, Harry Thompson's back in front. Here comes Dragon again. Oh, this time Thompson squeezing. Oh, and Pinsent launches up over the back bumper of Thompson's kart. That's going to 6. Pinsent, Thompson, Westover, Butcher, Kilmer, White, Porter, Chesterton, Mills, Hudson and Brown. Everybody else, there's Mooresdale at the back of the pack. He's trying to catch up, as well as the number 18 of Michael Sutton, who's had a problem. And Thompson has a look at the inside, and Westover takes the lead going through turn 1. So Harry Thompson with Pinsent 3rd, Sam White in 4th. Chesterton moved up into 5th place. The double duty drivers, likes of Sean Morgan Porter in the top group as well. Obviously the risk that he's damaged that nose cone just by clipping Harry Thompson's car, and that will be a fact that is not lost on Dragon. So obviously you can't tell from my perspective if the nose cone has dropped, but Dragon now will be thinking of, okay, I just got to get as far away from everybody else as possible. I've got to think to myself, it's going to be 10 seconds after my race time, so if I can get 10 seconds ahead of 12th place, that's good. If I can get 10 seconds ahead of 5th place, that's even better. The problem is that he's just been passed by Morgan Porter, and program entrant in kart number 37 is doing well, but there's Thompson. So the Bruno Ferrari chicane, S's. Flat out right, flat out left, one line generally under the bridge. Named after the only man to win 3 British karting titles in one day. 1964. Oh, the leaders are playing let's slow each other down and bump into each other. And the problem they've got is that all the front runners are playing a dangerous game. They mean to do it, but of course they're all following each other in, and if one nose cone drops, then it could be a case of all 10 of these drivers are given nose cone penalty. I don't know, obviously, but there's a lot of bumping and barging going about, because Thompson and Westover have gone. They are now going to dispute things, but it's Chesterton, Porter, White, Pinsent, Butcher, Mills and Kilmer who are all tripping over each other. And there's Porter, the M Sport number 46, who's just done a decent lap considering. But they'll come into this. Pinsent at the inside of Porter again, and well, Dragon Pinsent, he loves that move where he just squeezes at the inside as the other driver's turning in, and he's done that 3 times now. Once it's worked an absolute dream. That time, kind of no real discernible difference, and the 3rd time it didn't work, and it dropped him back out of the top 3. So He does seem to want to perfect it, shall we say. Porter, in the number 46, M Sport entry, Kieran Crawley is having a... His carts are strong. Every class is got a lot of drivers from overseas. And he's got a really good pilot in Morgan Porter, who is currently P4. Westover chasing Thompson. He's just sitting behind Harry Thompson, going into the second hairpin. It's now Tyler Chesterton in third. And watch, and here comes that gaggle in third. It's Chesterton from Porter, from Pinsent, White, Kilner, Mills, Butcher, Hudson. And the back of that group is Westworth, Aaron Brown, Shane White, Ben Fayers. I mentioned Ben Fayers much, neither we've mentioned Freddie Simpson, Stacey there, 14th to 50th. Will Late in his 16th. Bav Singh is in 17th place. Oakley Pryor 18th, then Blake Anglis, Levi Lintocanto. He rounds at the top 20, followed by Max Barnett, Tom Nippers, Caden McQueen, Alejandro Diaz, Josh Torpey, Tyler Reid, Star Casey, Adam Jones, Rupert Flynn, James Lady, Cameron Coombs, Angus Mooresdale, Ewan Long, and Michael Sutton. The order, and then Enrique Valon is in retirement sadly, and that's the first time that he has failed to see the checker flag. It's 30 seconds to go. 30 seconds for Thompson. 30 seconds plus next time they cross that finish line for Thompson to hold off Westover. For Westover to decide if and when and how he will make his move. And the grandstand filling up for the afternoon session, as it were. The battle for third looks like it's going to go down for the wire. Behind them, the gaggle for third back to 10th is led by Chesterton. So Westover, can he make it 4 wins out of 4? Thompson wants to try and show Louis Westover that he may be starting ahead for the pre-final. I think that he's number 1, and he'll try and cut underneath Westover now. Westover comes around. Oh, there's contact! Oh, there's side-by-side contact between Thompson and Westover, and Westover spins, and he gets swallowed up. Thompson has the lead. And that means that it's going to be Chesterton. Well, as they came out of the second hairpin, Thompson had the momentum. Westover tried to move across to defend. It is the last lap. And then as he moved across to defend, they touched. Thompson went around. Westover went around. Thompson takes the checkered flag first. 6th, then Cole Kilner 7th, Sean Butcher in 8th, Thomas Westworth 9th, Hudson is 10th, followed by Brown, White, Shane White that is in 12th, Louis Westover 13th. Now that may affect his chance of getting pole position for the pre-final. In fact, I'm almost certain it will, but we don't know, who knows. Well, he's got 3 wins and a 13th. Porter, Kilner, White. He should be okay, we'll see. We only know, and of course Thompson, we'll only know if that is a win if we see what the state of his nose cone is, because Westover did go around the front of him. Oof. So Tyler Chesterton and Morgan Porter could be sitting there quite nervously thinking, ooh, this could go our way. But the recovery vehicle comes out, because we have a couple of poorly go-karts to fix, and after that we will be underway with race 33, which will be the fourth and final cadet Honda heat of the day. Don't go away. So you rejoin us as the Cadet Hondas are lining up for their stand. Lucas Ellingham and Coscote Irfan on row 2, Daniel Ginchard and Harvey Charter row 3, Alfie Rigby and Oliver Greenall row 4, Sonny Smith and Archie Brown row 5, 25 drivers in all for their fourth and final chance to score points to decide their grid positions for the pre-final. Lights are out. And the bridge they go, out onto the banking, 25 Cadet Hondas, and there's going on at the inside line. Like, I say cockroaches when you turn the light on, but that's not very fair on them. But they all managed to kind of scatter away from the spinning cart, and I believe that spinning cart, there was the number 44 of Declan Russell for the Evolution Racing team, and the number 19 of Sandro Ballesteros. And there's diving going on, going into Fullerton S's, but up the front, Behrman, and one of the global karting entries, that is Harvey Charter, I believe, in the number 29, has got away. So, Behrman hasn't got his teammate and rear gunner Coscote Irfan anywhere near the front. In fact, it's Irfan is all the way back in 13th position. Behrman, and around the outside goes Harvey Charter. So those yellow, black and silver global karting entries have been very strong. Mike Spencer's team, and Mike Spencer, one of several team owners to have won a Kartmasters title. In fact, the team owners that are here, maybe Cato Adams has got any drivers here, although I stand to be corrected if he has. So he is, and Chris Rogers is now kind of working in charge of part of the Fusion team, but he's no longer a bespoke team owner. And, Ollie Walker has, I think his team has stopped, and I don't think Ollie Oakes is here with any drivers, but David Bellchambers from Next Gen Motorsport, Dan Holland from Dan Holland Racing, Ollie Rowland from Ollie Rowland Motorsport, Andrew Tooley from Tooley Motorsport, and Mike Spencer from Global Karting, all current team bosses who have won a Kartmasters title during their career as a driver. And Behrman, maybe one or two more, but I can't remember. Probably an Allen from Jade. It was a safe bet, they win something. But Harvey Charter, who was, well, he's number 29, the driver from Huntingdon. He's currently 5th in Super 1, so he's not used to racing at the front. However, this is Kartmasters, and I don't recall Harvey racing last year. In fact, he's not on my sheet from last year, so maybe this would be his first experience of just how intense Kartmasters is. And Mike Spencer was going to kind of have a wise word to say that, you know, you do have to show a bit of aggression. You're a nice lad, but allowing people to pass because you're a nice lad does not a trophy win here at Kartmasters. Behrman. He is trying to salvage, so he finished second to Harry Thompson in an absolutely fantastic race last year. And then thought he'd won the first race, got a penalty, won the second one, and there's a move. That's Theo McCouris in the black and gold number 76. He puts a move on Alfie Rigby. Second group of cars, Daniel Ginchard, James McLean, Lucas Ellingham, and number 7 of Archie Brown, followed by his next-gen teammate Sonny Smith. They all are trying to give chase. So Behrman and Charter are trying to keep themselves away from the pack. Then you've got 3 global karting machines and 2 next-gen motorsport wagons, all trying to work together to catch the top 2. And at the moment, it's not happening for them. Alfie Rigby is the next group of karts with Theo McCouris and Oliver Greenall. And then Coscote Irfan is only 11th, so Irfan, his bid for pole position for the pre-final is taking a little bit of hit at the moment. I don't think it's over because obviously everyone else has got to score points, but Irfan, certainly this is going to be his worst result so far. And Ellingham and with help from Brown, goes past Ginchard, and Ginchard kind of giving a hand signal to say, oh, okay, fine, I thought you were going to push me. That's Ellingham, the O-plate winner, now in third. Ginchard slots back into fifth position. Down the hill we go. Oliver Greenall putting in the best lap, and Oliver Greenall, the privateer driver, up into ninth place, now ahead of the BRK entry of Alfie Rigby. And got 4.5 minutes to go. The gap is 1.2 seconds. Ellingham and Brown seem to have come to an arrangement, or an understanding at least, that Brown is better than, as being the pusher. This lap be working well with Oliver Bearman, and Bearman knows that no point defending, but the gap after 7 minutes of this is coming down. Aston Miller, I'm showing you through your screen there, in the Golf liveried crash helmet. He is down in 12th place in front of Arvid Lindblad, and Arvid, who had a problem with his car at the start of the earlier heat race, is now trying to salvage a decent result out of this one. Of course, none of these drivers have to worry about not making the Grand Prix tomorrow. There's only 25 of them, so they're all in. It's a case of where do we start from the pre-final, and the pre-final result alone decides the grid for the Grand Prix, and the results of the Grand Prix alone hands out the prizes. And Cadet Honda, with the gap now down to 0.7 of a second, so Bearman and Charter's time at the front, it's like a breakaway in the Tour de France, you know. Are the two riders, or the two drivers that have got away, are they going to hang on, or is the peloton, in this case the wagon train, going to catch them before they get to the end? These are the kids, isn't it? They're part of the prize for the virtual reality system, which, so that matters almost everything to these. Laps ago was planted squarely on that rear bumper of Bearman. He was so close he could probably reach out and pick his nose for him. But now Bearman has eased a kart length away. As they come down the main straight, Charter does manage to get to him by the end of the straight, but around the rest of the lap, Bearman is now quicker and can pull away. That, when it comes down to it, but Ellingham and Brown, their hard work has paid off, because with 90 seconds to go as they come through turn 4, there are now 4 karts in the line for the race lead. It's taken them about 8 minutes to get there, and then Ellingham decides, well, if it's taking 8 minutes to get here, it's going to take 8 seconds for me to start picking them off. And Charter finds himself going from 2nd to 4th. Brown in the next gen number 7 kart, trying to go around the outside, and he's going to run out of track. Oh, and there's a problem there. One of the global karting entries, that was Sonny Smith trying to make it 3 wide. There was wheel-to-wheel contact. Ellingham got spat out to the outside, and the rest, Theo McCouris has come through to 2nd place. So all those drivers, they did all that work to get to Bearman and Charter, and within about 30 seconds of Bearman realising, uh-oh, I'm no longer alone, or there's no longer just 2 of us, he finds himself with the biggest lead he's had all race, and it's McCouris now in 2nd. Brown has slotted back into 3rd. Brown was trying to go around the outside of the 2 global karting machines of Charter and Ellingham. And Smith, the other next-gen kart, was trying to go up the inside, coming out of the corner, and they all kind of like took the racing line, and then there was Ellingham in the tyres. He's back at racing, and he has crossed the line down in 17th place. But it's McCouris who's Charter for 4th place, so Charter down. Wyatt Raceby up into 8th place, ahead of Aston Miller, Daniel Ginchard, Josh McLean. So McLean from the front row down to 11th place, followed by Arvid Lindblad in 12th. Then Brouard and the number 63 of Oliver Gray. This number 73 is next, and that is Tristan Rennie, the Project 1 driver, as Oliver Bearman begins his final lap, looking over his shoulder to see, now the reason he's looking over his shoulder, that he knows there's a car, he wants to know who. Bearman wants to know who is there, where his teammate is, and how we can potentially manufacture a way to keep two very, very hungry Cadet Honda drivers behind him over the next 1,500 metres. Well, he's negotiated the bridge. Somebody running a little bit wide. That was one of the next-gen karts. I think that was 95 of Sonny Smith. Behrman now hugs the inside line, but Mick Couris goes around the outside at the first hairpin. So Behrman concentrating on defence, Mick Couris concentrating on attack, and Brown takes Mike Wilson complex. Well, he's chuffed with that. As the number 7 takes his first win of the weekend, and after a day yesterday, well, he was 5th and 6th yesterday, and I can't remember what he was this morning, but he's first in the afternoon. And so, time for a celebration. Next gen, I believe. Never a good thing. Brown, McCouris, Behrman, and Charter in 4th, and well, Charter will be disappointed after running 2nd for so long. And well, now there is the last heat race, and of course there's drivers who are battling for all the points they can, and there's other drivers who are just trying to consolidate. The slowing down lap isn't really a slowing down lap at the moment, which makes me wonder if there are a number of slightly hot-tempered young pre-teens about to bounce back and give the scrutineers a headache. Well, we shall see, but Brown, McCouris, Behrman, Charter and Green all the top 5. Smith, Rigby, Irfan, Miller and Ginshard the top 10, with Lindblad and McLean rounding out the top dozen, and poor old Lucas Ellingham in 17th place. That is the end of the Cadet Honda heats for Kart Masters 2017. The next time we will see the 4-strokers will be tomorrow morning in the pre-final. So we move on to race 34, Junior Rotax, and I can't believe I'm going to say this, but it's about time we have a nice, good that we have a nice relaxing Junior Rotax race to follow the cadets. Don't forget, tweet us in at tvkc.pfi and go to Facebook. There is a Kart Masters Facebook page, which is the MSA Kart Masters British Kart Grand Prix, which rolls off the tongue, lovely. And all the tweets going on there, and people are posting photos behind the scenes of the racing, and is one of the most interactive events that there is in karting. And we wait for the Junior Rotax contenders to come out. And it's Tyler Chesterton and Reese Hunter who have had the upper hand over the field so far, but Clayton Ravenscroft, Bradley Barrett, Tommy Foster and a few others all got a chance. Grid has followed pole position. Dan Holland racing number 10 of Bradley Barrett. Bradley from Southampton, one of a number of drivers, I think 16 drivers in total doing 2 classes. Tamer Chauhan from Dubai. He is on the outside of the front row. It's an all Dan Holland racing front row. Then it's Tyler Chesterton and Samuel Harrison, and Harrison has been extremely quick in qualifying trim, but he does tend to go backwards a little bit. Drive from Ripon. On row 3, it's Henry Stennett for Coles Racing and Reese Hunter for KR Sport. Then it's Persistence Motors Edmonds, Tommy Foster and Clayton Ravenscroft. We're off and racing. All 17 drivers make it under the bridge. And go out onto the banking with Bradley Barrett and Tamer Chauhan hanging on to the top 2 positions, and moving safely through turn 4, and down the hill we come. Chesterton, I have to say that this moment where they were heading down towards that first hairpin for the first time at Kart Masters is the time where everybody watching a junior Rotax race would just kind of hold their breath. Was 5 or 6 years ago. People are. And Chesterton into third place, challenging Tamer Chauhan, makes his move. Chauhan has to get out of the way going through the first chicane, and that loss of momentum allows Reese Hunter to go through into third. So Chauhan back to fourth, then it's Stennett in the number 65 cart. Harrison, number 44, 698 racing entry. Down the hill we go. Pilot Chesterton is closing in on Bradley Barrett. Oh, and behind them, Tommy Foster makes a move up the inside. There goes Foster, the O-plate winner. And following Foster through is Clayton Ravenscroft. And I'm trying to think, Clayton Ravenscroft didn't qualify that well this morning, the number 75 KR Sport driver. There's drivers that qualify better than they race, and then there's drivers that race better than they qualify. For whatever reason, Clayton Ravenscroft always finds himself really forward in the race because he's not sport cart of this luck. We're getting all crossed up and wide. Oh, and in turn number 3, there was a little bit of contact there, and Chesterton had the inside line, and Barrett, I think, came just tried to turn in, and there was a wheel-to-wheel contact, and Barrett's cart just kind of veered to the outside, and he had to ease off, fall back at the line. He's still third, but a wise move there. Chesterton leads, followed by Hunter, and then it's Barrett and Chauhan, then it's Stennett. Number 17 KR Sport cart of Tom Edmonds. Privateer driver Tommy Foster is next in 7th place. Then it's Ravenscroft, Lockwood, and the top 10 rounded out by Finley Bunce. And again, Bunce seems to be quietly keeping up the order every race. A 4th and a 5th. But strange, he never seems to. Finley Bunce, he doesn't seem to feature in the lead battle, but then in the last lap, he seems to, or the last couple of laps, he seems to come out of nowhere to gain a few places. So it's biding his time, Finley Bunce. And as long as the leaders stay as they are in one big pack, chance of winning. So it's hard to pick a winner in any of the classes, really. There's no clear favourites. Although some drivers have been much stronger than others, the competitive nature of virtually every single class here means that you cannot simply say, oh, that guy's the quickest and he's going to win. Because the argument is, what about those 4 world champions that he's up against? You think, 3 of the big 4, as it were, in World Cups. It's not the quickest of any other team, but traditionally, since the demise of their AIM Motorsport and Steve Armstrong saying RL Racing department, you've got Strawberry, Coles, Dan Holland, and Cosmic, and it's KR Sports. So you've got the Bradley Barrett, Tamer 698 Racing, and Persistence Motorsport. Third goes Chesterton. Who's going to be latest on the brakes? It's going to be Chesterton, followed by Barrett, who for the first person through. But you know that the guy on the outside has got to turn in at some point. You can't just drive straight because he's at the lighting gantry. And the question is, can you squeeze through and get the cart turned in before it becomes too late? And the guy on the outside has to turn in. Well, 3 minutes to go. Chesterton, Barrett, and Hunter around the banking. A gap then of nearly 2 seconds back to Ravenscroft and Foster. Then another gap of over a second now back to Edmonds in 6th, Bunce in 7th. See, he was 10th the last time I mentioned his name. He's now moved up to 7th. As Bradley, but he's only done 2 corners. I think the Fullerton S is behind. Jason Lockwood I can see going through there. There is the spectator area. Grandstand kind of watching enthralled as the juniors through the Mike Wilson complex. Tom Edmonds is getting a warning flag. The gap is 1.1 seconds now between the top 3 and 4th place. Clayton Ravenscroft and Tommy Foster were 7/10 quicker than the 3 leaders on that last lap because they were too busy, the leaders were busy chopping positions and changing. And on the bridge, I can see out the corner of my eye, somebody has gone for a spin. Not amongst the top 3, perhaps not amongst the top 5, but it could have been. We'll get a number check next time by. There's a change for the lead as Hunter goes through. Chesterton back to 2nd. Barrett is 3rd. What gone missing? Well, Sam Harrison has gone. So 1 minute to go. Barrett wait their moment. Ravenscroft has gone quickest of all, 59.24 seconds, because he has realised that it's game on and I've got to get there quickly to have any chance of winning, and he's bringing Foster with him. So the top 5 now nose to tail into the second hairpin. There goes Chesterton to the inside and he hangs. Hunter out to dry. Hunter tries a crossover mover. Oh, and Chesterton's looking one way. Hunter's come up the inside and he says, thank you very much. Oh, and Barrett tried to do the same manoeuvre again, but this time Chesterton come across and Barrett had to clamber over the curbs and get on the brakes. Top 5 nose to tail. Further back there's a great scrap going on between Ben Burgess, Henry Stannett, William Newman, Alex Baker and Taylor Babs for what is 9th place. The last lap board is out. Hunter, and a move there from Ravenscroft. Clayton Ravenscroft, there's one of the moves where you grab the steering wheel with one hand and you grab some of the things with another hand and you've just got to stick it in there, and he managed to get that pass made and it's got him up to 3rd. Is it going to get him anything higher? Well, Hunter's defending into the first hairpin. Chesterton trying to go around the outside. Then it's Ravenscroft in perfect position. Well, if he watched the Cadet Honda race, he knows what to do now. Keep it high, wide and handsome. Keep the momentum, but he's got carts in front of him. Now he takes the wide line. Chesterton and Hunter are going to slow each other down. Ravenscroft's got the run down the back straight. Has he got the room? He does take 2nd place, but Chesterton coming straight back at the inside into the Mike Wilson complex. That's brave. Oh, Ravenscroft, the first one to try a move in the middle of the complex, and it worked. Might not work all the time, but it worked then. And Hunter wins. Ravenscroft and Chesterton having a little chat with each other as they cross the line in 2nd and 3rd. Foster finishes 4th. Barrett drops to 5th. Then, well, there we go. Finley Bunce, mentioned 3 times. He was 10th, 7th, all the way around the right-hander. And you almost double back on yourself before you turn left. That is possibly the riskiest move you can do, because if you run wide yourself, you're in the barriers. If you push the other kid wide, they're in the barriers, you're in the steward's room. And very occasionally it works without any contact, and it did then for Clayton Ravenscroft to take 2nd place. Has he been to the luck bank to deposit something too early? Because Chesterton will, I'm sure, not be so reciprocal if he tries it again tomorrow. So that's the end of the Junior Rotax Heat races. The next race is OK Junior, and they'll be coming out shortly.
Trying to tense my back.
Oh, is it back? You want to go see the physio? Yeah. Can you not raise it up?
If I'm...
You lose the angle.
Yes, this angle, because the lower the position, the more the dynamic.
Yeah.
The upper the position,
you need a
the
physio.
most...
You need a massage.
Yes, later in the hotel, I will order.
Let me know. I'll be there.
And of course, I'm going to charge James for this.
Yeah.
Καθαριότητα, λέω, ακούγονται καθαριότητα. Ακούγονται από το μικρόφωνο, λέω.
Όλα πεντακάθαρα και πάρα πολύ δυνατά.
So you are looking at the scene here at Paul Fletcher International Kart Circuit, home of the Trent Valley Kart Club, and we are about to prepare for the start of race number 35, the fourth and final OK Junior class race of the weekend. And of course, this is the class that between the 21st and the 24th of September will contest the World Junior Karting Championships here at PF International, and the club are making every single effort possible to make it the best event that this event Trent Valley Kart Club has hosted around. These will be the karts, and some of these will be the drivers. It is Shihab Al-Habsi on pole position, and they will go around again. Now, grid will be Shihab Al-Habsi from Oman, and Joseph Taylor on the Fullerton kart from England on row 1. Sean Butcher and Morgan Porter from Barrett Racing and M Sport respectively on row 2. Dubai's Jamie Day for KR Sport, and Scotland's Angus Moolsdale for Fusion on row number 3. Luca Griggs for the M Sport team and Suleiman Zanfari on row 4. Suleiman from Morocco. Then the American Enzo Schianti and Klaas Koike for Thule Motorsports. And next, Frenchman Loris Caribou and Daniel Butterworth are next. Then Cameron Coombs, although I haven't seen Cameron Coombs there. Luke Preston is at the back, and Chris Lillum has been absent. And well, that's the karts we've got. And of course, behind the scenes, talk about tyre allocations and things like that. I mean, personally, you know, everyone's got to make their tyres last as best they feel they should. And obviously there's an argument that you should just, you know, race the races and with what you've got left. There's another argument that says, well, you know, you've got to save them. I want the best to be the final. If everyone did it, then there'd be a lot of air time to fill. And unfortunately, that would mean many, many more rounds of kart mechanic bingo for you all to suffer through. But there is the other option as we head off into Bruno Ferrari chicane. And of course, the thing is, you just want to see these karts in action because. But there's also the option, maybe have a new set of boots for the final regardless. But of course, you have to decide that before a kart turns a wheel, and there's obviously various deputations from various team managers that make their points felt beforehand, and they're either listened to or they're not listened to. And you know, at the end of the day, someone's going to win the GP plate, and in the meantime, it's going to be one of these 15 drivers. 13 of them are in front of you. But it'd be nice, wouldn't it? Everyone can race, and then everyone gets some new boots for the most important race to the rear. But again, that's hindsight's a wonderful thing. We've got some great racing on track. Sulaiman Zanfari is not too fussed on it though, because he's been giving a warning flag. So Morocco's Sulaiman Zanfari. Number 21. No, that's Louis Calibou, the Frenchman. Sulaiman Zanfari is in the 200 motorsport kart. It's Shihab Al-Habzi, who was unknown to me prior to a couple of months ago when he turned up at the European IAMI X30 round at Salbris in France and ended on the podium. And of course, Kieran Corley has long been an expert in identifying talent from the Middle East, and he's done it again by the looks of it. Sean Butcher up at the second place. Sean Butcher actually now moving into the lead, and oh, there's Joseph Taylor and EKR Sports. Entry of Jamie Day getting pretty closely acquainted with one another. Day emerges in second, Taylor third, then it's Al-Habzi. Behind Al-Habzi, Lucas Briggs. So Lucas Briggs, the driver I have to confess to know very little about, apart from the fact that he drives, he's currently 9th in the British Championship, and in Northampton. He's drives for the M-Sport team. At the moment, he is doing his best to hold off Sulaiman Zanfari as they head up towards the second hairpin, and he's doing his best to send them up the inside of his stable mate, Shihab Al-Habzi. And Al-Habzi now fades back to 5th. Butcher leading from Taylor. Joseph Taylor, a cadet last. Second place at Genk in Belgium in March, and he was just physical, these things out to drive, and an enormous amount of fitness work. And ooh, and there's somebody going up the bank, and that was the Zanfari Porter Griggs battle. Joseph Taylor sets a new fastest lap. Down the hill, the camera's focusing on the number 2 kart of Morgan Porter, and oh, he's got Sulaiman Zanfari. And well, Zanfari has obviously raced in the UK a couple of times now, and he is well versed in the phrase of getting your elbows sharpened, because he has certainly had them sharp so far, and he's up into the top 5. Jamie Day in 3rd position. Again, Day having a very, very good weekend, and he's doing 2 classes, so you wonder if physical exertion will eventually take its toll. Look like it, because he's hanging on quite comfortably to the back end of the Taylor-Butcher lead battle. Further back there's Butterworth in 12th, and Louis Calibou in 13th. Klaas Koika for Treaty Motorsport is in 12th. Moolsdale is up the road in 10th, but Sean Butcher was almost in a position there to make a move on Taylor. Taylor ran a little bit wide coming off the bridge, and Sean Butcher sits and waits. He could have easily made a move then on Joseph Taylor, but decided against it. We've got 4 minutes to go. Playing a waiting game, and Butterworth and Calibou are having an international diplomacy gathering at the short shoot there. It involved various hand gesticulations. But up at the front, Taylor using a bit of that curb. Butcher content to sit. Day as well, just happy to sit there. And they are 1.1 seconds in front of Morgan Porter, and I think let them recognise the number 2 kart as a real threat for this title. So it's number 2, it's runner-up to Jonathan Hoggard in last year's British Championship. And he's proving, as he closes in, Porter on a good lap. He's finally disposed of Zanfari. And he's moving up. He's a 10th quicker than the 3 leaders through sector number 1 on this lap number 7 with 3.5 minutes to go. And he is only 1.1 seconds behind Jamie Day. And Jamie Day, 1 point, he looked like he was about to lose touch, but he has summoned the strength to Blows back in on Butcher and Taylor, and there is Butcher at 80 miles an hour pushing Joseph Taylor along. So the Butcher's 14 and Taylor's 12, and just pushing John Edder on 80 miles an hour like it was in the Transformers comic or something. Quite remarkable. Indeed, is following with interest. Then it's Porter on his own in fourth. Back of the screen there, coming into the second hairpin. Zanfari has got Briggs right behind him, and they're going round the Shiab Al-Habsi, the number 34 cart on your screen there. And Al-Habsi has faded to 7th, and it's Scionti in 8th. But on your screens, Taylor, Butcher, and Day, the top 3, go into the Mike Wilson complex. I think that it's possibly fair to say that Mike Wilson, in terms of motorsport, is Barnsley's most successful exponent. I mean, you know, Mark Ward is up there, but realistically, Mike Wilson, the 6 world titles, may just pick Mark Ward. I haven't seen Mark Ward this year. Taylor leads. Butcher. Isn't he racing? He's not overtaking. Well, he doesn't want to. He wants to study Joseph Taylor. Study the kart. Look at Joseph's lines, because he knows that at some point in the weekend, he's the same pace as Joseph Taylor. He's going to have to deal with Taylor if he wants to win the GP plate. So he will use this opportunity to just put something in the memory bank, shall we say. Because these are intelligent young people. Despite what I say about some of them, they are all very gifted. They're all very smart, and they're all very analytical, and they're all thinking about lots. You know, at the end of any other teenage sporting event, when do you get dragged into an articulated truck full of computer screens to do the data analysis for half an hour? Sean Butcher then decides now is the moment, but Taylor comes straight back at him, wheel to wheel inside the second hairpin, and Taylor does the crossover, but then tucks back in. 30 seconds to go. Taylor instantly looks over his shoulder to see that Morgan Porter has passed Jamie Day, and then the sense of urgency up the inside going to Bobby Game corner. That's a tight pass there, because the braking zone is very narrow, and the exit of the corner is also very narrow, and you're straight into the Mike Wilson complex, but Taylor makes it work. They come on to start finish straight with 15 seconds to go. Next time by, they'll get the last lap board. It is a 4-kart scrap now, because Taylor and Butcher have been joined by Porter. And Day has managed to stay in that lead quartet. Back, Salman Zanfari and Little Briggs aren't too far back either. Off the bridge, top 4 led by Taylor. Butcher defends from Porter, and that's going to help Joseph Taylor to pull away a little bit. He's got 3-4 kart lengths in hand, checks over his shoulder, realises he doesn't have to defend, takes the normal racing line. That's going to have into the bikes, but he's not going to close in on Taylor. The checkered flag is out. No, what am I? Over his shoulder, there he goes. The inside of Butcher. They're being caught. Jamie Day sitting there and watching to see if any scraps come his way. Butcher this time doesn't have a good line, I have to say, through the Wilson complex. And Porter's going to have a go. And Morgan Porter comes at 400ths of a second short. Sean Butcher, they're lucky to hold on to second, because he did miss an apex or two, a little bit tardy through the Mike Wilson complex. But it's Taylor who wins. Butcher second, Porter, Day and Zanfari the top 5. Briggs, Al-Habsi, Moolsdale, Scionti and Koika the top 10. Karibu, Butterworth and Preston the other finish. And I've really got to say that 13 started, 13 finished. That is good reliability as well. That concludes the OK Junior racing for today. Again, the racing has been good. How everybody's different tactics play out, we'll find out tomorrow. But of course, we've got 2 long races to decide the first ever OK Junior Kart Masters champion. So we now wait for race number 37. It's the fourth and final Cadet Army heat of the day. What is it, 36? Ian Rogers is shouting at me. Of course it's 36. It's exactly the same yesterday. I'm just looking down the list and I forget that we've snuck a sneaky little Senior X30 heat in between the cadet races. Well, so instead of 36 squawking cadets, we've got 32 grumbling seniors. How's that? With Oliver Hodgson, Thomas Turner, Callum Bradshaw and Jack Mabin, the top four. And of course we haven't had a chance to see them much today, but rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, we shall be playing Kart Mechanic Bingo later on, or tomorrow when all the mechanics are going out onto the circuit. We'll get our notepads ready. Remember, we have 5 elements, 6 to get a gold star. 5 elements of Kart Mechanic Bingo are: you need your earpiece in, your radio transmitter around by your arms, backside, sorry, go on again, it's 2 days in a row. You need your team t-shirt, logos, if you're really good, you've got your driver's name, trainers, the more bright and garish and hideous looking the better. They're your 5 elements. And to trainers. Or team logo out onto the grids. Oliver Hodgson and Jack Mabin doesn't appear to... Where's Jack Mabin? He's supposed to start 4th. And Mabin is at the exit of the pit lane. I think he's got the kart started, but he's going to have to join in from the back. It's going to be Hodgson and Turner, Bradshaw, and then Kimber, Pennell, Jackson, Skelton, Hawkey, Rawson, Rosina, Torpy, and Davis. And Jack Mabin joins in at the back. Off we go. Oliver Hodgson leads them through. Oh, and there's a problem right in the front. And my word, I think that may have been Thomas Turner getting bounced around like a pinball. And in the front fourth place, somehow managed to catch this guy and not spin. If he had spun, there were another 30 karts behind that would have been in a world of trouble. But he managed to hold on to it. I think it may have been Turner. It was certainly one of the drivers that started in the front 3 or 4 rows rather. It's Hodgson who leads. Up into second place now, Callum Bradshaw. So Bradshaw making a really good fist of it. Last year's Junior X30 Kart Masters champion. And Bradshaw holding off. That is the Strawberry Racing car of Mark Kimber. So we'll keep tabs on Jack Mabin's progress. We didn't have Jake Robinson at the start, so we are down to 30 runners. Rafael Diaz and Rafael Diaz back, and Eleanor Morris, one of the 3 Money for Your Motors sponsored Morris siblings. Oh, side by side, but it's moves going on. There is the number 30 kart. And through. 49 rather than Philip Rawson. And oh, we've got a driver in the middle of the pack with his bumper hanging off, but up the front, into the Bobby Game corner. That is the battle. There's Michael Rosina. In the CRG, and that's Flavio Campaneschi rather, in the CRG 101. At the front, Hodgson, Kimber, then Bradshaw, then Thomas Turner. And if that was Thomas Turner that was getting punted around at the start and almost lost it going through the first corner, then he's done very well to not only compose himself. Oh, and he's making a move as well. He dives at the inside of Mark Kimber. So Thomas Turner, World Champion Mark 30 yesterday, and he's trying to just give himself, I mean, it's not about getting into the main event, it's about getting yourself a decent starting position in the Senior X30B final, because with 60 drivers we've got 63 in total. I think we're down to about 62 now, so there's still going to be only 30 in the main event. That means there's never give up, but you have to admit to yourself, what are my chances here? Skelton at the inside of Jackson. Josh Skelton and Scott Jackson, the number 180 Have a go kart, Team Have a Go entry is certainly having a go, and Skelton does get through, and he's followed through by the number 39 of Philip Rawson. So Rawson, who is privateer driver from Worksop, former Minimax Kart Masters champion. Hodgson leads Bradshaw, Turner, Kimber and Pennell. They are clear. 3/10 quicker than the race leaders, and Mabin is up into 20th place already. He's chasing Elliot Harvey. And so Elliot Harvey had a good day yesterday, and it's not gone quite so well today. But Hodgson, can Callum Bradshaw challenge Oliver Hodgson? Hodgson in the number 41 car. He's second in the little green man standings. He's fifth in Super 1 this year. Didn't compete in this race. No, he was fifth. No, he didn't compete in this race last year because he was too busy winning OK Senior. And now Bradshaw, after the junior champion, I've said it before, we'll mention again for the viewers at home, one of the most successful junior kart races anywhere in the world last year. Callum Bradshaw with his Hall of Silverware, CIK FIA Academy champion, as well as numerous other things that would take me until Monday morning to list. He's closing in on Oliver Hodgson. This is impressive considering that yesterday that not all the factory CRG team are here testing for the World Championships. Bradshaw is a member of that team, so is Flavio Campaneshki, and so is Michael Rossina. Now, Bradshaw does know this circuit better than Campaneshki, granted, and Rossina, granted. But Campaneshki, 10 years Bradshaw senior, Bradshaw his first year as a senior driver, and he has been, God bless him, you can call him, he's been the CRG team leader this weekend. Campaneshki did finish in third place in his second heat, but at the moment he is only 15th. And, well, did anyone think that they would be hearing this phrase over the weekend? There was a chance that Campaneshki won't even make the main event. He won't even make the Grand Prix. There's a chance. He's still got this race to go. But anyone who's in any doubt about the standard of drivers here in the UK at this event, then you need to just look at that little statistic. Bradshaw is doing a very, very good job of just hanging with Hodgson, not allowing Hodgson to get away. We've got 3 minutes to go, and Bradshaw, who made good starts yesterday, and then, well, it was like he put a parachute out behind the cart because he just go backwards and there would be the cork in the bottle, as it were. Not today. Lap number 8, 2.5 minutes to go. Thomas Turner continues to run in third. Yeah. Grandstand pleasingly full for a early Saturday evening. The Calypso band were busy playing as we came up back to the commentary box. There's more entertainment this evening, but there's plenty more on the track now. Hodgson is a little bit quicker, a tenth quicker than Bradshaw in this lap. Turner is third, Kimber fourth, Pennell fifth, and some of these drivers, of course, it's their last heat race. We've still got one Senior X30 race to go, so this bunch, I believe it is their last race, and of course, Hodgson doesn't want to risk anything. Neither is Bradshaw, neither is Turner, neither is Kimber. Bradley Pennell certainly doesn't want to risk anything. Although, if there's anyone going to make a move, it's going to be Bradley Pennell, because he's the one that points matter most to. Well, Pennell was 60th overnight. Hodgson they don't need to risk anything, and one driver, when I was being a driver who is all the way back in 22nd place at the moment, and he's following Tom Croydon. Oh no, he's ahead of Tom Croydon, this as well, because Tom Croydon may turn around and try and drive the other way like he did in his driving test, you never know. But what I was really nice to do was to start this morning by saying it was a very fast bucket of sick. It's suddenly gone a lot slower, so go figure. To turn number, second hairpin. Bradshaw, well, he's not giving in. Hodgson managed to extend his lead rather, to 0.3 of a second. And you'd expect then for that to go to 4 to 5 to 0.6, and then Hodgson to win by about a second. No. Bradshaw is fighting back. And Turner, to be fair to him as well, the Mark Baines Motorsport. Jack Mabin has made it up into 24th. He's actually gone backwards, and he is actually not going backwards anymore because he's stopped and he's just standing still. And he's retired, so he joins Piers Pryor and Jake Robinson on the no longer running list. And now Hodgson finally puts in a good lap there that really may break the challenge of Bradshaw. Looking back, David Sutton's moved up to 8th. Michael Rossina up to the 7th place, the Italian. Behind Rawson, and it's Scott Jackson having a good drive in 9th. Skelton 10th, Lamb 11th, Hawkey 12th, Kampaneshki 13th. They had a Nathan Chafer and Elliot Harvey. Last lap board goes out. Hodgson saved his best to last. Starts lap number 12 with a 0.6 advantage. That's the biggest he's enjoyed all race. And Bradley Pinella's got past Mark Kimber. And just, would you look at that though, that's psychological warfare, that is. Oliver Hodgson waits until lap 11 before putting in a 58.11. As if to say, yeah, I could have done that on any lap, I just chose to do that lap, and that's what gets into the other driver's head. And to be fair, it's what Mark Litchfield has always done, and Hodgson was Mark Litchfield's teammate, now that Mark's in kind of like semi-retirement. And looking down, Kampaneshki is in the middle of a 3-wide battle with Nathan Chafer, which I didn't think he'd say at the start of this weekend. But here comes Hodgson through the final corner, and he takes another win. Bradshaw second, Turner a strong third. Pinnell, is that 4th place enough, combined with his result from earlier, to get him into the top 30? Well, he's got a nervous wait. Rawson is 6th, Sutton 7th, Sutton at the sharp end. Michael Rossina in 8th. Scott Jackson, well, for 180, let's have a look. Scott Jackson, the top 10 finish this morning. Well, he was 62nd overnight. I think Scott will be hoping for a nice top 10 start in the B final. And Dan Ashton's arm is about to fall off because there were lots of karts still running there, and the wave of checker flag in the breeze for some time. And Josh Skelton, that 10th place finish, will that be enough after his earlier retirement? He was only 16th overnight. And further back, well, Elliot Harvey will be disappointed with 14th. Ethan Hawkey likewise with 17th. Charlie Bingham, he's not had a great run in the Haas so far this week, but he's up to 19th there in that race. There's the Lewis Malin in the 21st place bucket of sick. And looking down the order, well, Rafael Diaz, the Mexican driver, 26th. Jack Mabin, oh, that's not good for Jack, because he was right up there with a chance of a decent starting spot, and now he finds himself down out of contention in the B final, I am almost certain. And Flavio Kampaneshki finishes in 12th after, yeah, a good battle with Nathan Chafer, which I would hope makes Nathan Chafer very proud. Scene with the next race out, race number 37. We have definitely 2, 4, 6 races to go, and a mixture of blue skies, but at the very top of the screen there on the live feed, there it looks as though someone has almost like put a bit of black tape across the screen, and it's not. It is a particularly unpleasant and malevolent looking rain cloud, and although the sun is shining on the spectator banking, Martin Bean's got his early radar detection system out. He's taken his baseball cap off, and it is telling him that it is raining. Chris Walker is having the same issue with his early weather detection system, and he is giving the universal symbol for it's raining, and we have 36 Cadet Army drivers. I'll double check with Ian Rogers. That's typing. Ian, is it definitely race 37, or have I forgot to count again? Yes, it is. There they are. Oh, on slick tyres. This could be fun. The sun is shining, so the circuit will dry quickly, and it depends. That very, very large black cloud that is heading our way and is actually now over the circuit, but it's surrounded by blue skies. It's going to be continuously dry, or are we going to have one of those strange summer squalls? You need a summer before you can have a summer squall. That's something that's been missing this year. But the marshal post will tell us. 36 now, rather nervous cadets. Some of them maybe. I know there's 36 sets of nervous parents. Potentially 36 sets of nervous mechanics who are faced with the fact they might have, number one, 5 minutes to change tyres. Number two, 36 damaged carts if they all go out there on slicks and it starts pouring down. The driver's like, well, we're just going out a little go. Like the rain. Everyone seems to love the rain when they're kids, driving in the rain. So only when, you know, you ask a driver, oh yeah, I love the rain. Oh, I love racing in the rain. But it's Freddie Spindlow, Mark Bain's motorsport team. I believe there is some sort of book being kept on Facebook, how many of Mark Bain's drivers can actually win, and he's got Spindlow in Cadet Army and Turner in Senior X30. But Spindlow and privateer driver Archie Mace on the front row. That's the number 21 kart. Again, a real boost for the single kart teams. Taylor Barnard on the inside of row 2. Barnard has arguably been the man to beat so far this week. Off we go. Spindlow holds on to the lead through the Bruno Ferrari chicane, and they're flat out, which means the track is dry, and maybe those few spots of rain were just a brief anomaly. And up into the lead goes Arvid Lindblad, is that in the number 23 kart. Off the bridge, yes, that is, and it's Taylor Barnard second. Joshua McLean has not gone out, neither has Robbie Stapleford. So we're down to 34 drivers, and I don't know why McLean is not there. And oh, there's a lot of bumping and boring going on. Off camera, I can see 4 wide, about 3 karts deep, looking like Talladega Nights going through turn number. There they are. Oof, makes you nervous just looking at it, but they all somehow managed to get through the short chute and into the Fullerton S's without spitting any of them off over the grass. But up at the front, Arvid Lindblad has lost the lead, but he made an awesome move round the banking to grab the lead in the first place. But Barnard has reassumed his position. So once again, we'll remind you, Taylor Barnard, the 2015 Kart Masters champion, GT plate holder, tried to defend it last year. Wound up 8th, but that's 8th starting from the back. Excellent drive. And he became the first ever double cadet. Double NSA cadet Kart Master champion. Well, going the right way about it. Third, and the driver in 4th position. Then it's McIntyre, Rowledge, Irfan, Keeble. Mace has slipped to 9th. Wind has picked up the trees in the background as we watch the 4 leaders. Barnard leading. 6th and 7th place drivers, Irfan, Rowledge and McIntyre. They are trying to work together. You can see 6 centimetres, and you can see the frantic signalling down, saying, come on Arvid, get up the inside, let's go. 3 wide for the lot on the inside. McIntyre, then Mason on the outside was slung up on the curb going into the Fullerton S's onto the main straight. Lines going on there. 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Then a gap back to McIntyre and Slater. They're 5th and 6th. And oh, I think there's a problem for Freddie Spindlow. Oh, the pole man. The pole man, Freddie Spindlow, is slowing down. I think is that a puncture? You see, out onto the banking. Will come off the. Oh, Barnard spins. Oh, there's a big them. But very quickly, he's at the primo. McIntyre second. Oh, and then just battling across the line. World Championships. Rowledge, Dodds, Max Dodds, did mention Max. Blad in 6th. Archie Mace 7th. Rashan Chico 11th is Sam Shaw. Oliver Denny in 12th. Oliver Gray 13th. Then it is Aidan Neat and Harley Keeble. Vinnie Phillips, Archie Brown, Taylor Barnard 18th, with Bradley Beale Goying Jr. rounding out the top 20. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Next, missed the first event. Doesn't all talk rubbish anyway, so you haven't really lost out. It's this race, still running, and Dimitrov from pole position has held on to that advantage. Ellswood started second, currently is second. And Bush, who started 4th, is currently up into 3rd and swapped places with Barrett. To have happened twice this weekend. Heading has found himself just off the lead pack, and he's worked really hard to get the lead pack. And as soon as he's there, something breaks, falls off, and you can see the lead pack is 5 carts strong, and then there's a gap. Guess who's in 6th? It's Sam Heading. Well, maybe the lead pack will come back to him because they're battling away, and we've got 7 minutes to go. Bush now leads, so quite feisty in a very competitive leaders, and the entire field is a very competitive X30 mini field. Through the Bruno Ferrari chicane, Bush, Dimitrov, Barrett, Lay, Ellswood, Heading, Edgar, Tom Edgar in 7th, and Ivan Lomliev as Lay in the karting racing for 17. He picks up a place at the expense of Alicia Barrett, and Alicia Barrett has just set the fastest lap of the race. Thanks. It's passed. Heading has caught that group. 7 or 8 carts in it now, and Dimitrov getting squeezed wide. Down to 4th place, and Barrett is back up a position. Alex Lay is having a really good lap, and he Looks like he's in P2, so it's Bush, then Lay. Barrett, Dimitrov. Behind Dimitrov is Ellswood. And the last two carts in that group coming through the Mike Wilson complex now are the M Sport 57 of Heading and the 52 Fusion cart of Edgar. Then even Lomliev in the global cart is number 27, all on his lonesome in 8th place. And they're 3 wide in front of him, so Lomliev just creeping into the back of the picture. Behind Lomliev is Sam Heading now, sets the fastest lap of the race. You've got TJ McDonald, Khaled Saab, Blake Anglis, Ben Cochran, Yoon from Hong Kong, Oliver Phillips and Ross McDonald from Ireland. And there's Edgar, driver from Newtown Ards, Northern Ireland, who is currently ranked 3rd in the LGM driver rankings, not points of course, rankings. And Bush leads the race, is ranked 4th in that very well respected ranking system. Out onto the banking. 10 minutes ago it looked like it was dusk because it was so dark. Now it's as bright as it has been at any point of the day. Alicia Barrett is looking as fast as she has been at any point of the day as she now hunts down Alex Lay and Dominic Bush. So the Xenon chassis of Bush leads. Then it is the Tony kart of Lay, followed by the Spirit of Barrett. Then another Spirit in the form of number 23, Georgie Dimitrov. Through the Mike Wilson complex they come. And Alicia Barrett is going to get a good slipstream here. Lay is tucked in, he checks over his shoulder to see who's there. And Alicia Barrett is just going to work hard now with 4 minutes to go. Dimitrov is, he's 7/10 back, and you can see Barrett now kind of in the middle. She is not close enough to get into Bush's and Lay's slipstream, and there's a problem there. That is the number 388 cart of Ben Cochran, who has gone out, and we've also seemed to have lost Oliver Phillips, the Red Rock Motorsports car. So the SWRD, the Simon White Racing Developments driver, Ben Cochran, he's up and out of the cart, and I can see looking out of my window that Oliver Phillips has also stood there, so there's obviously been a coming together, but both drivers up and out of the carts, walking away. And you can see the marshals there just dragging one machine off to the side of the circuit. There's another one parked in the infield. 3 minutes to go. Still Bush leads. Cochran's right chassis sits at the side rather forlornly. There is Sam Heading, so he's managed to somehow lose touch with those leaders again, and he's down in 7th place, but he's pushing Edgar along. Dimitrov, after that respite, close the gap. He's bringing Ellswood with him. Now Alex Lay, well, yesterday Alex finished 3rd and then 9th. Been strong but hasn't won a race. Is he about to? Well, Dominic Bush is not one to give up a single win if he can help it. Under the bridge, out onto the banking. Irishman in kart 22, he finishes that race in 13th place. So we now have race 39 to come. It is Minimax, then it'll be race 40 for Senior OK, race 41 for Junior X30, and race 42 for Senior X30. And at the end of race 42, that's it. No more points can be scored in the X30 classes. If you're in the top 30, you're going through to the pre. And of course, through the lunch break, and the side is buying chair that makes me feel sick just by looking at it, but the kids love it. And then there is obviously the display of prizes and special awards that is on offer, and again a prize fund of £30,000 across the 9 classes. In terms of the black Johnson, it was Gilbert various times, but Adams easy to spot, as if they weren't easy enough to spot as it is with those graphics kits. Assistance drivers, Gilbert in the 43, current British Championship leader, but not the current race leader. That honour has gone to Jamie Day. Jamie Day there, and it is 42 car indeed of Jamie Day. Home fourth, and at the front, passes Jamie Day. Tom Adams, nag about that. The sport cart, and possibly even Cole's cart. It's Adams, I think, has gone off with Gilbert. Let's have a look into the second hairpin. Jamie Day has the lead. Kai Hunter is second, and there is no number 17 car, Tom Adams, and there is no number 43 of Lewis Gilbert. There's Adams going through the Fullerton S's well down at the back with Gilbert even further back. So Day, see the wide line going into the Mike Wilson complex, and the fact that Jamie Day does race here quite regularly means that even though he's from Dubai, he probably knows the wet line better than most others, or just as well as most of the regulars. But it's not raining on the front straight, but it's certainly raining out on the banking. 3.5 minutes to go. 3.5 minutes to just keep it on the island, tiptoe round, not make any mistakes. Kai Hunter is 1 second behind Day. That last lap, everyone did a 1:08, so they lost. Well, the leaders did a 1:08, 1:09, so they're 6 seconds a lap slower, but then again, the sun's out. And it looks as though Jamie Day taking the normal racing line. These conditions are so tricky because literally you do not know what the grip level is going to be like when you get to a corner. And I have to say, there's the spirit of Senna is alive and well, because suddenly Marcus Littlewood popped up into 6th place, and he is chasing Alex Connor, Theo Kakati and Owen Johnson. And he's ahead of Hugh Lawrenson, then Josh Wilby. Ben Casey is next, then Tom Adams, Lewis Gilbert and Diraf Kiende. All 12 carts still running. And the lap time, well, we're back down to 1:03s now for Alex Day. There is Theo Kakati passing Alex Connor for what is 3rd place. The top 2 have gone. The top 2 are now 2.5 seconds at the road. Day and Hunter have obviously managed to avoid Gilbert and Adams' incident on the bridge, and there's a battle for 3rd. Back up into that position. He's now defending. Kakati goes around the outside. Owen Johnson, and there's the best view we've had of the Spirit.
Yes, it is.
So we have under a minute remaining before race number 40. It is OK Senior. And it will involve, well, we'll see. We have 17 drivers. And we had 16 go out in the last race. Not quite 16 made the finish. Let's hope that we have full grid. Of course, we'll see. And this is going to be the fastest race. This is the race that you do not want to have suddenly a shower of rain midway through. You don't want it in any race, but with the fastest karts we have here, in fact, I think they are the fastest karts that have ever been here at PFI. They are quicker than the old KF2s, although someone is going to come and correct me, I'm sure. Tell me that there was an engine back in the late 19s that was quicker than the current generation. I have to say, they're fast. Kimber on the outside of row 1, Dante Yu on pole position. And Dante Yu, well, he was a bit hard done by. He was certainly moved aside, as it were, and we've got the same 16 drivers that showed their face this morning. Jordan Brown-Letley, I'm assuming, has withdrawn from this particular class, and he's still got Senior X30 to worry about. But it is Dante Yu and Mark Kimber on row 1, Luke Knott and Rasmus Lind row 2, Oliver Hodgson and Scott Mackerel row 3, then Archie Tillett and Callum Bradshaw row 4. Ben Waldridge and Jake Douglas row 5, Juan Sabater and Laura Tillett row 6, James Lingard and Rory Hudson row 7, and Ewan Wilson and Oliver Clark row 8. Clark, Waldridge and Bradshaw among the drivers. Definitely you need a good result. Off we go. Pack, smoke billowing out of the back of that that cart. All somehow with Kimber ahead of and the M Sport kart that must be on that comp kart, the American or the Californian. He is now giving chase to Kimber as they complete lap number 1. Lind in 3rd. Luke Knott under pressure from Oliver Hodgson in 4th, with Callum Bradshaw right behind Hodgson. Back, Rory Hudson has not made the best of starts. I'm trying to figure out who went over the grass at the start. It may have been Scott Mackerel, you know. He's down in 14th place, and he needs a good result because he failed to finish the first heat today. And Kimber is looking a bit vulnerable at the moment. Dante Yu. Long way to go though. Kimber. There's Callum Bradshaw on your screens, and Bradshaw in the number 25 is now ahead of Knott, so Bradshaw has moved up into 4th. The top 3 are pulling clear. Kimber, Yu and Lint. So, Solihull leads California, leads Sweden. Then a gap back to Bradshaw. Not Archie Tillett having a good week in the number 8 kart, and Tillett 5th last year. Go one better this year. He's 8th in last year's British Championship, which is why he runs the number 8. Dante Yu is right on Kimber's rear bumper, and well, he is going to start making his presence felt. Good lap in progress for number 47, Ben Waldridge, the Utility Energy driver, effectively a privateer run kart. But he is up into 9th place, and Waldridge looked really quick yesterday, but then he failed to finish this morning. And there's Oliver Clark flashing through your screen. He's now ahead of Archie Tillett, so Tillett has lost ground. In fact, Tillett is down to 8th place, Clark up to 7th. Warning flags for Ewan Wilson. Racing number 11. He is now in 11th place. And Callum Bradshaw sets the fastest lap of the race. Dante Yu loses the position. Well, Rasmus Lind passes Dante Yu, so Yu has gone from challenging for the lead to trying to hold on to 3rd place because Bradshaw is right there, so he's not, so is Hodgson. Hodgson in 6th, Clark then is 7th, followed by Tillett, Archie Tillett, Waldridge, Wilson, Laura Tillett, and Lingard, the independent, another privateer driver, with Mackerel, Saboteur, Jake Douglas and Rory Hudson, the remaining runners. All 16 starters still running at the end of lap number 4. But Kimber now stretching that advantage. Callum Bradshaw really pushing the envelope. Oh, he's got to the inside of Dante Ewan. Makes the move. Brave move there through turn number 3. Hodgson set the fast lap. So he isn't done yet either. But Hodgson is now behind Luke Knott, so he's still in 6th place. Kimber's lead is over a second. And the different lines being taken here for the second hairpin. And there's 3 wide, and Hodgson, well, he picks up 2 places at the price of 1. And Dante Yu once again finds himself shuffled backwards, and that is obviously Dante Yu is a very, very quick driver. But he has put himself, and this is not a blaming thing, but he has found himself, or he's put himself in track positions that have resulted in him losing some of the ground he's worked very hard to gain. And that was one of those occasions because he now finds himself down in 6th position. He's probably thinking to himself, hang on, in a Californian type accent, hang on, I was about to pass that kid in the 45 for the lead a minute ago. Why am I now down in 6th? And track knowledge of people like Oliver Hodgson and Luke Knott, and Callum Bradshaw has seen to that. Rasmus Lind, his job is now to track down Kimber. Kimber's lead was 1 second. It's now 0.8 of a second. We are just over halfway. And it appears as though James Lingard, who has not, he's got a warning flag, and I think he's taken it personally because he hasn't come across the line. I don't think Lingard has finished a race this week so far, which is a real shame because the British Championship needs privateers, cannot and has never been able to survive on big teams alone. It needs the independents, and whilst Ben Waldridge is having a decent week, Lingard is not, and there's yellow flags waving under the bridge. Who that is for, I do not know. Still Kimber in front, but Lind is getting closer still. Bradshaw 3rd, Hodgson 4th, and Hodgson is not making much of an impression on Bradshaw. But Bradshaw is closing in on Rasmus Lind at a rate of, a rate of knots, a rate of a couple of tenths here and there. Let's see who is off on the banking as they come around. Yellow flags under the bridge. Can't see the cart that's off. There it is on the grass. Can't make out the number. That is Rory Hudson's cart, possibly. Well, Lingard is still out there. I seem to show up, and it was lap times it disappeared off my screen. I'm just going to quickly check that the number 36 is out there. So while you watch Oliver Hodgson going around that corner, Lingard is out there, and it appears to be Rory Hudson in the Thule Motorsport number 44 that has stopped. So we're down to, he was in 16th place out of the 16 kart field. We're down to 15 now. With Kimber now less than 0.6 of a second ahead of Lint. Lint has Bradshaw breathing down his proverbials. Hodgson in 4th, not making an impression, not 5th. Here comes Ben Waldridge. So, Ascot's Ben Waldridge passes California's Dante Wu. And Dante Yu falling down the order rapidly. Into the first hairpin, and Archie Tillett passes Dante Yu. I don't know why Dante Yu has completely disappeared, because he's definitely there. He's on your screen. It's not me hallucinating. Archie Tillett into 8th. Waldridge 7th. Laura Tillett. Skip back to 14th now, behind Juan Saboteur. But Oliver Clark in that M Sport number 62. He's holding on to 9th place ahead of Ewan Wilson. And Mark Kimber is just about hanging on to his advantage at the front. So Rasmus Lint is just gained a couple of kart lengths on the chasing Callum Bradshaw. He's set the fastest lap of the race, 55.62. Kimber's lead teetering at about half a second. Was a full second. We've got 1 minute to go. Bradshaw 3rd, Hodgson 4th, not 5th, actually top 5. They're close, but they're not close enough to start battling. Behind the top 5, there is a gap back to Waldridge in top 6. There's a gap to Waldridge back in 7th. It's Tillett, Wilson, Lingard. Well, come on now, James Lingard. I don't think you finished the race yet this week. If you can get a top 10, then that would be a bit of a boost heading into tomorrow. As I say that, Oliver Clark passes him into 10th place. If you get a top 11 finish, James, that'll be a decent boost into the last couple of races tomorrow. How's that? 30 seconds to go. Driver still running. Hodgson goes quickly again, 55.55, but he is not going to make an impression on Callum Bradshaw, I don't think. If the clock strikes 0, next time around they will get the last lap board. Rasmus Lint up the short chute within 5/10. Callum Bradshaw from his mechanic getting the hurry up, saying, get up there and get on with it, boy. Callum Bradshaw, I'm sure, is aware of that message, because Lint has caught Kimber. Kimber will start to defend, and if Bradshaw is close enough, at the moment he's not, and in fact he's falling back into the clutches of Hodgson, just as I say that there was no chance of Hodgson catching him. We start the last lap. Rasmus Lint has caught Mark Kimber on the banking. Watch for the run the Swedish driver in kart number 12 for Fusion Motorsport gets at this part here. Down the hill. Ooh, Mark Kimber was good through turn 4. He needed to be good through turn 4. Lint not close enough. The next chance that Rasmus Lint may get will be going into the Fullerton S's. Oh my word, he's gone for it! A corner early. Kimber wasn't expecting that, because Kimber remembered that he was a couple of kart lengths ahead going into the first hairpin. Kimber hadn't defended, so how could Rasmus gain so much ground? The answer is, just don't brake until you absolutely have to. And he's taken the lead. Kimber, well, he's fallen back into line, but Bradshaw is right there. That deviation from the racing line, that little bit of unsettlement was enough, but Lint holds on, and Bradshaw just fails to take second from Kimber. It's Lint, Kimber, Bradshaw and Hodgson. The top 4 karts cross the line, separated by less than a second. Knott is 5th, 6th for Ben Waldridge, good result for Ben. 7th is Archie Tillett. 8th across the line, Oliver Clark. 9th for Scott Mackerel. Oh, James Lingard gets his top 10 finish. Well done, James. That is something after a tough couple of days, I would imagine, for the driver from Huddersfield. Ewan Wilson, 11th in kart number 11, followed by Juan Saboteur, his S8 Racing teammate, 12th. Then Dante Yu, the pole man. Oh, well, Dante is... I suppose Dante will be disappointed, but he's got one eye, or he's got both eyes now, on next month's World Championship, and all the mistakes he makes here and all the things he learns here, well, he won't be making them and learning them at the World Championships. He finishes 13th out of Jake Douglas and Laura Tillett, who was in the top 10 at one point, fades to 15th. Failed to finish. So we have 2 races to go. 2 heat races automatically. As the recovery vehicle, now Laura Tillett did not finish that race. She went out on the last lap, and that is why she dropped to 15th. So the recovery vehicle has, well, now got to make its way back to the pits area with those 2 carts on the back of it. Can I remind you all once again that earlier on we had the lap for Sport for MS. I did say that Noel, who is here from Sport for MS, who did his timed lap of the circuit, I will confess to not having the official finishing time, but he was at the start of today £4,333 shy of his £20,000 target that he's looking to raise for the MS Society through doing timed laps of as many different racing venues in the world, basically. And he has got the Sport for MS area out. I think it's opposite the JM kart shop by the, I think it might be maybe opposite Fusion as well. Around that area by the 2 big green articulated lorries. Please, 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 can you rifle through your change drawer to put a couple of pounds if you're feeling generous, and hopefully between now and the end of today, at the end of tomorrow rather, we can, if not get to £20,000, we can really make some good inroads into it. And I can feel, okay, so Noel Wilson. Right, let us see. I have the official results, courtesy of our timing partners at Tag Heuer. And so the fastest time of the 19 venues, there was Birmingham Wheel Short over, 1 minute 22.14, 32.6 from sector 2. 47 minutes. That compares, well, that was the same time within a second he took to get around the Croft Rallycross circuit. Well done, Noel. Now give him some money. How's that? Come and collect the timing sheets from Race Control if you want to. So, race number 41. Maya alongside Maya on the front row, Samuel White. Coles Racing Team. Then it is Matt Gian for Litchfield Motorsport. And Sean Butcher for the Mick Barrett Racing Team, one of the double duty drivers. Caleb Marshall, good result for Caleb, starting 5th. Angus Moolsdale is 6th. Then it's Reggie Dewey, Mario Mills, Alfie Prince, Tyler Chesterton, Matthew Berry and Ewan Long. Now or never for the remaining 34 competitors in Junior X30. And they will have another lap to think about it because that's a false start. Some of these drivers will be knowing that they have virtually no chance of automatic qualifying for the top 30 in the pre-final automatically, so they will be simply trying to maximise the positions they can get, because with a 52 there's going to be 22 drivers battling for 6 transfer spots tomorrow morning. There are going to be a lot more drivers that are going to be butter-clenchingly tense right now, because a good result will see them safely in, a bad result will see them going home and kicking the cat before coming back and trying to get through the B final tomorrow morning. We don't condone any form of cat kicking in any way, shape or form. Not even if you scrammed your favourite race suit or £1,500 crash helmet. Maya Wu, she has been so quick but has been often out of luck. She had 2 good results yesterday, but they could have been better. 2 top 10s yesterday. Can she make it a win here now? Lights are out, we're off and racing. Wugleys from the BKC karting. Out onto the banking. Now we are going to start seeing, I've been talking about how calm things have been, or how well behaved everyone's been. This is where desperation kicks in, you can guarantee it. Those drivers that need to make something happen, but of course they can't make anything happen like they used to, because they'll get a nose cone penalty. So there'll be no sort of like, right, get him out of the way, get him out of the way, get him out of the way. It'll be a case of, right, we've got to try and race our way around, be aggressive, but keep all our body panels in position. Through evening sun go the leaders, and it is the Litchfield Motorsport number 21 of Matt Gian who has the advantage, although I'm looking at the timing, I'm looking at the live feed, and it's obviously better for you guys at home, but with the glare in the commentary box making it a bit difficult. It is Matt Gian who leads. And Maya Wu is in second. And she's right behind Jan. She's got Butcher wrestling in behind her in 3rd place. Then it is Samuel White. Angus Moolsdale made a good start. He's into 5th. Down at first, hairpin, side by side. Reggie Dewey into 6th place now. Reggie, well, a win will probably guarantee a decent starting spot for Reggie. Looking at his results, he a 10th place finish, and then a retirement yesterday, and then he went off this morning. Oh, it's hard to see anything other than a win being, and then he would need other results to go his way. But he just has got to try as best he can. Jan, Hugh, then White, followed by Chesterton in 4th place. Then a gap back to Dewey in 5th. Sean Butcher slips to 6th, so Sean Butcher loses a few places, and he's lost another place there to Mario Mills. So Mario moves up. Oh, and there's a problem for Gian, and Clips coming through turn number. Well, Maya Hugh of the same opinion that the door had been opened and that they were invited. Max Gian found himself getting spat wide, and Maya Hugh there, the BKC team, with Alex Ferris behind the wheel of the operation this weekend. And she clashes the curbs going through the Fullerton S's there. That's not going to help her momentum going into the Bobby Game corner. She somehow hangs on, but it's White, Chesterton and Dewey right there in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Jan is down to 5th. The lead pack still about 30 carts strong. They head across the line and back all the way back to Stephen said he's had a problem. Callum Driscoll, the number 83 car, I think is stopped somewhere. And with a yellow flag waving, yes, he has stopped in the final complex. Johnny Wilkinson sets a new fastest lap, and there's a new race leader. That is 275 Samuel White, Coles Racing Team, and Meyer gives him a signal saying, well, come on then, get going, let's work together. Don't know you, but Chesterton and Dewey, third and fourth. A little bit further back, Alessandro Serenetti, the second of the BKC entries in this race. Well, he spent the first half a lap of the earlier heat that he was in going backwards, and then fought back from about 30th to 10th or 12th. And Moolsdale's dropped back at a few places in the Fusion Motorsport number 30. And Johnny Wilkinson, he had a spin earlier, so the 81 Mick Barrett kart is another driver who is nervously seeing how results go. Oh my, are you getting shovel wide there? Chesterton moving up into second. Coles Racing 1-2. View goes back in on Chesterton, and look at the contact. Reggie Dewey trying to go around the outside. Now, Reggie, you tried to do that earlier on and you end up going backwards, and he sensibly backs out of it. And Mario Mills takes advantage on the RK chassis, and the racing very, very close all the way through the pack. The cameras have got their pictures on. That group going through the Mario Mills group. You can just see in the back flashing through the screen, just cart after cart after cart after cart, because you'll see the good reflection now, and there is White and Chesterton, and piling round the corner, about 15 or 16 cars. Ben Fayers in the mix, Alex Lloyd, who is now 10th for the Dan Holland Racing Team, getting a warning flag. Johnny Wilkinson is 12th, Alvin Prince, oh, and there's Mugen Mills, tyre smoke from the 19 and the 164, that could have been very different. He managed to keep it straight. There is yellow flags waving on the banking. Somebody else has gone off. He said that things were going to get a little bit desperate, and that is the case. The two Coles Racing carts, Sam White and Tyler Chesterton, are thinking, woof, we're away from this. And now Mario Mills sends one up the inside of Maya Wiu for fourth place. Reggie Dewey is back at the third, and he's also clear, but then behind Mills, you've got a snarling pack led now by Sean Butcher, Matthew Berry in the Litchfield Motorsport number 40, with the Tony Kart colours with the orange stripe. He's sixth. Moolsdale's back to seventh. Yellow flags going into the bridge. Now don't know where the cart has gone off is. You see a marshal right at the top of the banking. No overtaking there. Johnny Wilkinson sets another new fastest lap. He's 11th. Now, ahead of Alessandro Serenetti. Then it's Gian has dropped to 14th, so early race leader Gian down to 14th, and Mario Mills getting past there by Sean Butcher. Matthew Berry behind Mills, defending against the number 30 car of Angus Moolsdale. And in the midst of all this, let's have a little look. Maya Wuga's dropped to 9th now. Oakley Pryor is 17th behind Alex Simmons. Ewan Long and Tom Nippers, the two Australians in the race. And there's a problem with the race leader. Sam White getting shoved wide there. Well, that was a concertina effect. I thought there was a problem. And they're three wide going across start finish line. And did Sam White just lose it, or did the cart cut out, or did he just get shoved wide? But he has caused the entire lead pack to change, and this can only bode well for the driver of the rescue vehicle getting an extra bonus lap in at the end of this race, as Mario Mills takes second. And behind them, the top 20 are still like they were on the rolling lap, only scruffier and faster and more het up and more desperate, and in some cases more narked with each other. So Tyler Chesterton was leading. I think it is Reggie Dewey now in front. Chesterton has escaped. Dewey is second, Mills third, Butcher fourth, Matthew Berry is fifth. 2 minutes to go. Those five are clear, and you watch the back of the screen now. Coming out of the final corner, there's four wide across the start-finish line. Oh boy, there's going to be some nose cone penalties at the end of this one. I hope that the scrutineering team has got an extra bit of battery in their iPads to record all this lot. Moolsdale's now at the head of this group. No, it's not. It's Ben Fayers. Fayers, the number 14. Or he was. Moolsdale's there now. The Project 1 cart of Ben Fayers is now second in this huge snarling pack. Right, so Fayers and the top 5 are clear. Sixth place the sixth place battle goes all the way back to Blake Angus, the Jack Dex Racing, number 84, in 25th place. Now that I can't count anymore because I've been talking non-stop since about 8 o'clock this morning, but that's a lot. 6 to 25. That's quite a few drivers, and some of them are getting increasingly tetchy. At the front, it's a scene of bliss, calm and serenity as Tyler Chesterton, Reggie Dewey, Mario Mills, Sean Butcher and Matthew Berry circulate untroubled. We've got another driver out of the race. Well, I have to say that we've lost Lewis Gilbert. We've lost Samuel White. There was a problem for White. Coming through the Mike Wilson complex, the kart suddenly slowed down. Everyone else, it looked initially like Tyler Chesterton had fired him off, but there was obviously a problem because he just ran wide and then he couldn't get back up to speed, and then there was karts going left and right, and he made it as far as the second hairpin on the following lap before he decided to pull it off because enough was enough. What the problem was, I do not know. And the clock is striking 0. Chesterton, Dewey, Mills, Butcher and Berry in that order. So, last lap board goes out. Tyler Chesterton defends through turn number 1. Reggie Dewey goes wide on the banking. Mario Mills is going to dive up the inside. Reggie Dewey, though, into turn 3. He's going to go for it. Can he get across the bridge in one piece? Oh, he's on the grass. And he comes back out, and I think that may have been Mario Mills that was on the outside at the wrong place at the wrong time. Chesterton leads. Mills hangs tough, but he's got Dewey to his inside. Berry White behind him. Sean Butcher having a breather, and he's going to come up the inside. They're 3 wide. Well, Dewey's been hung out to dry there. It's second, Mills third. Sean Butcher just keeping it calm. And then Angus Moolsdale is next. But the Litchfield cart ahead of Mills, that's second and third. But Tyler Chesterton, well, he survived the inevitable spectacular move from Reggie Dewey and emerges with a victory. Matthew Berry is happy with second place. Mario Mills is happy with third. Well, fair to middling. Then Sean Butcher comes home in fourth. Is streaming across the line. Dewey is fifth. Moolsdale is sixth. Seventh for Serenetti. So Alessandro Serenetti, a great drive again. Now, what happened to some of the drivers that were up at the front to start with? Well, Ben Fayers finishing 8th, Johnny Wilkinson 9th, and Maya Wu in 10th. So the pole sitter finishes 10th. Now Alex Lloyd was 12th. Max Yan, who led early on, he finishes 16th. And looking a bit further down, well, Ewan Long and Tom Nicholas, the 2 Welshmen, 23rd and 26th. And we lost, believe it or not, 31 drivers finished. We only lost 3. Lewis Gilbert, Callum Driscoll, and then, for reasons unknown, Samuel White after leading. And White, oh, well, he was one of the drivers that needed 2 good races today. He got 1. And I don't think that will be enough. Oh, he was 4th. Sorry, I was looking at the other White, Shane White. A 3rd and a 2nd. Decent result this morning. 1 poor race. Should be okay, but no one can say that for certain. That will be the worrying factor. And there is a standard final Kartmasters heat for a grid where there is a B final. And that was, it's going to be that, but only more insane, or more, no, that's the wrong word, no, because these are the seniors and they're all the sensible people. Yeah. It's going to be even more intense in the next race because, of course, the B5 race of the day And I will tell the people at the circuit that warm-up begins tomorrow at 8:15, as per the timetable. The B finals, and therefore the live streaming, will begin at 9:15 UK time tomorrow morning. 9:15. The pre-finals at 9:50. And then we have the lunch break at 12:40. There's going to be a driver's presentation, the prize draw, and the decent chaps are live in the TVKC village playing. I wonder if that's chap hop. Breathe themselves, then commence. It'll be 30 minutes after the last. The senior exit, the race of the day so far, for me at least, remains that very first senior X30 heat where there was champion after champion after champion at the front and they drove like champions. Let's see if we have, well, we've got Danny Curl and Ben Barnacote on the front row. That bodes well. We've got Owen Byatt and Brett Ward on row 2. Yep. Jordan Brown-Nutley and Stephen Letts on row 3. Yep. Then Morgan Rose and Matthew Graham. Well, Landau International Raceway Club champion Morgan Rose. Nothing to worry about there. In fact, there's nothing to worry about really because the grid is so strong. Obviously, you've got Dean Hale midway down the pack there. Got to watch him.
And to be fair,
dodgy.
IKISS is working.
Don't let the grin and the chirpy little nature of
Well, yeah, you might as well.
Pop Smurf fool you.
You lift the cap all the time.
Here we go. Danny Curl, the defending champion, and Barnacote. Barnacote. He had that one mistake. Well, there was one failure yesterday. Forward another one. Byatt and Brett Ward. Byatt had a bad day yesterday, but he's come strong today. And he needs to continue that. And Jordan Brown-Nutley and Stephen Letts. And next, then Morgan Rose and Matthew Graham. Morgan Rose, the number 26 for Coles Racing driver, he's been flying so far under the radar. We haven't really noticed the lad from Cardiff in the number 26 cart, but yet he came into this morning just in front of Flavio Campaneschi in the intermediate classification. We'll find out what happens very shortly on the final part of their rolling lap. Two Fullerton chassis, Barnacotes, number 24. Danny Curls, number 67, on pole. Lights are out, we're off and racing. I have to keep my eye on because they've got two similar carts, two similar yellow top crash helmets. Guaranteed to get the names on at some point. Down the hill, Curl has the advantage. Barnacote looks to the inside, Curl leaves the door open, and Barnacote takes advantage. Byatt is third, but at the back of the pack, one driver spins. Curl's back in front though. Byatt looks to the inside of Barnacote for third. Brown-Nutley is up into fourth. Henry Laws, who is going again. That's at least 40 of the 42 heats have got through that first corner and the first hit without any major carnage. Well done. Barnacote back to the front. Danny Curl has got that little graphic strip on the back bumper of his car and Barnacote doesn't. Normally you can tell which one's Danny Curl's car because it's the one in front. But not now, not while Barnacote can help it. Curl. Brown-Nutley through turn number one. The camera pans back to see all 32 starters still running and still chasing hard. This is going to be one of those occasions where the driver just with the will to win can outpace a driver who's, to be honest, got the faster kart this weekend? Or does things like emotion not really count, and it's all to do with mechanical perfection? We'll find out as Curl draws up behind the rear bumper of Ben Barnicoat. Into the Bobby Game corner, round the Mike Wilson complex. Gordon Brown Nutley and Owen Byatt, they can think to themselves, well, let's just play spoilers. Let's the talk is about defending champion and Ben Barnicoat's 5 titles. Let's just send him in there and upset the apple cart. Well, Danny Curl, he couldn't get any closer to Ben Barnicoat. He was sat in his lap going under the tunnel there. He was literally in his wheel tracks. Still managed to hold on as the fastest lap of the race. 58.40 down towards first hit. And Owen Ben Barnicoat left us braking a little bit late. Curl's going to pounce, is he? Not this time. Byatt, Ward, Stilp. And there's a battle between Dean Hale. Told you to watch him. Look at him on the grass there. Undoing all Paul Barnicoat's hard work. He was actually battling with Callum Barnett in kart number 177, and there's a yellow flag. There's a yellow flag for a 2-kart incident involving the number 62 getting going there. That is Tyler Sullivan, and the number 38 of Colin McPollin, that's the CRG, and Tom Sharp Reynolds is off in the background as well. Yellow flags waving, and there's more yellow flags being waved at the turn 1. And that is because Tom Sharp Reynolds has obviously gone into the barriers, and as the barriers are moving towards turn 1, up at the front of the field, still Barnicoat, but Barnicoat's pushing as hard as he possibly can, but you get the impression that Danny Curl is toying a little bit, because he's like a cadet is pushing Barnicoat along, and Barnicoat's that's going to annoy Ben Barnicoat, because he's thinking, I know you're quicker than me, just get on with it then if you're going to pass me, stop annoying me. And Danny Curl sitting there thinking, I'm just going to let you know, I can pass you when I want, and there's nothing you can do about it. Brown Nutley, just 3/10 off that strap in 3rd. And there once again, Danny Curl just choosing to follow Ben Barnicoat. Brown Nutley and Byatt, but I would imagine if Brown Nutley does get a little bit closer, then you will see Danny Curl make his move, because Danny Curl won't want to get drawn into any unnecessary strategies with the likes of Brown Nutley and Byatt, and possibly even Jacob Stilp on the Mad Crop. And this is the first time that we've seen the Mad Crop number 142 sharpening its teeth with Jacob Stilp behind the wheel. He's been second yesterday after some penalties, but it's been a solid top 10 showing for Stilp so far. An attritional top 10 showing as he's picked up pieces where others have fallen off, and now, pretty much when it really counts, he's showing a real turn of speed there, running in 5th position. And Brett Ward is now holding off Gus Lawrence for 6th. Morgan Rose is 8th. And then it's Derek Morgan in 9th, and Stephen Letts rounding out the top 10. Nicholas Taylor runs in 11th. 12th is Dean Hale. Then it's Callum Barnett, Jack Dex, Matthew Graham, William Petit, Jensen Brown and Jensen Harvey, the top 18. Matthew Hurst and Richard Morris. And next then Moon Ewan from Hong Kong in 21st. Cormac Dunn, James Ireland, Tom Geeney, Henry Laws, Stephanie Livesconte, Jonathan Brown, Harry Gent, Kira Scott, and Conor Pollin is still running in 30th. There's Gus Lawrence in the number 85 car with the orange crash helmet, the Strawberry Racing driver. He's got past Brett Ward. Danny Curl, while I was looking and running down the order, Danny Curl has picked his moment, and well, let's see. We've got 3 minutes to go, and you can see why Danny Curl picked this moment is because Jordan Brown Nutley has chased 58.19 and is following Barnicoat literally as though they were. That is key. And Barnacote's got actually looked really good through on the camera, through the turn 2-3 area. He was able to keep it nice and tight, and that's a fast lap of the race, and he's going to go back at the inside of Curl. And now Curl looks over his shoulder. We're going to see an instant repass. Nope, we're going to see Danny Curl just easing Barnacote a bit wide at the second hairpin. He's at the inside, falls back into line, and now this is where Danny Curl didn't want to be. He didn't want to be right behind Barnacote and right in front of Brown Nutley, as Jordan Brown Nutley showing everyone why he was the unbeatable force in the Senior X30 class in Europe at the start of the season, winning the Winter Cup of Valencia, the opening round of the X30 Euro Series. And there goes Curl. Oh, inches apart through the Bruno Ferrari S's. Curl and Barnacote, wheel to wheel. Curl makes the move, and it made it look like he was, just doing it at corporate 30-mile-an-hour corporate pro kart, not the Senior X30. Just glide, and Ben Barnacote had no choice but to fall back into line. Brown Nutley and Byatt are still there. Jacob Stilp in the 142 car has managed to inch up. So we have actually a 5-kart train for the lead with 30 seconds to go, with Lawrence, Ward, Rose and Letts. The next group, Derek Morgan in there as well, through the Mike Wilson complex. Jordan Brown Nutley, the Dan Holland Racing 117 kart. He's got to get into Barnacote slipstream and hope that Barnacote stays in Curl slipstream, which he has. Byatt and Stilp hanging on to their coattails as they go onto the banking. Through turn 3, Lawrence, Ward and Rose. Morgan Rose, very impressive, I have to say, in 8th place. Barnacote late on the brakes. Oh, Barnacote saying, well, you may be really quick, Mr. Curl, but I know this track better than you, and I can brake there. Can you? The answer is, we'll find out next lap, because next time by, they're going to get the last lap board. Can Barnacote hang on? Can Jordan Brown Nutley play the spoiler? Byatt and Stilp are there waiting to pick up any scraps. Will there be feeding time on the final lap? Ben Barnacote may have, well, he's got a couple of kart lengths. What can Danny Curl do? Through the Bruno Ferrari S's for the final time. Out onto the banking. Barnacote's going to have to defend. He is defending. Onto the bridge. Now through turn 4. Watch Barnacote sweep to the inside. He does. And now he gets Owen Byatt. And now Barnacote defends. And suddenly we've got a 7-kart battle, because Brett Ward and Gus Lawrence have joined the fun. Into the Bobby Game corner. Ben Barnacote slows him right down. Hugs the inside line. Nothing Danny Curl can do about that. And Ben Barnacote comes on to the start-finish straight. Checkered flag. And Ben Barnacote takes the win. Curl second, Brown Nutley in third, Jacob Stilp in fourth, Owen Byatt fifth, Gus Lawrence is sixth, Brett Ward is seventh, Morgan Rose eighth, Derek Morgan is ninth, Stephen Letts is 10th, then Dean Hale, Nicholas Taylor, William Petit, and Callum Barnett with Jack Dex rounding out the top 15. And we'll wait to see the result of the 5-6. It was the top 8 separated by 1.19. That was the impressive bit. 1.9, that's quicker than a hiccup. It took 8 drivers to flash across the line at the end of 12 very hard laps of racing. And that is what a last gasp heat race at Kartmasters should look like. Good, hard, clean racing amongst some of the best drivers in the country. And so, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. That is the end of the racing for today. For the people here at the circuit, it is by no means the end of the entertainment. There is Spaceball, virtual reality games, the Merrymakers are live, the bar is open, the sun is actually shining, So for the people at the circuit, thank you for putting up with me. And a big thank you to the boys and girls in orange, the marshalling team, the most important people in racing. Without the marshals giving up their time, none of you could go racing. So well done, the TVKC marshals. For those of you watching on the live stream, once again, thank you for your contributions on Twitter. Thank you for your contributions on Facebook. And we will be back with you on the Telemundi Media live stream at 9:15 tomorrow morning for the start of the 2017 MSA British Kart Masters Grand Prix B Finals, Pre-Finals, Parade, and the Grand Prix themselves. Don't do anything else apart from watch the best karters there are do their thing. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.